Works. Alright, that fucked up my camera a little bit, but that's okay. Wanted to see Meat Cannon.
Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Got how loud that is.
Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Oh shit. Here you go, ducks. No clue how it says I watched this whole thing.
Hello everyone. What an amazing, silly year that was. Haha, ha ha ha. We're going in this new year with a lot of awesome ideas, and today we just wanted to put together our favorite goofs and gaffs from me and Nick's little escapades on this channel. And it got me thinking, this year we've had a lot of ups, we've had a lot of lows. A lot of lows. I'd say a lot of ups too, though. A lot of people mad at us. Who do you think was most pissed off at us this year? I feel it's probably the cyclist. Whether it's Disney adults, cyclists, Swifties, gamers, simps, passport bros, millennials,
I don't know why
whoever.
it's so fucking
We like
bright.
to.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I changed it. That's so weird. There we go.
Just joke with everybody. I think that's what I wanted to talk about for you right now. You know, when you come to this channel, it's all supposed to be us laughing together at everything. Everything we can laugh at, that's what we try to do. I try my best, Nick. In the moments when things seem to go too far, I do try to reel back and say, that's messed up. Does it come through a lot? It doesn't, right? But god damn it, I try. And at the end of the day, we're just here to make you laugh. And these are some of the edits I think were the funniest things. We have a great team here. And when you come to this channel, we want it to be something that's, you don't take anything too seriously. I know we certainly don't take ourselves too seriously. Nick said a lot of things where I don't think it should be taken too seriously. But all in all, doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, we appreciate you here at this channel, and we hope that you have an amazing new year, happy holidays, all that kind of shit, and we're very excited going into 2026. So you know what, I guess it's just a thing. If you're a cyclist, embrace the laughter. We're having a good time, right? If you're a millennial woman making cringe in your car, more power to you. You know what I mean? If you're an incel passport guy trying to get pussy overseas, God bless you, sir. We're all here just to have some good time and make a couple laughs. So without further ado, let's laugh at some of the best edits of the year. Thanks, guys. Like, we were walking in Shinjuku, all the bar doors are just open, so it's like welcome in, but everything in Japan goes up, so the stairs aren't like you go at like a nice, I mean, you're like climbing a fucking ladder a lot of the time. So we were walking past this bar and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's like a Motorhead bar. It was cool, like Ace of Spades, or had like a Lemmy decal on it. I kept an eye out for it because we kept going to this place called Gods, which was like a metal bar, and I really liked it. I mean, it was fun. But yeah, I was watching the open door, and this guy, you just hear go 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 go, and the man falls out, bald ass head, right on the ground. I mean, hard. He gets up, like yelling, and he's like not composed. Like this, like you have a concussion, 100%. He was like struggling to even stand up straight, and he just kind of like stumbles and runs off. whatever. And the doorman does not bat an eye. Which I'm guessing that staircase has claimed many lives. I really didn't know what to expect because listen, when you look online at these things, it's always people just being like, look at these dolls that look real and they look like dead babies. Going in there, it could not have been like a more positive experience. We got to like talk to the owner, which I will say, walking in there at first, it is a bit uncanny. You kind of go in and you're just kind of taken back by everything. And also the owner was sitting there and she was painting a doll and it's like a fully naked giant red baby with its fucking balls out. And I was kind of like, oh, whatever. But it was just cool seeing the process of like, oh yeah. We asked her about like, you know, what kind of clientele do you have? And she was awesome. She was like, oh no, it's mostly collectors. Social media, it likes to dramatize and like, oh, it's for people who are going through X, Y, and Z, which is probably true. But I think a lot of people, it's like just the same shit with like collecting Beanie Babies and stuff. And to be fair, the more time we spent in there and just talked to her and just kind of like got a feel for how long she's been in business and stuff, the more normal everything became. So much so that by the end we were like, oh, this is sick. And we bought 2 of our own dolls. So without further ado, I would like to tell you of some of the newer additions to the Papa Meat family here. Beautiful baby Modine. Hello, baby. Go ahead, have a blinking contest with them. You'll win. I've tried many times. Look at him. He's a little pinky. He got a little hand. God damn, Modine, you gotta get your hair fixed up. You got burpee? You got burp? Modine, you got a burp? He loves this. This is his favorite game. This is his favorite game. And last but not least, joining our beautiful family is my little son, Pepper. Sorry, let me take off his deal. Look at him, Pepper. This is his happy dance. Oh, Pepper, look at you go. Pepper just loves to dance. I'm not even moving him. This is him doing it himself. Whoa! This is crazy. It's silicone. Let me tell you, we're talking about being a police officer and grabbing it. The silicone makes it feel like skin. I mean, the weight distribution, everything, it feels so real. The weight of everything, like when you're holding it, the head weighs a little more.
Look at his head. Look at all those veins. You gotta hold his neck. You have to hold his neck.
Motherfucker, go, dude. It's kind of fun, actually. So let it be done. So let it be done. Ooh, I'm creeping dead. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa. Awesome.
Hello?
Hello, Mother.
How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing a video on internet scams right now, and I was wondering, can you talk to me about that guy at all?
Oh, God, yes. Well, it was on a first free dating website, but it just started out as a friendly thing, just somebody like online to talk to, and they suck you in. And when you're looking back, it was kind of like a romance novel kind of talk, like women like, but you know, it's not a normal conversation per se. But just all these nice little innuendos and things, and then just goes into what he does for a living. And then it was always some kind of like looking into it, some kind of oil rig. You're in another country. You're working for the military. It's secret kind of vibe. And, you know,
How serious?
they're making tons of money, probably tons of money, but it's very secretive. It's very, and he's always widowed. Unfortunate mishap of the spouse.
How long did this go on for?
Ugh.
The girl who was scammed out of 120,000, it was 6 months.
No, this probably was like 9. Maybe.
Wow. So
Maybe.
it was it pretty serious? Like, did you like?
Well, for a long time it wasn't, and then it just seemed like for like 6 months it was just talking all the time. Of course, because you know. But then he started talking about meeting and stuff like that, and there'd always be something going on. And I remember showing you pictures, and you know, me not having a clue. You're like, wow, that's not real. But and I was like, I mean, you were nice about it, but you're like, look at this picture. And I had no idea. I'm like, what? And you're like, I mean, just check it out.
Be honest, Mother. Did he get some pictures out of you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Unfortunate. Well, you have any advice for people that are online dating?
Yes, I do. Immediately get offline and try to meet people while you're out and about. Well, that's easier said than done.
Okay.
No.
All right. This is turning into a very bitter. This is turning into a bitter thing. I love you. I'm gonna go.
Okay, I love you. Bye.
Night. Old girl got sent pussy and titty pics to the guy. You know what's f***ed up too is like the ultimate goal is money, whatever, but that's just like a cherry on top for him. You know, it's like a power trip thing too. It's f***ed fucked up. The story revolves around Jeffrey Woods, a 13-year-old boy who moves into a neighborhood with his mother, his father, and brother, Lou. Anytime you see a character is like, I'm 13, I just moved here, you definitely know the author is 13 years old. Just that's a rule of creepypasta. Or it's maybe even like an 11-year-old who's like, man, when I'm 13, I'm gonna be a grown-up. While waiting for the school bus, the two of them get into a brutal fight with a group of bullies. Jeff goes berserk, and he takes down all 3 of them and stabbing 2 of them in the process. Yeah.
Hardcore.
Man, it's hardcore. After fleeing the scene, police officers appear at the doorsteps to question them, and in the end, his brother Lou takes the blame and ends up being sent to juvie. James, why would you let Lou do that? And days go by, depressed and lonely. Jeff is urged by his mother to go to a birthday party for their neighbor Billy. And during the party, Jeff is jumped by the same bullies from before, where he is beaten half to death. Eventually, Jeff snaps. He beats one of the bullies to death and bludgeons another with a towel rack. And in the process, Jeff is covered in alcohol and bleach before being lit on fire by the remaining bully. Lou is released from juvie after the bullies confess to initiating the first assault, just in time to see Jeff in the hospital as his bandages are getting removed. Once removed, it's revealed that Jeff's face is leathery and pale white, his hair is singed black, and his lips are bright red. It's at this point that Jeff snaps, laughing uncontrollably. He thought his new face was perfect. That night, his mother enters the bathroom to see Jeff carving a smile into his cheeks, claiming he wanted to keep smiling when his face got tired. He also burned out his eyelids so he could forever look at his new face. His mother wakes up their dad, telling him to get the gun. Jeff overhears this and guts them both with a kitchen knife. The story ends with Jeff entering Lou's room holding a knife and telling him just to go to sleep. And that's the story of Jeff the Killer. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that's pretty much it. You get a little bit of the Joker in there, you know, very why so serious code. It's cool. It's one of those things, Jeff the Killer, it's out of date, it's cringe. At the same time, and sometimes we have to talk about royalty, right? We're talking about how barbaric these things seem to be. Well, let's talk about the Gooner King. Mysterious man was first spotted in his natural habitat at an AVN Adult Entertainment Expo standing near Black Raw booth. God damn. I want to say right now, we went to the AVNs. We got invited there with Bad Dragon, and it was nothing against, I want to make sure I preface this, nothing against people in the industry. It's a, you know, it is what it is. I was so uncomfortable. I was looking at the floor the entire time. It was just that, it was suffocating. There was too much of it. And two, I was like, this feels wrong. So I just kept kind of like looking at the ground. You like look up for a second, and it'd be like some like kind of like middle-aged guy like putting his like face in a girl's ass, and she's like, eat it. That thing. I didn't care for it. Nick got on a crossdale and got whipped by a dominatrix. It's true. There's all videos on my phone of like little outings like this where I'm like, this will be in a lawsuit later on in my life, I feel like. He was soon identified as J-Man. He's a big adult content fan. Some might say the biggest. And J-Man does not miss a single adult expo or adult award vote.
Look at that photo.
My man, I want to say this right now. That's just a haunting individual. Like when I think of someone, you know, nothing against him. Well, I guess it is kind of against him. Sorry, buddy, but if someone said, yeah, I work at a haunted house, that would be the kind of guy who I'm like, of course. He's like, yeah, my free time I dress up and I like to scare people. Apparently, he is such a frequent visitor to these events that people in the industry recognize him and in general have only positive things to say about the man. Always very respectful and cordial, a true fan and enjoyer of the art. Good man. But the real crowning achievement of this sommelier is his IMDb account with more than 20,000 adult movie reviews on IMDb. At one point, he was the #1 reviewer on the entire website.
What's up, Ghosty? Just chilling
And he's
down.
still active to this day, often posting around 5 reviews daily. How do you find that? There's a lot of stuff out there. How do you even have the bandwidth to find that much new shit? Especially to have it be tagged in with IMDb. God damn. J-Man takes his work very seriously. His deep understanding of the industry and sheer encyclopedia knowledge allows him to craft real, passionate, and informed critical reviews. He's a scholar. He's a scholar. Nick. He looks at the art.
In my streaming career, I shouldn't really be stressed out, but I am. All my jobs are seasonal, and I have no work in the winter at fucking all. I'm very close to getting evicted because I didn't pay my rent, my January rent. So, oh well.
Art, it's actually art. We'd like to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Rocket Money. It's easy to spend money.
Only because I only made $300 over the past 2 months, so Oh well, if I go homeless, it's content.
Now back to the video.
There's a lot of response videos where women are
Get
like,
another
I was
beer.
going into labor, and then nurse was like, that's not possible. The woman would like put their
pull my
hands on their
laptop off
vaginas
the
and be like, I
desk
can
'cause I
feel
have
the
a water
baby's
cable.
head coming
my
through.
God. Imagine
I already
feeling
pulled
your
my
baby's
laptop off
head
the
before
desk
the
already
doctor.
like 3
Imagine
times.
reaching down there and you're just like, there he is. Do you think you accidentally poked too hard, make a dent in the baby's head?
Oh.
That's what my mom did to me. And she broke my clavicle when I was a baby. We had to talk about nurses. My mom, I mean, she's not a nurse or anything, but when I was a baby, my clavicle broke. It's like you hold your baby under the armpits like that, and she'd dig her goddamn bony witch thumbs into my chest. And she's like,
What's wrong with my baby? Why are you crying so much?
I don't know if I've ever even talked about it. You know how many times in my life I've talked to my mom and been like, I'm in a rough spot.
She's like, you're being crazy.
You know, can't be happy every day and
No.
cheerful
Broke my
every
foot.
day.
She made me walk on my foot. It was
Oh
broken
well.
for a week.
Just take some ice to school. It's just
Oh, shit.
swollen.
And I went and saw the x-ray.
Shit.
Foot just completely bone completely
Just lost
snapped.
a little
Complained a
bit.
week about stomach pains. And she's like,
You're just trying to get out of school.
my appendix ruptured inside my body.
Oh no. Shit. I just lost a little plastic thing on my earphone. One sec, let me find it. Okay, oh, here it is. Here we go. I don't know how it ended up under my ass, but
How are you still alive?
I don't know. I'm so tired. I don't know. I'm just exhausted by it all.
Took my first bite of today. 29-year-old male.
I like to think he was like this. Yeah, he's got like a little dish of it. He's cutting it like a scone.
Flaky. I've had a scat kink for years, but never really tried to taste any. I always wanted that first experience to be a
Ew.
woman feeding me. Like her poop?
I was picturing like he's under a girl's
yeah,
that called
scat
something?
is-
scat fetish.
No, but it's like when someone shits on your chest. Isn't that called something? Cleveland
Steven
Steamer.
Cleaver.
Yeah.
He wanted someone
Yeah,
to just make a little
Steven
mud pie,
Cleveland
little moon pie on his
Steamer.
face. Okay.
But I
Steamer.
haven't had much luck finding a partner over the years. It was honestly just
Kind of makes sense, dude. If people have a foot fetish, that people are going to have a shit fetish too. Kind of makes sense, man.
kind of
The
spur.
feet are the dirtiest part of the body. The shit's the waste of your body. Kind of makes sense, dude. They go hand in hand. It's like leveling up.
of the moment. I was sitting around, kind of horny and having to take a dump. A fantastic combination.
Ooh, God. Yeah, exactly.
I decided to take myself into the bathroom so I could unload into my hand and have something to huff as I jerked off. As soon as I brought it up to my face, my body was just kind of acting on its own, and I took a fairly large mouthful.
I hate reading this because you ever read something like this, you smell it, and like you like almost like your mouth is salivating in a weird way, and it tastes like. Ugh. I just want to bring this point up because I have made it very clear that my rage for cyclists knows no bound, and I'm going to try to give you some facts and mostly opinions, on why you should share the same hatred too. I'm angry. You should be too. The main goal of critical mass is to essentially send a message to drivers that the streets belong to
negative
more than
14
just
outside.
them. Because of this, part of the event is to irritate drivers for being selfish and for not sharing the space. By being selfish and being a petty piece of shit who has to dress in the nylon thing with the alien helmet and ride around with their gay
Yeah,
friends.
those guys are assholes, dude. That's one reason why I don't want to drive ever in my life. Other than I have a fear of driving because of sudden death. After playing Need for Speed Most Wanted and sideswiping those cars that carry fucking logs. Yeah. I have a fear of driving. But that was cyclist, dude. I feel like one's gonna piss me off and I'll end up killing him or something. So it's good I'll never drive. Hopefully I can become a big streamer and hire a driver and give somebody a job. That's the goal.
Keep the gay in. I'm saying gay is in not cool, not homosexual, Nick. This is likely because there was no proper accommodating infrastructure to allow cyclists to travel safely alongside traffic. Probably because when people were building cities, they never thought, God, there's gonna be freaks roaming the streets on 2 wheels, riding around. Everyone else in the world is in cars. Anything for bikes, that person was probably stoned to death. Anybody back in the day who's like, what about bikes? What about bicycles? They probably took one of those, like, the stone slings and they're like, you know what I mean? Whoosh. 2 cyclists cyclists were chased down and shot at during a charity event. Cyclists took part in a 16-mile
Yeah.
ride to end hunger charity event.
Shot. What the fuck?
A 16-mile ride to end hunger. I think
And
by
then
the
they
end of
got
this,
shot.
there's going to be a lot of full bellies. Let's go, guys.
They biked 16
Which angered
miles and they got shot.
66-year-old David
Damn.
Earl Buston. He was fed up with the cyclist taking up room on the road, getting in the way. He quickly swerved around them, attempting to force them off the road. Instead of going on about his day, he decided to get back at them for inconveniencing him. Buston parked his car and loaded a Winchester Model
Holy
1300
shit.
shotgun. He shot 3 rounds toward the passing cyclist and missed every shot.
Oh yeah, there's a group in there's a
He
group
was
in
found
my
by police
city
in
called the Neon Riders that ride around with like they ride around at nighttime with like neon lights all over their bikes. Yeah.
He was found by police and taken into custody,
bike
later being
gang.
charged with first-degree assault and reckless endangerment. What a f***ing dipshit. How can you be that angry? Like, don't get me wrong, I hate cyclists, don't get me wrong, but to pull over and just be like, I'm gonna kill him. And then you go about, you miss every shot, what are you, a f***ing moron? My God. My boy is beaten off. A man got covered in lava while he was beating it. To like the entryway of a door. Yeah, he got up for the day. He's getting ready to like walk out of his house and he's like, oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh. Punkavius? Huh? Oh!
Yeah,
I'm
next
guessing it would probably
RuneScape stream I
evaporate.
need to
What
do.
if he-
Next RuneScape stream I need to organize my bank and make a bank video because everyone else is making a bank video. I'm gonna name it the RuneScape's most dirtiest bank. Or no, RuneScape's most unorganized bank. Or something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Rigged, shot it up, and it also froze with it like strands, like an icicle.
Yeah, probably instant steam.
Oh yeah, you breathed in his face. Oh, got that spunky gas. Oh,
What if he did it on his belly?
ooh,
Your gas, you could see the detail.
my God, that's 2,000-year-old jisms if I've ever seen it. A Japanese man recounts his experience at a Yu-Gi-Oh event where he overheard a woman expressing that this was her very first tournament. And already you know that sentence is gonna end in a different way. He noticed that she left the event early. First off, I want to say, why was he scouting her so
Yeah,
much?
So let me try to do something here. I plan on going for world's first Toa clear in a hammock. And there's one more thing I want to do: organize my bank. I plan. I plan on going for world's first Toa clear in my hammock. And also making a bank video for the world's most unorganized bank. And then organizing my bank. Hopefully today.
I bet he was like, oh, she's so beautiful. I bet she's the only girl.
No,
there.
like one of the only girls there. He's just like. He noticed that she left the event early, and then he even made a tweet about it later, talking about his, his frustrations with the aggressive nature of Yu-Gi-Oh players, making it too hard for new players to come in. They're bullying people out of the game, god damn it. His tweet went, I still think, I hope people don't come to hate Yu-Gi-Oh. If you're a man, please be a little bit kinder to women, even if it's just a little bit. It sounds bad to say I'm going easy on you, so if I'm up against a man, I'll beat him to a pulp, no matter if he's a beginner or whatever. When the other person is a woman, hey, if there are more female duelists, there will only be benefits for men. So please support us. So it is, he's like, if it's a woman, I will tip my cap and say, my lady, let's just have some fun and not be competitive. Is that what he's saying? Oh, this guy's a douche. Also, that makes the whole thing about him watching her so much more creepy, doesn't it? Where were you going, my love? Are you leaving so soon? But this post gained a lot of traction, and eventually the woman being referred to in the post found the tweet and responded to it. I saw this because it was circulating, but considering the circumstances, it might have been me, but I left halfway through because I couldn't stand the smell. It's not like I lost or was sad. I like how she's just like, it's a game. I was there because people were shitting their pants, and it just smelled like salty peanut butter and shame. And then no wonder the numbers of female duelists aren't increasing. There are some stinky female duelists. She's like, there's some stinky pussy out there too, boys, don't worry. I like to think if I was a woman, credit card swipe, like that, and I'd say, I play my... yeah, okay, whatever. Put a disclaimer up as don't do this, what I'm actually saying. I'm joking 100%. Unironically, go into a bathroom, slip and fall, and sue the fuck out of the company. Everyone go to an Olive Garden and just fucking start tripping. There's wine on the floor. That's what you need to do. Operation Olive Garden. Everyone go into an Olive Garden, trip us somewhere, and say you fell on some red wine, and then cut me in on 20% of the profit. It's fair. 20%? It's not bad, dude. Is it illegal? Is this illegal what I'm doing?
Not if it's a joke in Minecraft.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just joking. Don't actually go there and like slip and fall and scream in pain, like really sell it. Have them call an ambulance, because if they call, then they're at fault because, you know, you didn't call. They did because they're that, you know, afraid for you. But don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it.
Or, this is one of my favorites, is the finger found in custard. In 2005,
Don't do it.
Clarence Stowers was eating dessert from Cole's frozen custard when he suddenly realized he was sucking and licking on an amputated index finger. Like he's just like, What? When asked for a comment, he said, quote,
I thought it was candy because they put candy in your ice cream or whatever to make it a treat.
the fuck are you talking about? How old are you? How old is this man? Clarence, aren't you 56?
Yeah, I'm just a kid though. I'm like a little kid.
He told a Wilmington television station on Sunday, quote,
So I proceeded to put the object in my mouth, got all the ice cream off of it, and spit it in my hand.
Pretty accurate the way you just did.
what was this? He's like, like rolling around you. Which also, if you thought it was candy, why would you spit it into your hand?
Wait.
He's sitting in his booth. My fucking finger's all wet. He began screaming at the top of his lungs after realizing what had happened. Later, he declined any calls asking further comments as he began hiring a lawyer. He kept the finger in his possession to be used as evidence. What a creepy fucking weirdo. He was later discovered that the finger belonged to Brandon Pfizer, an employee who had a serious accident on the job. Holy shit. He had dropped an entire bucket of custard and lunged over to catch it, but his finger got caught in a custard mixing machine. It chopped off his finger at his first knuckle. So this is a full finger. Wow. As his co-workers were assisting him, an employee scooped up custard containing his finger and served it to a customer. Like, the guy's like screaming,
God.
"Oh!" There was one guy who's just like,
Fuck.
like not even giving a that guy. He's always screaming on the job. This is my favorite one though, is Ozempic dreams. This is some real nightmare shit. As soon as you take Ozempic, you start having sleep paralysis. That's when the Hat Man visits you. That's when the Ozempic clowns by your bedside. Many people have reported having strange and vivid dreams while taking Ozempic, and some believe it is due to the gut hormone produced by the drug that has receptors on the brain, altering people's minds in their dream state. And this is a couple users' comments on it. They're pretty funny.
The first dream I had, I caught my fiance cheating and stabbed him in his sleep.
Then I woke up and I realized I wasn't dreaming at all. By the time I woke up, I felt like I hadn't slept because the dream was so vivid and long. I am fully under the impression that was someone confessing to a murder. Oh my God, yes! I've only been on it for 6 weeks and had nightmares more than I've ever had. I've just recently dreamed my ex-husband and my husband had both died of heart attacks. You becoming a fucking oracle. She has a death note. 40 seconds. They're gone. Isn't that right, Ryuk? That fucking Ryuk does look like an Ozempic patient, doesn't he?
During my second week, I started having really scary, vivid nightmares.
Same here. I'm awake since 5:20 a.m. Sames! Like being held hostage and killing my cats. Like what? These are all confessions. 150%. I don't know. I'm beating my cats with spoons and hammers. Who else has been awake since 5:20 last week? So we went to go shop. We're at a crosswalk of all of these like stores. I think it was called the store was called Animate. And we were at this crosswalk in between there, and there was like some other little like vinyl figure shops. Everywhere has like little anime statues and stuff. And we all reconvene. Hey, we're outside here so we can all meet up. And Allison's to my left, Harry is beside her, Jono, and then Nick is beside me. From behind Harry, there's a man hunched over, and he has a Donkey Kong tropical freeze bag, like a tote bag. Like, you know, like one of those plastic tote bags. And it's thrown over his shoulder like this, and he's bent over, and he's looking around. He has this face mask on, and he's kind of looking around like this, whatever, which isn't out of the ordinary because the amount of people in Japan that walk like a creature from Dagon is normal. People are bent over, they're all fucked up. I'm guessing it's just like a lot of walking through your life, a lot of like physical labor and stuff. I don't know. I just know that it's like the older they are, they crumble up like paper. So when he was standing there, they didn't really pay too much attention to it. But this is where shit hits the fan. He's peeking around with his face mask on, and then he looks over at us, and his eyes kind of widen a bit. And he kind of starts shuffling. You can kind of hear it in his like sandals. He's like wearing like some fucking slides. Shh. Shh. Everyone else is talking to each other, and I'm really the only guy closing in to where this guy's going to walk through our group and make some statement. Which there was some stuff where it was like either we were on the wrong side of the sidewalk. There were so many different like rules and stuff to where people will bump into you and they'll like be like fuck off. And you know, there's probably a big thing of people being like, why the fuck are there so many tourists here? I want to fucking put a bolt in their head. Hey, I'm right there with you, buddy. So at first, like I said, I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna walk right through our group. And I'm like, okay. And I take like a step back. Well, Midwest hospitality. Go ahead. But he doesn't walk through our group. He goes right up behind Harry. By the time that he gets really close to Harry, everyone notices it besides Harry because he's standing behind Harry. So everyone kind of stops talking and he goes up to Harry and he gets really close to Harry's face. I mean, like maybe 3 inches. I mean, it was really close. And his mask is on and his eyes get really wide. Wide, like he is like looking into the depths of his soul. He looks at Harry and he does, "I sorry." he goes, "I sorry." And he's looking at him and he keeps looking at him and they're both just looking at each other. And then he just finally and starts shuffling off, and it's slow, real slow. And of course we turn to each other and we're like, what in the fuck is that? We turn back. The guy's gone. He's gone. We looked over for 3 seconds, 4 seconds, maybe. He's gone. There's some people. Oh, maybe got lost in the crowd. No way. He was going so slow to where it's almost like we turned away and he'd have to have dead sprinted.
So I was gonna say, once he saw you guys look away.
So this begins now the list of things that confirm that we were cursed. I don't know if there is something where a curse can be transmitted from like marking somebody with his eyes, like by just looking at this guy and we all looked at him, we were cursed. I don't know. It's a very superstitious culture. I'll say that. So who knows? Guild member, instead of just going, hey, this isn't really working out for me anymore, put thanks for having me for 2+ years, guild quitting. He faked their own death and then 3 months later logged in to G quit all their tunes and realm transfer. I read that as if like, I thought I was like reading Latin after a while. What the f does G quit all their tunes mean?
Tunes are characters, so he probably had multiple characters in the guild, and so he logged in real quickly, G quit, so guild quit, and then realm transferred them off completely.
Why does that, why did he just do that to begin with?
It was probably didn't want to hurt their feelings.
Oh, he did. So he did it because he's like, oh, if they do that, they're gonna think I don't like them anymore.
Yeah, he probably also stole a bunch of shit in the guild too.
We might not have the full story here. Okay. I never was in a guild. I just would just play with my friends online. I didn't know the guilds were such a big deal.
I'd play by myself and just raid.
You just raid by yourself?
And then I was a 14, so I never talk and vent. So I just type everything because I was scared.
You were afraid to speak on. I guess I could see that too. I never had a game mic. I feel like I'd just be in the room with them and you talk that. You know what I mean?
I used to be a clicker. That's a sin, a cardinal sin in WoW. You're never supposed to click. But I was a hunter, so I just had to do a rotation.
I don't know what the f you're saying. Like, I don't know what clicker means.
Clicking is where you have your abilities on the bar, is where you take your mouse and go over and click the...
Oh.
Instead of clicking 1, 2, 3, or A, B, or whatever.
Yeah. I do that still to level up in League, and people freak out at that. I'm not keyboard savvy, so I'm always like, eh. And I can't multitask it. I don't know, I'm a fucking idiot. But according to the stalker, he did so because he believed J-Lo wanted him to, quote, spread his seed throughout the world.
So he's gonna spread it on the lawn.
Miracle Grow. Neighbors notice him wandering around with probably with a fucking hard cock beating off. They're like, hey, there's a guy beating off in our neighbor's yard. I can't even imagine what I'd do if I walk outside and I just saw a guy beating off and like coming on the grass. I mean, how would you even process it? Would you even intervene? I feel like I'd
Call
just
the
be like,
cops.
oh, that's true. I was literally getting ready to say, I'd probably just be like shut my blinds. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to get in the middle of things. Or we can talk about my boy Daniel Ohib Shalom. There's no way I'm saying, is that how you say that?
Daniel Ohib Shalom.
That is in New York City, maybe.
That's the
Ohib
most Jewish
Shalom.
name I've
I
ever
do
heard.
not think I'm saying that right. Daniel Ohib Shalom is infamously known as one of the worst landlords in New York City for years of neglect given to his properties.
Daniel Oheb Shalom's apartments are notorious for deplorable conditions.
He already has a reputation. Daniel Ohib Shalom, they're just like, don't stay at his place, whatever you do. It was so bad that he was given jail time after accruing 700 plus housing violations on top of harassing tenants constantly. I hate this motherfucker. He would refuse to make repairs to the point that the doors no longer had working locks and the walls themselves were falling apart. And you can see some of the photos here. I like how he's just like, I'm not gonna repair it. And we're raising the rent. They put a Chipotle down the block. I'm raising the rent. That's kind of landlord I want to be. I saw a Chick-fil-A, a Raising Cane's, and a Chipotle while raising the rent. There's a Costco 2 miles away. I saw your Honda Civic pull in. I know you're gonna drive that while raising the rent. It was believed that the landlords wanted to create living conditions horrible enough to force everyone to leave so that he could renovate and sell the buildings at a higher value. Is that fun? Did you like that? If you don't like it, leave. You know what he's going to do to sell it for a higher value? He's going to go to Home Depot and be like, what's the cheapest sink? And they're like, that one? He's like, I'll take like 12 of them.
Do the landlord special, baby.
Landlord special. Paint it over. There's cracks in the wall. All right, it's good to go. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering and drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, a giant Melrod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones are being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones.
I take a piss on a beer. That's a jet.
And perfect films.
Where they watch these perfect films.
I was also just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so you have to bring a portable DVD player too? Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries, though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm going to buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently, he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new, customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're going to be so impressed with
It's finally about Crackdown. Oh no, that'll be bad.
evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's going to hire
That
me.
shit is
Shorts
so
was convicted
shit,
yet
God.
again, prompting prison management to become more
Truth
aware
until I
of how
can go
new
to
tech
sleep,
could be utilized
waking up
to
in the
smuggle stuff
Paragon
into
September
prisoners.
1st.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think
The world's
DJI drones have 4 propellers.
World's first TOA in a hammock. And then I gotta clean up my bank and make a bank video. Or make a bank video for the world's most unorganized bank. And then clean it up.
This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been on a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know
I
how
guess
the
the
guards
best
didn't
one
realize
is
this
Gold
was
Star
happening.
making
Also,
more
like
money than
all these, look
Jaguar.
at all these windows.
The
Is everyone
big
just like,
jackpot.
Darius,
Damn.
the highest-ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. I thought if you take a prison photo, you have to like look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly. What if they're poly couples? In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider
American
getting a
jail
phone.
is
Which
so
you want to think
easy.
today's? No kidding. I just
Go
want
to
to know
Canada.
what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh, just does. Come
Darius.
on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm gonna try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on. In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, he's playing the system now.
What a
That's
good
one thing that I
lawyer.
guess Roblox and a lot of new games have is you get to hear the real anguish in a child's voice whenever something wrong happens in a
That's
game.
so
And it fills me with so
smart,
much joy.
Oh yeah.
If you bang the fucking guards in jail, you can say you can't consent because you're a prisoner. Fuck, that's so genius.
It's nice. It's not only confined to you as a child anymore. You get to just hear the anguish of other children getting scammed out of pixelated, I don't know, fedoras or something like that. And some scammers, however, resort to creating their own experiences promising free Robux, only to program
Robux,
in-game
free
prompts that
Robux.
convince players to put in sensitive information. You
Yeah,
want a
scam
reward?
little
Put
kids.
in your Wells Fargo bank information. Your
Like, put in
mom,
your
go find
mom's
out what
bank
it is.
account.
Really? Yeah, your social security. Your mom and dad's marriage certificate. Their license uploaded as a PDF. Really? Okay. Take a picture of your mom. Take a picture of your mom's panties and upload it to
Take
the
a
drive.
picture of your mom and her ID
Upload
and
it to the
upload it.
Roblox cloud. There are plenty of ways the game pushes people to spend money in Roblox, which is easy to do for children who aren't spending their own money in the game, right? When you have mommy and daddy's credit card, Roblox is a good time.
That's what my nephew's doing to my brother.
Oh, dude.
I want a $40 tank. He was like bugging me.
Dude, I was on the phone with you. Or I heard you on the phone when he was like begging you.
Yeah. He's like, please download this game. Click the link. At first, he told me to buy it. He's like, you need to buy it. I was like, no.
Dude, it's every child's right to be able to beg and bitch and complain to their relatives. I remember when I was a kid, I was probably 14 at the time. I remember the Super Nintendo just came out. I
I
wrote my
started
mom a
playing
note,
Soul
slipped under the
Calibur
door.
for
Dear
PS2.
mom,
That was my
if you
first
buy me
online
this
experience,
Nintendo, I will literally
was
never
fucking
ask for
awesome.
anything
Playing
ever
some
again in
shit.
my fucking life.
Fucking awesome.
Please, mom, please. I think everyone's had that one experience before in their life because you're too much of a coward to face them in person. Hundreds of Roblox experiences relating to Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy easily got past their moderation filters, allowing games like Escape to Epstein Island and Diddy Party to run uninterrupted for a long, long time.
That's just trolls, though.
Fuck.
It's just a funny meme.
I mean, it is, but it's still, whenever there's so
It
much
is,
other
but they
actual
should take it
pedophilia
down.
going on the side, it's just one of those things where it's like, really? That's just not a filter? So you can have a game called Escape to and also Escape to Epstein's Island. The thumbnail is goddamn. Other vulgar games include experiences such as beat up homeless outside 7-Eleven simulator or beat up the pregnant.
Jesus. Roblox is crazy, dude. Holy shit.
Children are the most cruel, just unbelievably evil people on the planet. They just have no filter, so they're just like, yeah, I'm beating up the homeless outside of 7-Eleven. Me and my friends are gonna log on to beat up the pregnant women server. And your mom's just like, okay, and just shuts the door. One employee states that he endured repeated visions of some of the more disturbing texts, like a man having the dog in the presence of a young child.
Jesus. God damn.
Gotta get those AI machines to learn somehow, right, boys? Here's $1.32 an hour. Thanks for that. Yeah, hey, you know what? For you, you're gonna get an extra chicken thigh today at lunch. Don't tell the others. Other employees were tasked with reading erotic online stories. Me too. In one case, a Batman fanfiction. In one case, a Batman fanfiction in which Robin is sexually assaulted by the villains.
Holy shit, dude. Jesus Christ.
Robin! No! Sorry, Batman, but it looks like this bird's about to be plucked. No! I bet the other guy's pissed. That's all? You read about Robin getting his sucked by the Joker? She'd been going to bee acupuncture sessions monthly for 2 years and experienced no adverse side effects. Bee acupuncture, dude? Maybe it is a holistic thing where it's like, it's a bee, not big pharma. It's not big icy hot. In a social setting, would you say that out loud? Proudly? I don't think I'd tell anybody. Hey, oh, I gotta go. Where are you going? Hey, you gotta go get the bee acupuncture. Because you know what it also kind of sounds like? Sounds like somebody just puts bees on your body.
I bet you that's what they do. They take live bees and just...
Do you think so? How the fuck are you going to catch a bee and then sit it down and be like, stinger? I bet you they have the bee venom, and I bet you they dip a little bit of it. Don't shake your head. Listen to me. I listened to your stupid bee thing. Listen to me. They dip it a little bit in a little jar, and they poke it in, but it's very minuscule. That seems more plausible than a guy like in a room full of bees spraying some of that fumigating dust everywhere. The person's like, laying on the bed. Shh. Yeah, this gets them real horned up.
Editor, who's right?
If it's Nick, I'm gonna kill myself. If it's Nick, put a gun to my head and shoot me. But let's shift gears. There's a car. From down south and go up north. What I mean by that is, let's talk about the Uber driver that assaulted a man for burping.
This is something. We had a similar thing in LA. Remember the Uber driver
Up north in Canada, right?
We unfortunately went to VidCon one year, and we were staying in LA, but we took an Uber up to Anaheim. The entire drive, which that was a long drive. You just get to there. Which at first I thought, isn't that a sign of a heart attack too? It's some sign of, like, maybe not a stroke, but there's something to where, I mean, it was every 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Yeah, keep clearing his throat like, I wish I could force burps. Whatever, the whole time.
Wasn't he like falling asleep too?
It was a really kind of shitty car, and we were in the back like, please don't kill us. That was also one of the guys too, or no. I'm thinking of Austin. When that guy stopped in the middle of the highway. Me and Nick were in Austin, and this guy, Uber driver, stopped in the middle of the highway so he didn't miss his exit, and cars were like zooming past, and we were like, you can't stop here! You can't stop! And he's like, whatever, it was anyways, what are we talking? The burping guy. Shortly after entering the vehicle, Mr. Bender burped, and after excusing himself, the driver became irate and started ranting and yelling that he hates Americans and homosexuals and a number of other derogatory comments. One burp just sets off the motherfuckers. The gays! The goddamn gays! Fuck! The guy's like... It'd be funny if he had like a Sprite too in his hand. He was afraid to drink the Sprite after that.
Do you still take the Uber ride after that?
You have to. Well, this is middle of the drive.
Oh, I thought it was like right as he went in.
Listen, dude, I've had a lot of extremely offensive like old dudes in LA, when you pick them up, they're just like, yep, got the big man back in the office. So maybe we can get some of these hits and days and whatever out of this goddamn city. And you're just like...
Yeah, I can log in his
on the way it's like a fucking like coffee shop or bakery or whatever, and I'm like, I just wanted a scone, man. like, I'm not trying to get... It's too early to be fucking ranting and raving about this. If anything, I just do, oh,
I mean, they haven't been banning anybody over the fucking holidays, so it's about time to ban somebody.
I feel you, man. 34-year-old Jose Emmanuel,
Romero Fat?
Romero Fat? Romero Fat. What if it's Romero Fat? I cannot say Romero Fat. Had prior history with arrest for not having a valid license, being arrested a total of 3 times. And just after getting off probation, he decided to drive for Uber. He had picked up 2 passengers, and during the ride, a police officer tried to pull him over at a traffic stop after seeing that he had modified exhaust system. Jose, in response, decided to peel out and begin a high-speed chase. That would suck to be a fucking passenger in that.
I cannot go back to prison, Holmes.
Cut! Cut it out! He reached up to 120... Okay, we cannot keep that... I cannot. He reached up to 120 miles per hour with passengers panicking in the back seat. Police officers used stop sticks to pierce his tires, but he kept on speeding down the highway. The passengers were begging him to stop and let them out, but he refused to comply. No way. After his tires started to give out, he rushed out of the vehicle only to be tased and arrested soon after. His new charges include fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer with lights and sirens active, resisting law enforcement without violence, and, once again, driving without a valid driver's license. Honestly, bro, would have just pulled over. Would have just pulled over and been like, I f***ed up, man. Because now what? You're looking at serious prison time. A farmer named John Aarons decided to play a prank on his new wife of several months. The plan was to dress up as a tramp, which was a phrase used to describe a homeless person back in the day.
Lady in the Tramp.
Lady in the Tramp. I also thought it was, I thought it was a whore.
Yeah, tramp stamp.
That's how they mark the homeless. Yeah. We're going to put this right above your buttocks. Tramp. There it is. He got in his disguise, complete with a white mask, and knocked on the door for the big surprise. She answered the door, and John loudly ordered her to make him dinner as a joke. Make me dinner! His wife was so horrified by what seemed like an aggressive stranger that she fainted and fell to the floor. She died an hour later, and it had filled him with so much grief that he later threatened to take his own life. I like it. It's like he threatened it. He's like, I'm gonna do it. We're like, no, you're not. And he's like, okay. I'll be honest though. That's, you know, she's got a little pigeon heart. It's just a joke, honey. That's her realizing it for a second. And then just dying. If it wouldn't have been that, it probably would have been something else, right?
I was picturing she got scared, smacked her head, and then she bled out.
Well, that's what I thought, dude. No, it's just she literally got frightened. She was like, oh, I bet slowly moved to the ground and then curled up in a ball and just seized.
How long do you think he like took to respond? Because this is the 1800s.
I think if it was the 1800s, I think while she's falling, he's like, all the way down to the ground. She's like curled up in a ball like, he's like, just get up. I'm actually hungry. You've actually pissed me off now. Get up. Because I would assume if he was just like, make me dinner. She's like, oh. He's like, oh, I'm just joking. Oh, I think that he was at full edit. He's like, he's like dancing and shit. I'm a psycho. I'm gonna eat your soul. It was unrelenting. Stop. And that's what he doesn't tell other people. She's like, really? Just because you scared her? He's like, yeah. I don't know what happened. That is weird.
Do you think after this he pulled another prank in his life, or was he like, I'm done with pranks?
I think he's like, I'm done with pranks, but I bet you he's the kind of guy he has been tempted. He like walks into a house and it's like no one heard him yet, and he like sees the person washing dishes. He pulls out the mask for a second. Nick, play the character of the person making the Reddit post.
My husband has racked up a lot of debt. Nearly 100,000 buying Pokemon cards.
$100,000 in debt from Pokemon cards?
That's like an addict.
20K of it was paid off, but since then he's racked up another 27K since December.
Imagine plowing through 70,000 in debt.
When he's like, I gotta talk to you about something. We got 27,000 more to pay off.
Thank God.
Get a loan and buy a whole bunch of Pokemon cards and hopefully hit a big card. If not, then you're fucked.
You're so good at sex. You're literally perfect in every other way except the Pokemon cards.
I know nothing about these cards or industry.
I know nothing about these cards. It's just all Japanese. I don't know what it is.
But I need a way for him to not have the ability to buy anymore. How can I get rid of what he already has? What can I do to physically stop him from buying any more.
I would say, like, the obvious salute, leave this person. This is the segment is now me just responding to the Reddit post. I'm gonna give you the solution. Right answers only. Leave this person. All right, with a surprise, he has Big John send home Rodeo almost instantaneously.
Oh no, you couldn't even eliminate her yourself.
Brett sends her home with dignity. He's basically just like, go see your baby boy. But she's like, I don't know if I want to leave, Brett. Whatever. And he like basically walks her out to, he hasn't walked any girl out to the door. He walks her all the way out the door, gives her a kiss. Go ahead. Put her up on the sloppy seconds board. God.
Oh.
Oh! Even before it's done.
Oh yeah.
You don't even know who's getting done, who else is done, because the next person is Brandy C. He sends Brandy C home, which I will say Brandy C. No, Rodeo's better. Brandy C has the worst voice in the entire show.
That's true.
Let's see. Wait, what the fuck? U.S. captures Venezuela leader after overnight strikes. Maybe that's why JX is attacking them. Laws that exist because one terrible incident. Okay. Oh, the honey people are still talking about the honey scam. The honey scam is worse than I thought. Not in a year ago. What the fuck?
Zach's law means that trolling anybody deliberately with the intention of causing them seizures is now a criminal offense.
The crime was so shocking, a law was created in Rachel Hoffman's name.
Innocent people were poisoned to death for no reason.
Some laws were created in moments of panic. Something went wrong and people scrambled to make a law to prevent it from ever happening again. Today we're doing a deep dive into laws that only exist because of one incident. We'll start with the lighter stories and save the worst for last. My goal is still the same, guys, to increase the number of videos I put out without sacrificing quality. To do that, we gotta keep growing. So it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my very best that I can for you. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome. Rachel's Law. Rachel's Law exists because a young woman trusted the police, and that trust cost her her life. The law is named after a 23-year-old Rachel Hoffman. In 2008, Rachel graduated from Florida State University. She was young and full of dreams. She wanted to attend culinary school and become a chef. Her mother later described her like this.
She was beautiful, she was talented, she loved music.
But Rachel had a secret. She occasionally used substances.
Rachel was a pothead, and Rachel sold marijuana to her friends out of her home.
That same year she graduated, Rachel's neighbors smelled pot coming from her apartment. They called the police. Officers arrived and searched her home. Inside, they found pot.
And we found roughly a quarter pound of marijuana. It was present during a search warrant, for sure.
And if you were to hold that, how much would that be?
Baggie. A bag.
Rachel was arrested. She was facing a possible prison sentence. That meant her dream of becoming a chef was a risk. She was desperate for a way out. That's when the police made her a dangerous offer. Rachel was given two choices. She could fight the charges in court and risk prison, or she could work for the police as an informant. Afraid of losing everything, Rachel agreed to go undercover. In May 2008, detectives gave her an assignment. Police were investigating two suspected drug dealers, but they didn't have enough evidence to arrest them. That's where Rachel came in. They asked her to pose as a buyer. She would meet the suspects in a park and purchase substances from them. Rachel was nervous, but detectives assured her that she wouldn't be alone. They promised that 18 officers would be nearby watching the park. Once the deal was done, police would move in and make arrests. Then Rachel would go home, make dinner for her friends, or go to a movie. The detectives gave Rachel $13,000 and put a listening device in her purse. She was now part of an undercover operation.
Somehow, Rachel Hoffman ended up on the front lines of the biggest drug bust in the history of Tallahassee's police department.
On the day of the meeting, Rachel met the suspects at the park, but they had a different plan. The suspects told her to follow them to a new location. Police tried to warn Rachel not to go, but technical issues prevented her from actually receiving that message. She got into her car and drove off. Police tried to follow, but they lost sight of her. That was the last time she was seen alive. Rachel and the two suspects arrived at the new location, but they never planned to sell her anything. Their real goal was to steal her money. Then one of them noticed the listening device. The situation turned deadly. They realized Rachel was working with the police. Before she could escape, the suspects ended her. 2 days later, police arrested the suspects.
Investigators from the Tallahassee Police Department had Mr. Green and Mr. Bradshaw transported back to Tallahassee. They led us to Ms. Hoffman's body. She is deceased.
Both men were sentenced to life in prison. Rachel's tragedy caused outrage nationwide. Many people questioned how a young, inexperienced woman was sent into such a dangerous situation. The answer was obvious. At the time, there were almost no laws protecting police informants. That needed to change.
The crime was so shocking, a law was created in Rachel Hoffman's name.
In 2009, Florida lawmakers passed Rachel's Law. The law requires police to explain that cooperation does not guarantee reduced charges. It also sets strict limits on how informants can be used. And before anyone agrees to help the police, they must speak with a lawyer. The law can't undo what happened to Rachel, but it helped thousands of informants understand the risks before saying yes. This next law was created because of ordinary people taking Tylenol. The Tylenol bill. In September 1982, Chicago went into panic mode. 7 people passed away after taking ordinary pain medication, but this wasn't bad luck or a mistake. Someone did it on purpose. By the time the truth came out, officials realized a new law was the only way to stop this from happening again. In the early 1980s, Tylenol was the most popular pain reliever in America, but it had a dangerous flaw no one noticed. At the time, Tylenol bottles had no safety seals. There was no foil and no plastic wrap around the bottle. That meant anyone could open a bottle, swap out the pills, and close it again, and no one would ever know. For years, that risk went unnoticed, until one day in September 1982. That morning, a girl named Mary woke up with a sore throat.
12-year-old Mary Kellerman was a student at Jane Addams Junior High in Schaumburg, and according to school officials, she had a cold.
To help her feel better, her parents gave her a Tylenol capsule. A few hours later, Mary collapsed. She didn't survive. At first, no one knew why she passed away. It felt so random, but it was not an isolated case. Later that day in Chicago, Adam Janus developed a headache. He took Tylenol. Moments later, he passed away too. Then things became even worse. When Adam's family heard the news, they gathered at his home to grieve. His brother Stanley was there, along with Stanley's wife, Teresa. While they were mourning, both of them started to feel sick. Since they were at Adam's house, they found his bottle of Tylenol.
His brother and sister-in-law were so upset by his death that they went back to the house and took some Tylenol from the same bottle.
A few hours later, Stanley and Teresa were rushed to the hospital. They both passed away too. Over the next few days, 3 more people across Chicago took Tylenol. They all passed away almost immediately. In total, 7 people passed away within a 3-day period, all under mysterious circumstances. Police launched an investigation. They quickly noticed one thing all the cases had in common. Every victim took Tylenol right before they passed. Local news picked up the story.
3 people are dead and another is in critical condition tonight. One of the victims took the pills he bought to his home.
Panic spread fast. Hospitals were flooded flooded with calls.
The phone has been ringing off the hook at Rush Presbyterian St. Luke's Medical Center in Chicago. It's the regional poison control center for the entire Chicago area.
Anyone who took Tylenol feared they might be next. Luckily, investigators were able to recover the victims' bottles. They tested the capsules. The results were clear. Every capsule in those bottles contained potassium cyanide. It's a poison. Consuming a small amount can be fatal, but those pills contained nearly 3 times the amount needed to end someone. The police immediately warned the public.
Police cruised up and down residential streets, warning all the citizens about the Tylenol danger.
Police struggled to find a pattern. The contaminated pills came from different factories and were sold in different pharmacies around the Chicago area. After investigating, the police reached a conclusion. Someone likely opened random Tylenol bottles.
I guess that's when Advil came out.
They removed the real capsules.
Nobody wants to take Tylenol anymore, so maybe Advil came out.
Back on the shelves. And it was easy because the bottles didn't have safety seals.
We don't know the extent of the contamination, so I think at this time it would be wise not to take extra strength Tylenol at all.
Police alerted Johnson & Johnson, the company behind Tylenol. The company pulled every bottle from shelves nationwide. In total, 31 million bottles were recalled, but the real problem remained. In general, medicine bottles were still easy to open, and whoever was responsible could strike again. So manufacturers made a major change. They redesigned the Tylenol bottles with 3 layers of protection. First, a foil seal over the opening. Second, a tightly sealed cap. Third, a plastic wrap around the bottle's neck. If any seal was broken, consumers would know immediately. This became known as tamper-proof packaging. Other companies followed suit. Soon, every medicine bottle in America had safety seals. But packaging wasn't the only issue. At the time, product tampering was only a state crime. There was no strong federal punishment. That needed to change. In 1983, Congress passed what became known as the Tylenol Bill. The law made product tampering a federal crime. Anyone caught could face anywhere from 10 years in prison to life behind bars. The government hoped this would discourage people from repeating that crime, but it didn't. 3 years later, in 1986, a woman named Stella Nickel wanted to end her husband, so she added deadly pills to his medicine bottle. Her husband passed away, but the police later discovered what she did. Stella Nickel became the first person ever convicted under the new law. She was sentenced to 90 years in prison for product tampering. So every time you see a safety seal on medicine, remember this law. It protects millions of people from getting hurt. This next story is about a tragedy that went down in history. The Station nightclub fire.
Years in prison.
Today, every nightclub in America has sprinklers, but in the early 2000s, many clubs didn't. Back then, sprinklers were not even required by law. One night, more than 400 people walked into a nightclub without sprinklers. What followed was so tragic, it changed fire safety laws forever. In 2003, the Station nightclub
Something had to happen for it to change.
It was owned by 2 brothers. Like many club owners, they wanted to keep noise from leaking outside, so they installed foam padding on the walls to absorb sound. That solved the noise problem, but it also created a much bigger one. The foam lining the walls was highly flammable.
But it was also made of polyurethane, a highly flammable, petroleum-based material. It was installed all around the stage and the dance floor.
But the club owners didn't see it as a serious risk. Over time, the club grew even more popular, and in 2003, a rock band called Great White booked a show there, but one critical detail was overlooked. Great White was known for putting on a pyrotechnic display during their performances. Pyrotechnics are small fireworks usually used to incite crowds. The fireworks meant sparks. Using pyrotechnics inside a foam-lined nightclub was extremely dangerous. On the night of the show, the band's tour manager set up the fireworks. They were placed directly behind the stage. By 11 p.m., the band was performing. About 462 people were inside the club. That alone was a serious problem because the legal capacity was only 404. As the band played, the tour manager lit the fireworks. Sparks shot into the air. The crowd cheered. They had no idea what had just started. The sparks instantly ignited the foam on the wall behind the stage. Flames spread within seconds. At first, some people thought it was part of the show. Then smoke began filling the room. That's when panic set in. Everyone rushed toward the front door. The building actually had 4 exits, but most people didn't know that. They got into the club through the front door, so they all tried to leave the same way. Many never made it out. By the time firefighters arrived, it was too late. Hundreds were injured. More than 100 lost their lives. The authorities launched an investigation. They identified one major issue. The nightclub had no sprinkler system. Sprinklers would have put out the fire, or at least contained it long enough to give everyone time to exit safely. Authorities made sure it could never happen again. In the months that followed, new fire safety laws were created. First, nightclubs were required to install sprinklers. Flammable materials had to be removed from walls and ceilings. Emergency exits had to be clearly marked and well lit. Limits were placed on how many people could be inside at one time. Fireworks were banned in indoor venues unless strict safety rules were followed. Every one of these rules came from that tragedy. That night, 462 people went out to enjoy live music, but more than 100 never came home. Up next is the story of a woman who made a fatal mistake. Rowan's Law. Rowan's Law requires young people to get medical attention when they're not feeling well. At first, that sounds strange. Why would anyone need a law for that? The reason traces back to the disturbing case of 17-year-old Rowan Stringer. In 2013, Rowan Stringer was a high school student in Ontario, Canada. She was also the captain of her school's rugby team. Rowan's friends and family knew how much she loved the sport.
Ontario, Canada.
She really she was always coming home and talking about how many tackles she had.
Rowan gave everything on the field, and that intensity would later become part of the danger. Rugby is a physical sport. Players constantly collide into each other and hit the ground. Those impacts can cause serious injuries. One of the most dangerous is a concussion, which is a brain injury. Many players didn't understand how serious concussions were. In the spring of 2013, Rowan's team played several games within a week. During the first match, Rowan took 2 hard hits to the head. She felt dizzy afterward, but she didn't tell her coaches. She stayed in the game. Later that night, Rowan was still feeling off. She told her friends she thought she might have a concussion, but she never saw a doctor. Instead, she focused on getting ready for the next game. It was a decision she would not recover from. At the next match, things became much worse. Rowan was tackled repeatedly. Each time, she hit the ground hard. After one fall, she tried to stand. She couldn't. Coaches called for help. The game stopped immediately. Rowan was rushed to the hospital, but doctors realized this wasn't a typical concussion. They diagnosed Rowan with second impact syndrome. This happens when a second concussion occurs before the first one is healed, and that could be fatal. Doctors tried everything to save her. They couldn't. Rowan's family was devastated. But the tragedy revealed a much larger problem. Most young athletes didn't understand the risks and symptoms of concussions, and because of that, many injuries went unreported. Rowan's family refused to let her passing be meaningless.
I would never want to see this happen to another family ever again, so our goal is to really make sure that we prevent that.
They shared Rowan's story with lawmakers in Ontario, and in 2018, the authorities passed Rowan's Law.
So Ontario will become the first jurisdiction in all of Canada to pass concussion legislation.
The law made concussion education mandatory. Coaches, athletes, and parents had to learn the risks. It also set strict rules. If a concussion is suspected, the athlete must leave the game. No exceptions. They can only return after a doctor clears them. Because of this law, winning is no longer the top priority. Health is. The laws we've talked about so far happened because of tragedy, but this next one was created because someone made a dumb mistake. The Exploding Whale Law. In 1970, Oregon passed a very specific law. Do not use explosives to blow up dead whales. Why in the world would this be a law? Because it already happened once. Someone blew up a whale, and the result was a disaster. Oregon has a long coastline. Miles of beaches stretch along the Pacific Ocean. But beaches come with one constant problem. Marine animals sometimes wash up lifeless on shore. Usually, they're small and easy to deal with. They can be tossed back into the sea. But sometimes something massive washes ashore, and when that happens, getting rid of it becomes a serious problem. That's what Oregon faced on November 9th, 1970. That morning, a massive dead whale washed up on the beach. It was about 45 feet long and weighed nearly 8 tons. It was far too large to move, so it stayed where it landed for days. As the whale decayed, the smell became overwhelming. People could smell it miles away.
It had to be said, the Oregon State Highway Division not only had a whale of a problem on its hands, it had a stinking whale of a problem.
Local officials knew the whale had to go, but every option seemed impossible. Burying it would be too difficult. They would have to dig a massive hole on the beach. Towing it back out to sea wasn't realistic either, so Oregon authorities held a meeting to decide what to do. An engineer named George Thornton had an idea. It sounded like a good plan, but in reality, it was a terrible idea. George's plan was simple. Use dynamite to blow the whale into small pieces. The birds would eat what was left and clean up the beach.
Just leave it there.
Was an engineer engineer and had experience
Let
using
it be a
explosives
replica.
on highway
Let it be
projects.
an
He figured
antique
blowing
or
up a whale wouldn't be too different from a boulder. That assumption
Oh my
didn't
God.
hold up. On the day of the blast, hundreds of spectators gathered on the beach. Everyone stood what they believed was a safe distance away. A reporter showed up as well. George and his team brought half a ton of dynamite. That's
Oh
roughly
my God.
1,000 pounds of
You don't need
explosives.
that
They
much,
packed it
Tim.
around the whale's body. Then they
Holy
pushed everyone
shit.
back even further. The countdown began. Then the explosion. People cheered. For a moment, it looked like the problem was solved. It wasn't. The explosion launched massive chunks of whale into the air. Then it rained down across the beach. Debris landed as far as a quarter-mile away. One huge piece crashed into a parked car and crushed the roof. When the smoke cleared, officials realized they now had a bigger mess. Massive pieces of whale were spread across the beach. They were too heavy for birds to carry, and somehow the smell was even worse than before. It took dozens of workers hours to collect whale pieces scattered across the beach, and officials did what they should have done from the start. They buried the remains in the sand. The incident made national news, and Oregon became a punchline, but the embarrassment forced the state to confront a real issue. There were no clear rules for disposing of large marine animals. That ended after the whale. Oregon changed its policies. Explosives were officially off the table. When a large
Just
marine
put it in the
animal
water.
washes
Put it
ashore,
back in the
workers
water.
dig a deep pit, roll it in, and bury it. The state remembered that lesson. In the next 10 years, 41 whales washed up on Oregon beaches. This time, no one reached for dynamite. History did not repeat itself. This next law was created because of absolutely horrible internet trolls. Zach's Law. Zach's Law exists because someone posted an image on Twitter. It doesn't sound dangerous, but there was something about that image that could have caused millions of medical emergencies. To understand why, we need to start with the boy the law was named after, Zach Eagling. Zach was an 8-year-old boy living in the United Kingdom, but his life was very different from most kids his age. He was born with 2 medical conditions, cerebral palsy and epilepsy. This made everyday tasks difficult. Even simple movements took effort, but Zach didn't let that define him. He wanted to help others facing the same challenges. So he decided to raise money for the Epilepsy Society, a charity that supports people with that condition. Zach planned a sponsored walk. He would walk 2.6 kilometers in laps around his backyard, and he was going to do it without his walking aid. Zach hoped it would inspire people to donate. It did. Unfortunately, it also inspired evil people to act. The sponsored walk was scheduled for May 2020. Zach's mother filmed him as he slowly moved around the backyard. It was his longest distance he had ever walked on his own, and he succeeded.
Right up to the wall.
Zach's fundraising feat raised over £21,000.
The video of Zach's walk was shared on the Epilepsy Society's social media. It got a ton of views. Messages of support poured in. Then the internet showed its darker side. Internet trolls posted flashing images and GIFs on the Epilepsy Society's Twitter account. They knew exactly what they were doing. Flashing images can trigger seizures in people with epilepsy. They tagged the posts with keywords that would be picked up by anyone who lived with the condition. Fortunately, Zach didn't have a medical emergency that day, but others weren't as lucky. Many reported seizures after seeing the posts. The Epilepsy Society reported the attack to the police, but officers said there was little they could do. There was no clear law against intentionally triggering medical emergencies online. That's when Zach's mother realized something had to change. Zach's family and the Epilepsy Society launched a campaign to protect people with the condition from online harm. They took their case to lawmakers in the UK, and in 2023, Zach's Law was passed in the UK.
Zach's Law means that trolling anybody deliberately with the intention of causing them seizures is now a criminal offense.
The law also places responsibility on social media platforms. They must remove dangerous flashing content before anyone gets hurt. If they don't, they can face heavy fines. Zach's walk was meant to raise money for charity. Instead, it changed the law. Now, people with epilepsy have stronger protection online.
You make me proud every single day. You drive me crazy. Yeah.
Damn, that's good that happened, dude. Fuck.
This next chapter
Holy
is
shit,
the reason why we have Amber Alerts. The Amber Alert system.
Yeah.
The Amber Alert system exists because of an incident that happened in Arlington, Texas, and it involved a little girl named Amber Hagerman. One Saturday in January 1996, Amber was riding her bike near her home. A neighbor saw her riding in circles across the parking lot. Moments later, everything went wrong. The black pickup truck pulled up beside her. A man jumped out and grabbed Amber. Then he sped away. The entire incident lasted only seconds. The neighbor called the police immediately. He gave a description of the suspect in his vehicle, but couldn't recall much else.
And he run up behind her and grabbed her right under her arms and picked her up. And he turned around and come right back to here where his truck was, where the door was open, and put her in the truck.
Police launched a manhunt right away, but the truck was already gone. The next day, the entire community joined the search. Search teams combed through Arlington. Flyers were posted everywhere, but there was no sign of her. 4 days later, a man made a terrible discovery.
Apparently he was walking our dog, and he had looked over the fence and had saw something white. Looked again and noticed that it was a body.
Amber didn't survive. The community was devastated. As the shock settled, people began asking a painful question. What more could have been done to save her? That question led to a powerful idea. On the day Amber was taken, most people nearby had no idea it happened. Life continued as normal. If people knew what to look for, someone might have spotted the truck. Someone might have called it in. Local TV and radio stations already had systems to warn people about severe weather. So why couldn't they use the same system to warn people about kidnapped children? The Texas woman shared this idea with law enforcement and local broadcasters. They quickly realized she was right. Police and broadcasters collaborated to develop a public alert system for missing children. They called it the Amber Plan.
Today we're unveiling the Amber Plan.
Amber stands for America's Missing Broadcast Emergency Response. It was also named in honor of Amber Hagerman. When an alert is activated, it interrupts television and radio broadcasts. It appears on highway signs. It even pops up on phones. The goal is to get the public involved as fast as possible. After launching in Texas, the system expanded nationwide. And since 1996, the Amber Alert system has helped recover more than 1,200 children. Sadly, the man who took Amber Hagerman has never been caught. This next chapter is about a building that people entered but couldn't escape. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. In 1911, many workplaces were dangerous, but few were as deadly as the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory in New York. The factory occupied the top 3 floors of a 10-story building. Inside, workers made shirtwaists.
Shirtwaists were a type of blouse popular with women office workers in the late 19th century and early 20th centuries.
Demand for shirtwaists was high, so factories pushed workers hard to keep up. The work was exhausting, but workers had little power to speak up. They worked 9 hours a day on weekdays and 7 hours on Saturdays. But the long hours weren't the worst part. Safety was. Factory owners wanted to stop workers from taking breaks outside. They also wanted to prevent theft and discourage union activity. So during work hours, they locked almost all the factory doors.
It was a large loft in which the doors had been locked from the outside.
Those locked doors created a serious risk. If something went wrong, workers couldn't escape. And on March 25th, 1911, the disaster finally happened. Around 4:40 p.m. that day, one of the factory workers smoked a cigarette. Then they tossed it into a bin. This was a factory that made clothes, so the bin was full of fabric scraps. The material caught fire in seconds. Hundreds of workers rushed for the exits, but most of the doors were locked.
Onlookers out for a weekend stroll in nearby Washington Square Park watched in horror.
A few workers managed to escape, but for most, help arrived too late. By the end, more than 100 workers didn't make it. The city was left grieving.
This fire really shook people up. You know, the city
One guy was probably sick of his fucking of his fucking life. Yeah, Tyler was chilling. One guy was probably just sick of his shitty ass fucking job. He's like, fuck this, dude, I'm gonna smoke the cigarette and fucking burn down this whole building.
Both men were taken to court, but a jury acquitted them. The public was outraged. Labor groups protested in the streets. Thousands joined funeral marches. People demanded better safety for workers, and they kept pushing until they got it. Between 1913 and 1914, New York passed nearly 60 new safety laws. Buildings were required to have clear exits. Fire escapes had to be strong, and usable doors could no longer be locked.
In a hammock? In my hammock? That's my next goal on RuneScape, and I gotta organize my bank and make a bank video.
During work hours, factories had to be inspected regularly, and fire drills became mandatory. More than a century later, those laws are still being enforced. They shape modern workplace safety standards today. Worker safety is now treated as essential, but it took a tragedy to make that happen. Every safety warning, every seal on a bottle, every alert on your phone, they exist because someone paid the ultimate price.
What? Why did they get what? Inside the world of ghost guns.
Kicked in your door and they found this. What kind of time would
I think access to the firearm is a fundamental human dignity. It's a fundamental human right.
30-year-old Cody Wilson is a self-described gun rights advocate and crypto-anarchist, which means he believes in decentralization of information. He's also been labeled one of the most dangerous people in the world.
How many times have you been sued in this business?
I can't count. I can't count. Half the states in this country have sued me, this so-called free country.
What got you into 3D printing guns?
When I got my cease and desist from the ATF.
If ATF kicked in your door and they found this, what kind of time would you be looking at, you think?
I don't even know.
You think double digits?
Probably, yeah.
How do you walk the line between freedom and danger?
It is a line, and we stay within a conscious vocabulary because in American libertarian politics and political life, the gun is an important thing. I'm on your side
behind him?
if you like the Second Amendment. It's more important for me to convey that than some deeper feeling about these things.
Ghost guns, untraceable weapons, a threat to the system. And thanks to advancements in 3D printing, the power to create a gun has been democratized to anyone with a couple $1,000. Now, is this a Second Amendment right that the Founding Fathers outlined for us in the Constitution, or is this a dangerous public safety nightmare that needs to be heavily regulated or altogether outlawed? Today, we take a deep dive into this world. We sit down with Cody Wilson, a controversial figure who invented and printed the first 3D gun, and he currently runs the biggest ghost gun company in the United States. We speak with Michael Cargill, a gun rights activist who took on the ATF all the way to the Supreme Court and won. And finally, we go underground to interview a 3D gun printer running a highly illegal ghost gun enterprise. But before we start, first a quick disclaimer and a message from our sponsor. This video is for documentary purposes only and should not be viewed as a guide for manufacturing weapons. Please consult and adhere to all applicable laws regarding firearm ownership in your area. Thank you. And now for the sponsor of today's video. Today's video is sponsored by CyberGhost VPN. Yourself. Plus, you can try this.
YouTube's gonna demonetize this, dude. You need a sponsor for this.
Gentlemen.
Tommy G.
Cody. Good to meet you, brother.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
We're in the headquarters right now.
This is DDHQ.
I traveled to Austin, Texas to meet a man who back in 2012 was named one of the most dangerous people in the world by Wired magazine. Why was this? Because he issued a dangerous promise that he would create the technology to print a lethal firearm from home and give that design out for free. And in 2013, he did just that when he released the design for a printed gun called the Liberator. The federal government did not like that one bit.
Today, the judge ordered Cody Wilson and his company, Defense Distributed, to remove the blueprints from the internet.
Now, the federal government immediately declared war on him, threatening him with years in prison and millions in fines. So what did he do? He fought back, and he sued the United States government and won. Folks, this is Cody Wilson, the godfather of the ghost gun.
Okay.
These guys are pretending to work.
Just more so eating donuts than really working?
That's right, and I'm pretending to manage their pretend work.
And I'm pretending to be a documentary film crew, so I feel like we're meshing perfectly.
Yes, exactly. I'm pretending to be documented. So welcome to DDHQ, man.
Thanks for having us.
It's a mix of hobby and commercial product, right? So we got to do a little bit of customer service. We got to do a little product R&D because some people don't want the service. They want to go off on their own and do it. And it's a mix of 3D printing, CNC milling, and then what we call 80% receivers, which have been very popular in the last couple of years. These things are made here, they're serviced here, they're developed and tested here.
What does that flag represent?
This is a Texan flag, all right? This is called the Goliad flag, or sometimes called Philip Dimmitt's bloody arm flag. But it flew at La Bahia, at the beginning of the Texan Revolution. I come from the American libertarian tradition, which is older than just America. It's an Anglo-American tradition. I come from that, I'm one of its logical consequences. And so in some respects, I'm just a shit lib living in America.
When you really came onto the scene about 7 years ago, there was a lot of media about you. What has changed in your ideology or your mission in the last 7 years?
I've become more cynical, but I've also become more practical. And whereas I might have been an idealist in both like a normal sense and as a philosopher, now I'm a realist. I believe that guns are real objects. And I believe that just because they're real objects, that doesn't mean we can understand them. And what we've demonstrated in this company alone has been that the more the law tries to attach to or understand these real objects, the more invisible and withdrawn they become from us.
Like, I was just thinking on the drive here, what would our founding fathers think if they saw what is happening in our government right now, where so many of our politicians are bought, so many of our politicians are motivated by greed, so many of our politicians are making laws that make it harder for the business owners, the working class people to thrive in this country. They would have stuck a musket up Pelosi's ass, all these people that are insider trading, all these people that are passing the laws, they would have put them out in the street. When you take a pulse of where the American people are right now and their potential for revolution, how would you grade the situation, the climate?
A nullity. It's a zero. It's dead. I mean, the American people, let's say, of the Revolutionary period, were a violent people. They were an interesting, bloody, vulgar people. And we want to think about them in romantic terms and think of that they were noble. And of course, there's nobility in their violence. But fundamentally, they were an aggressive, violent people.
How many times have you been sued in this business?
I can't count. I can't count. Half the states in this country have sued me, this so-called free country. What you begin to see behind the curtain very quickly, not too far, is that you have what is nominally permitted, what is said to be allowed in this country, and what is actually permitted. A lot of what we build here, a lot of what you're seeing, is the assembly of a certain kind of piece of equipment, okay? Because what we like to make for the user at home is a capacity to finish some of these gun parts.
You give them the bones and the skeleton, but they breathe the life into the gun.
That's very good. Sometimes they have to add a little to the skeleton, or let's say take a few things away because, you know, the diamond is in the rough, right? They got to move some of that rough around, and that's what this equipment is.
One of the things Defense Distributed makes is a milling machine called the Ghost Gunner. Think of it as a 3D printer but in reverse. Instead of adding plastic layer by layer, this machine uses a spinning cutter to carve away metal. It takes a raw block of aluminum and precisely mills it down to the intended firearm component, giving the owner of this printer the freedom to create gun parts as they please. This is Jay Oma. He's a notorious Texas lawyer known for getting absolute super threats off with little to no jail time. He comments on what he's seen in Texas representing murder cases and his overall understanding of the legality of ghost guns.
If I were to buy a weapon right now at a local gun store, it has to be registered. If I buy a gun, it's probably been shot already. And each time a gun is shot, it leaves a fingerprint or like an imprint on the shell casings. And that shell casing will be connected to that gun. So anytime that shell casing or a similar shell casing is found in any type of criminal case, they're gonna link it to that gun, right? So where ghost guns come in handy is that it doesn't really register at all. So it just prevents the police from investigating that portion of where they're linking that shell casing to a specific gun.
That's a lawyer saying that. Oh, yeah.
To dive into this 3D gun printing world, we're now going to meet with a guy that does it.
Yeah. I used to be gay, but that's okay. Okay.
on a very small scale and ask him questions about what he does, but it's very sketchy, the area that he's in. There's a lot of federal pressure right now, and so we are parking our car in an undisclosed location in the United States, and he's gonna come pick us up without a cell phone in his car and take us to a site where we'll see the 3D printing of the guns. It just makes me think that there's kind of this two-tiered system in this country. And I get both sides, but if you're a massive weapons manufacturer with a publicly traded stock, you can do this in broad daylight and make billions of dollars doing it, but a little mom and pop shop doing it and believing the same Second Amendment that the major manufacturer believes in has to hide under the fear that they might get arrested by the ATF or some three-letter agency. What are you in the business of?
I build guns, occasionally sell them.
So you customize guns mostly in the 3D printing space?
Yeah. I started out doing the P80s, but then once that whole craze with they got banned, that's when I got into 3D printing. I also stocked up on them.
What got you into 3D printing guns?
When I got my cease and desist from the ATF.
That's when you started printing guns?
Yeah, out of just pure passion for guns.
And what do they ask you to cease and desist from?
So basically, if I buy firearms, they're allowed to come in my house anytime, unannounced, and check that I still have it.
And are you able to say vaguely why that is?
It ended up in the wrong hands, getting across the border.
And did it end in a casualty?
It did, yeah.
Okay, so this thing looks already to be like a substantial piece, and I'd flip that around.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
All right.
I'm a gun expert, by the way, guys.
All right, this is an unfinished receiver. The big guys for the military, just like the little guys, traffic in this same object. But it's an unregulated object. Even though it looks like it's already well on its way to being something serious or something legal or regulated, it is not.
When you say the military guys traffic this stuff, what do you mean?
There's an economy of objects like this, both an above ground and an underground economy. This economy happens because the main large-scale prime contractor manufacturers, they need unfinished goods just like the rest of us. That's modern capitalism. So they might go to Eastern Europe or they might go to Taiwan and they would say, hey, you can contract manufacture this for me, import it into the United States, and you can do all this work to it, and it's still not a gun and it's still not really seen by the law yet until I, the manufacturer, touch it. And that keeps things cheap, but it also is like the thing that keeps this entire underground economy going, because these objects already existed, always existed outside the law. And now the at-home user wants them as much as the prime contract manufacturer.
Talk to me about some of your favorite 3D printed guns on the table.
So this one I actually just did last night. And
so the whole thing is 3D printed?
Yeah, so that whole lower is 3D printed. You just put together the parts kit.
So you have to add the metal in yourself?
Yeah, and then you have to get when you're 3D printing, you gotta get the tolerances just right.
And a machine like that takes a whole day to do just this?
Yeah, there are faster ones, but that machine is meant more for stronger materials.
Yeah, put it on and go to sleep. Play some RuneScape.
Yeah. Do y'all see this? See how beautiful this is and very customizable? I like it. So you're just missing the top part, right?
Yeah.
But this right here looks just like how mine would look like on the inside. What I see is like threat financially to the gun manufacturers, saying there's no way we can make money off of these people anymore.
Folks, for context, we are currently in the middle of a golden age for weapons manufacturers. In 2024, companies like Raytheon logged record-breaking profits, with their stock price seeming to match the upward trend of deaths in Gaza. And it begs the question, why is the law so swift to crush an individual for creating a ghost gun in his garage, yet silent when there are arguably companies contributing to war crimes in places like Israel? And some say it feels like a two-tier justice system, where the individual gets a prison sentence while the corporate interests make annual profits in the billions. I look at ghost guns in a very similar way that I look at magic mushrooms, which is, part of me thinks everyone should have the right and access to use those things as they wish as a free American, but the other part of me is aware that these things are sacred and dangerous and have a lot of power and you should be careful. So how do you walk the line between freedom and danger?
It is a line, and we stay within a conscious vocabulary because in American libertarian politics and political life, the gun is an important thing. It's a revered thing. There's a certain American civic religion about the firearm, and we try to honor that and keep that language so that people understand that we're friendlies. I'm on your side if you like the Second Amendment. I'm on your side, right? It's more important for me to convey that than some deeper feeling about these things. The gun is some kind of centerpiece of a psychodrama, of a legal drama, of the evolution of the change of our state, world states, the role of the individual in society. Everything is at stake with these things. And I see California, states that would nominally be free or nominally have some of this conversation with you, attempting things that I would not believe to be possible just 5 years ago. It's breathtaking to me, and it feels like a civil war to me.
Walk us through what we're looking at right here.
Come and take it.
All right, fine. This is the G80 system.
What he's referring to, the G80, is the nickname of a Glock-compatible 80% frame. And they say 80% because it's an unfinished piece of high-strength plastic that looks like a grip but isn't legally a firearm yet. To make it functional, you simply have to cut away the blocking material, drill the pinholes, and add the trigger group, firing pin, and slide. And this is the innovation that Cody wants the masses to have access to 3D print.
This is the brand new thing we're doing.
So it's almost a gun, but it's as close as it can get to a gun with it being legal.
Okay, so it's a little bit of printing, it's a little bit of
What
milling.
a genius.
Right, you print this part
What
at
a
home,
fucking
you
genius.
mill this part at home, or finish it by hand with some fixtures.
This is where both of your systems kind of intermesh.
That's right, because the law moved, all right? The law said...
He goes as
part
close
like
as
this
he
looks
can
too
to the
much like
law.
a gun. So now no one can sell you something like this to finish, all right? So you have to take this thing and remove it from the legal context. This has to become information. Now the gun part has to become this strange, unidentifiable, not clearly convertible component.
He's on that. He's on point, dog.
necessarily, you know? If you saw this like in a fucking trash can, would you be like, oh, I found a firearm? It becomes more illegible, and that's our task. Our task is to always create more and more ambiguous
He's
objects
so
and
smart,
products.
dude. Holy
So this
shit.
could be done way more simply, but you, in order to go within the rule of the law, you have to keep making it more and more obscure.
Yes, because the law
Yeah, the creativity is really
To a
good.
person that has never heard of the G80, just give us a breakdown.
The G80 is the next system in unfinished 80% firearms. Okay, the law says, well, all we know, this is the Supreme Court of the United States, and its supreme legislation says, well, all we know is it needs to take longer than an hour to make, and it probably shouldn't look like a gun when you start. Thank you, Supreme Court. Okay,
It needs to take longer than an hour to make.
Say it takes longer than an hour to make. It doesn't look like a gun. Grandma wouldn't necessarily know what it is. Therefore, it complies. And of course, California, Gavin Newsom, President Newsom, will crush the shit out of us when we're a successful company. And the next company will come in and say, well, this is the tweak that we've made. And that's what you can look forward to in developing guns in this country.
Just as a switch carries a high penalty, I believe in many places it's 10 years. Does a ghost gun carry a similar enhanced penalty?
I haven't seen enhanced penalties. In my experience, I have not, because a firearm is still a firearm, as long as you can prove that this is an object that can kill people. So if I was a prosecutor, right, switch it around. If I was a prosecutor and I'm going to argue that this defendant right here, this one right here, he killed somebody. Not only did he kill somebody with a gun, he killed somebody with a gun that was unregistered. This means this individual right here is trying to hide and mark his tracks. He needs to burn in prison. In fact, I'm going to ask you, the jury, to not only convict him, but to get the death penalty, because this exceeds just 99 years. He needs to pay. And people who commit crimes and wants to destroy the community and hide the killings that they do, they need to die. And in the state of Texas, we have the death penalty.
How much does the machine cost? How much does it cost to make this in materials, and what can you sell it for?
So that machine, at the time, it cost about $1,400, but I got it for about $900.
How much can you sell this for?
This completed, probably anywhere from $750 to $900.
And what kind of person is buying this?
Someone that's gonna throw it away.
Creating it is a hobbyist thing, but selling them, the guy that's buying it, usually has a particular reason.
You can kind of get the idea in a sense.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't really. Does that make sense?
On the website of Cody's company, for free, they have dozens of files that can be downloaded and 3D printed into various gun components. And because it's on the internet, that
Holy
means that
shit.
it could be printed by a well-meaning, law-abiding hobbyist gun owner, but it also means that guys like Jay in his garage can build a weapon to sell to a guy planning a murder. And that, in a nutshell, is the crux of the controversy surrounding Cody's mission.
Okay, so this is interesting. So this is total downloads of just the digital product you guys have.
For the month, yeah.
For the month?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, we run the biggest file sharing site in the world on guns.
And
yeah.
Of these almost 300,000 downloads, how many of them you think come to fruition with a real operable
Very
firearm?
few, very few. And this map you're seeing here has gone one step further, and it says the files for these things cannot be left to be downloaded unrestricted to California or to people in Washington.
So is your site blocked in California?
Yes, yes.
Similar to how Pornhub is blocked in Texas.
It's the same thing. People in the last few years have seen, oh, what the f, gotta use an ID to use a porn site? It's the same thing now with other forms of information, not just porn. Now gun files are going to be restricted in different states in different ways on the internet. The internet itself is breaking up.
Your company
California's
is among the
printing
first
ghost
to have
guns.
a particular digital download, or the antecedent of what today is the ghost gun download. I don't know if I'm hitting that right, but can you...
No, it's interesting to see how you were talking about it, yeah. Yeah. And actually that's really smart because how it was talked about in 2013 was this is the first 3D printed gun. Well, what was the real innovation? I think it was the first 3D file for a 3D printable gun. It was the first gun you could go download. It was the first gun you could think of, hey, where do I get that gun? Oh yeah,
You could download a gun
I'm gonna pull
in
this out for you.
America.
This is actually the first 3D printed gun. This doesn't get a lot of love these days, but it's the Liberator. We named that gun that way to give it a big brand name, sure. To also give it a little historical echo, to give it a personality, because it conveyed that the guns of this future, of a 3D printable future, are guns with personality, are guns with meaning, with destiny. They're not just commercial products in the age of mechanical reproduction. Now they're strange spiritual products in the age of digital reproduction. You know, the guns are liquid information. That was the point of that message, the point of that exercise, and to also confuse the object in the Second Amendment with speech objects, speech actions in the First Amendment, to blend that First and Second Amendment, and to say something to government, hey, regulate this.
Folks, here's a quick refresher on American history. The Second Amendment doesn't just say you can own a gun, it protects the right of people to keep and bear arms, stating clearly that this right shall not be infringed upon by the government. And these are the lines Cody uses to defend his position. He is essentially arguing that if the government stops you from making a gun, they are infringing on your right to bear one.
This represents the kind of murderer's row of the best guns. So FGC9 is probably the best known 3D printed gun, single 3D printed gun, very popular in Europe. 9mm PCCs have evolved since 2020. You know, one of the most recent is this Decker, which is a stranger looking gun, right? But it's more true to what 3D printed guns are. Some stuff, these things aren't as good as commercial guns, right? But there's something kind of amazing about the fact that you can 3D print a real magazine, real bullets. This is entirely printed with a spring. All right, this is the Urtal. This was designed by a developer in Brazil, and it's probably the most well-known recent printed PCC.
Can you show me the process for, like, from computer to hooking up to like how this gets going?
Yeah. Basically right here is all the files.
All these are schematics?
All these ones right here with like the labels on them that say G-code are ones that I've already made. So for example, this file right here.
How encrypted is all this?
I keep it on an external hard drive.
So it has to be plugged into something to even show up on the computer?
Yeah.
That's smart. Are the feds that good at computer stuff like this?
Yeah, they are.
And one of the reasons they are good is because they bust guys that are hackers and then get them on their team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this right here.
Oh, I like how it says for academia only. Situation is this. There's a Scientology has hired people to stalk my home, and I want to take care of them without any issues. Allegedly. Cool.
Cool. So, go into that file, and you basically just...
So that's it.
You put the rest together yourself.
Now, what if I had a computer and I had only this? Forget all the ammo, explosives, all the crazy stuff. Which I just had a pistol, schematic. How much in trouble would I get? Without actually making it, just having that file on my computer.
You actually wouldn't, if it was, as long as it's not, like, fully auto or anything.
So it's legal to have
Yes, it's legal to make and for yourself, but not.
So for personal use, I could make that gun, no issue.
Yes, exactly.
No problems whatsoever.
No.
And then this hooks up to, you already sent the orders to the printer, so it's already, that's why it's going?
Yes.
And what is the printer making right now?
Right now it's making a Glock 17, plus a 504.
So there's no political motivation, there's no greater purpose or mission?
No, not really.
It's just kind of entertainment and fun?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it hard getting a girlfriend if this is one of your main hobbies?
See if I say that. It's a lot better than RuneScape.
A little bit into a mom and pop operation, one-man show, how it looks on the ground level. Let's go back to Austin, Texas, where they're doing it on a large-scale operation and have recently had battles with the Supreme Court. You had a recent Supreme Court case, 2023. Tell me about it and what happened.
There's not much to say. You go to the Supreme Court, you lose. That's the education I've got in this country. We were doing something not legal, not technical. This was something in the realm of ideas and religion. And when we left, we knew that we had lost. On paper, there are rules and regulations about how you can make a gun in this country, how you can buy one. And the Biden people came in and said, okay, what we're gonna do is we'll take the definition of a gun and explode that to mean as many things outside of an actual gun as possible. You know, anything's a gun if you think about it. If it's marketed as becoming a gun, or if it could become a gun, or if someone buys it because they want to make it into a gun, well, therefore now, under the law, it is a gun. So they had taken the container of the word firearm and tried to pack as much into that word as possible in the law. Our position was very simple. Doesn't the law mean certain things? Don't words have legal meanings? Don't they only mean certain things? Can ATF by itself, without an act of Congress, just say these words mean new things? We say that that's not possible. We go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, well, sometimes the ATF can do that.
My name is Michael Cargill. I'm the owner of Central Texas Gun Works, which is a gun store in Austin, Texas.
You had a battle with the Supreme Court.
Nice belt buckle, man.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, not a lot of people can say that they went up against the United States government. They went up against the Department of Justice, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, BATF. Both administrations, Trump administration and Biden administration, and actually won. It started, you know, back with the Las Vegas shooting. So Las Vegas, a guy allegedly took an AR and a part, which was a bump stock, and attached it to a rifle. And he used that to shoot, you know, faster, where he would allegedly shot some concert goers there in Las Vegas. So because of that, what happened was the government decided they were going to go through the ATF to ban the bump stock. One, how can you go through the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, an agency within the federal government, in order to do this? I said, you got to go through Congress if you want to ban something that people legally own and purchase. What I decided to do was surrender my bump stocks to the ATF when they banned them, and then 30 minutes later, we sued them in federal court. And so we go in the courtroom there, and the judge was like kind of confused. He kind of compared the bump stock to like a shotgun. You know, he said, oh, I get it. It's like a shotgun. You pump it, and then you fire it. It's like, no, you know, that's not it. And then I said, you know, this guy, this is a lost case. You know, we're going to lose this case. And so we lost. He ruled against us. And we appealed again to the entire Fifth Circuit, which is heard en banc, which is heard by like 12 or 13 judges. And to me, that was the most intimidating court I've ever been in my life, where you have, you know, 13 justices sitting on the dais there, you know, and throwing questions at your attorney left and right. You know, what about this? What about that? You know, can you do this? You know, what about machine guns? Da, 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 da. And my attorney did a great job. And so we won. And not only did we win, the Fifth Circuit gave us everything. They gave us, you know, the definition of a machine gun. They gave us the fact that the ATF, a federal agency, could not create or write law. And I was like, man, you know, this is awesome. And so the government decided they were going to appeal that case tonight to the United States Supreme Court. It was really exciting to be in the United States Supreme Court, and we won.
What is concerning about the stories of Michael and Cody is their experience with the ATF attempting to create and enforce gun laws. Legally, a law has to go through Congress before the ATF can enforce it. For an example of this, just look at this footage of ATF agents visiting a Navy SEAL.
The reason why we're here is because I'm sure you're aware, just recently the ATF classified the FRTs, the force reset triggers, as machine guns. We are aware that you may have purchased some of these FRTs.
Okay, that's incredible.
And have to pick them up. You know, they're little.
So I won't be answering any questions today. I don't have any comments on this subject. I won't be giving you anything.
Okay, so you
Are you refusing to give us the trigger? I'm not refusing anything. I won't be answering any questions.
They were there to confiscate a forced reset trigger, a part that was legal when the man bought it. And it shows a disturbing trend, where a law-abiding citizen can be turned into a criminal simply because a federal agency changed its mind without a single vote in Congress.
Like, to me, there seems like a light and dark side of what you do. On one end, there's the shits and giggles side of it, where it's just little funny shit.
Gun
On the other
bong.
end,
Hell yeah.
someone's gonna get smoked or something like this.
You're right about that, but I mean, it goes the same way for any OEM gun.
So it's similar to what a gun manufacturer would say. Hey, I'm Smith & Wesson. We're doing quite well this year. What people do with them, that's their choice. That's their responsibility. I just am the creator. Just like knives, just like cars, just like anything that could be used as a weapon or a utility. It's up to the person. It's out of your hands once you make it.
Yeah, their responsibility, their choice is not something you can control. So I don't actively go out and try selling it for profit, you know?
What's the most you've made in a month doing this?
It's been more of a hobby, but it's more of the drugs that I sell, the funness kind of.
If ATF kicked in your door and they found this, all this, what kind of time would you be looking at, you think?
I don't even know.
You think double digits?
Probably, yeah.
See some of what he's working on though? Yeah. Like when we're kind of after we're doing this maybe, because really so much of the heart of our operation is manipulating not even the real object, but the virtual object. Something really important happened after 2020, okay? And it's called the Bamboo Labs X1 Carbon. This thing is $1,200 and it is on the money. And you are making quality gun parts, okay? This has changed everything.
Wow, and look how
Bamboo
dexterous
Labs.
it is.
So fast, and all these micro compensations, all this physical adjustments. Okay, this is high-tech stuff, and it's affordable. This is ridiculously cheap. What you're seeing are 3 different Glock frames, G80 grip modules, being printed at the same time. They'll all be done within a handful of hours. This piece evolves from already printable Glock frames. We take what's regulated about that part and remove it. And then we create something that it's no longer a frame, because frame has a legal meaning. Now it's a grip.
There's so much legal dancing you have to do.
Yes, you have to be a kind of mystic. You have to be a wizard. You have to be a nerd. You have to be a lot of things. And among other things, you have to think like a criminal. You have to break the law in your mind first to know where the right design parameters are. You know, oh, if I make it this way, the law doesn't even see it. It's invisible to the law. You know, that's the design choice. That's why it's made
they're
this
always
way.
trying to change their
So that
design.
the law truly is seeing ghosts, right? Looking for ghosts. That's why they call them ghost guns.
I think we need more people in America like Cody Wilson. People that are idealists, people that are almost on a religious crusade for the people, by the people, against the government. The state has gotten so overwhelmingly powerful.
No, definitely not, dude. Those
to
guys
have a
would sell a
voice that's
fucking
willing
gun to a
experience
12-year-old that wants to kill his
lawsuits
parents.
across many states,
We don't need people
federal
like those in
lawsuits, or
fucking
bankruptcy,
society.
or even prison.
Every
I
gun
just
should be
admire
registered.
Someone's commitment to the cause.
Fuck.
And I do feel like there's a rattling,
You'd probably
especially
sell a
amongst
gun
the
to a
younger people in
12-year-old.
this country, that we're
I
so
guarantee it.
disenchanted, disenfranchised, that we are being energized into movement against the state. And I, as a proud American, appreciate that. Second Amendment, big thing in America. Do you believe that you should have the right to make your own guns at will?
Yes, I do believe that.
Can you speak about your overall philosophy about guns, about the Second Amendment, about the American right?
The reason I got into this business in the first place is because I wanted to make sure that everyone in my family had the tools needed to protect themselves. I wanted to make sure they had a gun. I wanted to make sure my family were proficient with firearms. You know, I wanted to make sure they knew what the law was and how to react when stopped by law enforcement. So that's why, you know, I got into the gun industry. And so my grandmother at 70 years old decided she was gonna, you know, go back to college and get a college degree at 70. And so she went back to college because she wanted to become a nurse. While my grandmother was traveling from a library, sitting at a bus stop waiting for a bus to come, a guy came along, mugged her, and raped her. So because of that, I decided I want to make sure that everyone in my family, including the females in my family, had the
Shit.
tools they need to protect themselves. I wanted them to get a gun, I wanted them to know what the law was, and I want them to be able to defend themselves and send those little bastards up the escalator to Jesus. So that's why I start selling guns. I teach the
His
classes.
grandma wanted to become a nurse and she
I
was
want to
waiting
make
for
sure
a
my
bus and
family
she
knew
was
what the
raped
rights
and
were.
murdered. So now he likes guns? What the fuck? It's fucked. Fucking rocket launcher.
So this is the polymer 80. It's what caused the ATF to do their rule change. The difference between this and others is essentially the frame. This plastic part is the firearm legally. The serial number, if it had one, would go there, but because
Hey guys, I'm fair. What happened to the camera? What the fuck? That just broke randomly.
We did it ourselves. We were not required under federal law or state law to put a serial number. So this is a ghost gun.
The frame is no longer a frame, legally speaking. It's no longer the firearm. This component is 3D printed, and the frame lives tucked within the gun. You can't tell it, but it emerges in parts. The gun hides within the presence of a gun. What you see is not the gun, it's what's inside, and that makes all the difference in the law. This is the G80. Let me show you what else you can 3D print. This thing doesn't just have to live in the footprint of a Glock, it can live in a totally different body. I want you guys to see what this guy does.
What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
what
not
we're looking at
legal.
is that same G80, but we now have a 3D printed, what we call the PDW. The idea is something between a handgun and a full-size fighting rifle, somebody like a tank crewman or somebody in a rear area might have. Civilians have an interest in this because, as you see, I have a spare magazine that I can stow on the gun. So say like I'm a church security, this fits in a normal backpack, and if somebody shows up with a rifle, I have something that gives me a third point of contact, and I can engage that threat a little better with a little more precision than I would from a 2-point of contact handgun. So it's just a different form factor. It's one of many innovations we expect to see with the G80 product line.
The elements that are 3D printed are just this part?
Yeah, everything below the steel you see right here, so this body is 3D printed, and we will, when this comes to market, include the steel. So if you want to print your PDW body, you'll buy like this brace kit, and it will come to where you can just install this nut, slide it into the channel, and now you have a retaining nut, and it'll have a locking latch to keep it collapsed, and then you'll push the button to pull it out and deploy it.
I have a line in my head where you see someone with that and you're like, holy shit, it's Jason Bourne.
Yeah. This could equally be, it's almost timeless. It's such a foreign design, like 3D printed guns help you understand it. Some designs are, this could be from the 1960s, from sci-fi. This could be from 20 years in the future. I mean, where is this gun from?
So you do have a great pessimism about your life work right now. You think it's going to end by getting crushed by the government.
No. It's just, you have to assume. You just have to assume. All right, these forces are too big. This government is too large. It is too impersonal. And it doesn't care about, you know, the law or these little ideas that you have. It's almost all accidental. You have to understand, these are like big cosmic forces. It's like gods that don't even know that you exist. You know, you're less than an insect. You will be destroyed when you're near all of these forces. It just happens. That's what it is to be involved with this. So, what kind of artistic performance, aesthetic development, you know, you have to think outside of these traditional left-right terms.
Now that you've had more than a decade under your belt doing this, what are your immediate goals or things that you are trying to achieve?
Yeah, my immediate goal is a thing called G80. All right, I watched how the Biden people took the best business in our field, polymer 80, just wipe it out of business without a thought, really, and without much effort, right? Like, oh, okay, we can fiddle with the definition of one word and collapse an American company. And some of that is because polymer 80 collapsed under the weight of its own success. All right, well, luckily we're not successful, okay? Luckily, we're more nimble for that reason. And we can teach, like we've always done, what's the name of this company? Defense Distributed. You can spread the IP out. You can push the sites of production around. It can be a network. You don't have to have one big business in this field. It will always be hobbyists and hackers and incels, this distributed kind of wave of people. We're teaching that. But another of my big goals is to show that, like, there was no success in crushing polymer 80. That was nihilistic, it was naked, it was opportunistic. It wasn't a victory or accomplishment in the law or ideology. All that legal accomplishment did was push the products and the development and the technology the next level deeper. Okay, you can't make a frame now because it looks too much like a gun. Well, I'm gonna sell you something that doesn't look like a gun. You just make products that are more ambiguous.
What do you think that there's major gun companies like Smith & Wesson, Ruger, Beretta out there that can make millions and millions of dollars every year. So they can sell into Ukraine, they can sell into Israel, they can sell into countries that are actively at war. They have quarterly bonuses, they have stock options, no prison. But if someone finds this on you, it's a really big deal. What do you think about that kind of two-sided system?
I mean, obviously, I think it's but there's nothing you can really do about it, besides everything else.
So do you have a bit of a nihilistic view on society? Like, it's a bit f***ed, the big corporations win, the little guys get screwed, so might as well
basically, yeah.
have fun while you're at it?
Yeah, exactly.
These gun manufacturers are, if they do business here and abroad, they're part of the military-industrial complex. And if we democratize where anyone could have a gun printer in their home, there are huge business interests that we're hurting. Do you suspect that's one of the biggest reasons, more so than safety, that this would be why the government would be against ghost guns?
Yeah. When it comes to money, and those big corporations aren't making the money, or they foresee they're not going to make as much money as they used to, then they're going to do whatever they can to keep that, as anybody would. Yeah. Anybody who has a monopoly on anything, like if you own all the pizza stores, for you to see somebody making their own pizzas, that's a threat to you. That's a threat to your family. That's a threat to your legacy, right? So if I was a gun manufacturer, I would try to do whatever I can to prevent it, but make you believe that it's for your safety. It's for the safety of little Johnny down the street. If you ever get charged with a crime, I'm currently licensed in the state of Texas, but there's a way for me to practice in other states. If you have a crime, call our office. I'll make sure that I protect all your rights, and I will intercept the prosecutor's attempt to put you away in prison for a long time or death penalty. Give me a call.
Folks, just a quick reminder, don't forget to click the link in the description and grab the CyberGhost VPN discount available to you. It keeps your data safe. You get to unlock block content, all just for $2.03 a month. It's risk-free, so check it out today. Thank you guys for watching.
You go in jail forever if you get a ghost gun in Canada. You didn't get away with that.
Mexico is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, full of color, music, and life. But like any place with deep history and struggle, beauty often exists right beside fear. Being Mexicano myself, I've grown up surrounded by both the warmth of family and tradition, but also the stories of violence of the cartels, specifically the Mexican cartels, which we're going to talk about today. I know how often people online reduce Mexico to just cartel beheadings, so in this video, I want to give you guys real context. From public beheadings meant to send a message, to victims dissolved in acid so that no trace of them remained, to entire families caught in a crossfire they never asked for. Today's video will dive into the brutal reality of cartel executions. These aren't legends or exaggerated stories. They're real accounts of when power, fear, and money twist human life into something unrecognizable. And I'm not here to glorify any of it. In order to demonstrate these executions, obviously, I'm not going to show that on YouTube. I can't show that on YouTube. So we do have 3D modeling once again. You guys seem to really like the 3D modeling. It seems to get the point across way easier than just showing some images on the screen. And plus, sometimes we literally have nothing to put in the background, so this is the perfect solution for a lot of stuff. So you will be seeing 3D modeling more often on this channel. With that being said, my name is Alberto, and I'm here to break it all down in a way that YouTube doesn't give me limited ads, to help people understand why tragedies happen in a country that deserves to be known for so much more. DEA agent murdered by the Guadalajara cartel, torture. There's a reason the DEA calls February 7th of 1985 the day everything changed. Before that date, no American drug enforcement agent had ever been murdered while working undercover in Mexico. After that date, the entire relationship between the US and Mexico would actually never be the same. Enrique Camarena, also known as Kiki, was 37 years old and just 3 weeks away from transferring back home to California. He'd spent 4.5 years working undercover in Guadalajara, getting close to some of the most powerful drug traffickers in Mexico: Rafael Caro Quintero, Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, and Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. These three men formed the core of what would become known as the Guadalajara cartel, and they were making hundreds of millions of dollars trafficking marijuana and cocaine into the US. Uncle Sam wanted to deliver a solid blow to the cartel, but this time the job required a bit more patience. It wasn't enough to just arrest the kingpins. Kiki wanted to get to the root of their operations, literally. So he went undercover so deeply that he ended up finding their plantations. In November of 1984, Kiki's intelligence led to a raid that destroyed everything Caro Quintero had built. Mexican soldiers backed by helicopters stormed a 2,500-acre marijuana plantation called Rancho Buffalo in Chihuahua. The place was
25 acre.
enormous. Some reports say it held up to 10,000 tons of marijuana worth $8 billion.
25 fucking
Caro
acre.
Quintero lost everything, and he knew exactly who was responsible. So on February 7th of 1985, around 2 p.m., Kiki walked out of the American consulate in Guadalajara, heading to lunch with his wife. He was just steps away from his pickup truck when 5 armed men surrounded him. One of them, Samuel Ramirez Razo, a former police officer working as muscle for the cartel, flashed a badge from Mexico's Federal Security Directorate and said, "Let's go, the commander wants to talk to you." They threw him into a car and sped off. The same day, they also grabbed Alfredo Zavala Avelar, a Mexican pilot who had been flying Renaissance missions with Kiki to spot drug fields. Both men were taken to a house at 881 Lope de Vega in Guadalajara, a property Caro Quintero had bought just a month earlier for 4.3 million pesos, roughly $239,000 in today's money. The place was known among the cartel as El Campamento, aka the camp. According to court documents, the house had been prepared specifically for this. Gunmen and bodyguards from both Caro Quintero and Fonseca Carrillo had been arriving since 11 a.m. that morning. Even corrupt state police were there as security. When Kiki arrived, witnesses say Caro Quintero himself came out to greet him, put his arm around the agent's shoulder, and walked him inside to his study. That's where the torture began. For over 30 hours, Kiki was interrogated about DEA operations in Mexico. He was beaten, tortured with electric shocks, his bones shattered, teeth torn out, body burned, and assaulted with a stick. Court records show his skull was pierced with a metal rod and his ribs were broken. At one point, they even brought in a doctor to keep him alive so the torture could continue. According to autopsy reports, he died from multiple traumas and asphyxiation caused by a fractured thyroid cartilage. That means they likely strangled him or crushed his throat. The same fate must have befell Alfredo the pilot. Their bodies weren't discovered until March 5th, nearly a month later. A farmer in La Angostura, Michoacan, noticed a terrible smell coming from 2 black plastic bags abandoned near his property. Inside, Kiki and Alfredo were found wrapped in plastic, already badly decomposed. Grenade thrown at crowd in Morelia. The date of September 15th in Mexico is usually loud. Fireworks, music, thousands of people packed into plazas across the country shouting Viva Mexico. So when 2 explosions went off in Morelia's historic center that night in 2008, most people thought it was just part of the show, but then they saw blood. Around 30,000 people had gathered in Plaza Melchor Ocampo, right next to Morelia's
Mexico's a
cathedral,
shithole,
to
never
celebrate
go there.
Mexico's 198th Independence Day. Families were everywhere, parents with small on their shoulders,
Never
teenagers
go to
taking
Mexico,
photos,
it's a
street
shithole
vendors selling flags
full of
and
idiots.
noisemakers. The governor of Michoacán, Leonel Godoy Rangel,
like to blow
had
up
just
each
finished a
other.
traditional ceremony called El Grito, where he reenacted the moment in 1810 when a priest rang a church bell and called Mexicans to rise up against Spanish rule. It was just after 11 p.m. when the governor gave his final cry of Viva Mexico and the crowd erupted. That's when witnesses saw a well-built man dressed in black, standing in the middle of the plaza near the cathedral, pull out a grenade, a fragmentation grenade to be specific. He threw it into the densest part of the crowd. Then the man turned to people standing next to him and apologized for what he'd just done. The grenade detonated as you'd imagine, or maybe like in the movies, quick and loud. But the thing about fragmentation grenades is that they're not designed to just explode. They're designed to kill through shrapnel. When one goes off, it sends hundreds of metal fragments flying at incredible speeds at every direction. Think about it like a bomb made of razor blades. The lethal radius is anywhere from 5 to 15 meters, but the shrapnel can travel much farther depending on how packed the area is. Almost simultaneously, a second grenade exploded about a block away at the intersection of Avenida Francisco Madero and Calle Andres Quintero Rue, right next to the Church of La Merced. Same method, same weapon, same devastating effect. People started screaming and running in every direction, trampling over each other, not knowing where the attack was coming from or if it meant more explosions were coming. The plaza was now covered in smoke, debris, and bodies. Dozens of people were sprawled on the ground in pools of blood, women, elderly people. Some were missing limbs, others had shrapnel embedded in their faces,
Holy
chests,
shit.
and backs. Within the first 24 hours, the death toll stood at 7, 5 women and 2 men. But the real horror was the injuries. 132 people were wounded, many critically. Some victims lost arms or legs. Others were permanently blind or disfigured by metal fragments that tore through their bodies. Governor
Jesus.
Godoy immediately pointed to the cartels. Mexico's drug war had been escalating since President Felipe Calderón deployed thousands of troops against the traffickers in 2006. By 2008, the violence had already killed 2,700 people that year, but those killings were mostly between rival cartels or against security forces. This was different. This was an indiscriminate attack on civilians celebrating their country's independence because they wanted to send a message. But what message, and from who? Investigators believe La Familia Michoacana carried out the attack specifically to provoke a government crackdown on Los Zetas, who controlled that part of Michoacán, but to this day, nobody has been held accountable. the Cadereyta Jimenez massacre, beheadings. Around 4 a.m. on May 13th of 2012, residents near Highway 40 in Cadereyta Jimenez started noticing something was wrong. A foul odor drifted towards them and was so intense it could be detected from quite a distance away. Some people thought maybe an animal had died nearby or something mundane. Nobody imagined what was actually waiting to be discovered on that stretch of road. When Mexican federal police arrived at the scene just after dawn, they found 49 bodies. Yes, 49
Holy
bodies.
shit.
All dumped along the highway about 75 miles southwest of the Texas border, but bodies doesn't even begin to cover it. Honestly, what they actually found were pieces of bodies. Each person had been completely dismembered, head severed, arms and legs removed. 43 men and 6 women reduced to torsos, all stuffed into black plastic bags. The forensics teams who arrived to process the scene had to wear face masks because the intensity of the smell was apparently unbearable. And not in an exaggerated way, because the Mexican authorities covering the area were said to have had to cover their mouths and noses just to function around the scene. Strangely, also, some of the bodies had been frozen and some of the bodies had been covered with lime. The rest were in advanced stages of decomposition, which could suggest that these people had been killed up to 48 hours earlier at a different location, then transported by truck to where they were found. It was the most bizarre puzzle right there in front of them, because each victim was methodically dismembered specifically to prevent identification, or at least make it nearly impossible to quickly identify who these people were. First, that's because decomposition changes the body so much that visual ID becomes almost impossible. And second, when bodies are dismembered, it's even harder for forensics teams to figure out who they were, when they died, or how. The cartels knew
So they're all like
this.
skeletons.
And despite what most people think, lime doesn't destroy bodies. It actually slows decomposition by stopping bacteria and hiding the smell. Freezing does the same, keeping tissue intact. Together, these tricks created confusing timelines that made it nearly impossible to tell when the victims actually died. So that left them with no faces to recognize and also no fingerprints to match. Pretty much just anonymous flesh. By 2012, this exact method of decapitation had become the signature move, especially for Los Zetas and their main rivals, the Gulf and Sinaloa cartels. Then it quickly became clear that the first group was behind the massacre, but not because any of the police work. Right near the plastic bags was a banner claiming responsibility, signed by the Zetas, and specifically naming their top leaders, Heriberto Lascano and Miguel Trevino Morales, known as Z40. A large black Z100% was spray painted on a nearby road sign just to make absolutely sure everyone knew who was responsible. Later, the police were able to identify the man behind the massacre as Jesus Daniel Elizondo Ramirez, known as El Loco, aka the Crazy One in English. He was arrested on May 18, 2012, just 5 days after the bodies were discovered. Under interrogation, he confessed that Lascano and Trevino Morales had ordered him to carry out the massacre to, quote, cause confusion among authorities and the public. The original plan was even crazier. They wanted the bodies dumped in Cadereyta's main plaza during daylight, but El Loco disobeyed and chose the highway instead. So, who were the victims? That became the cruelest part of this story. Initially, authorities said it might be Gulf cartel members killed as part of the ongoing cartel war, but others suspected they were US-bound migrants who had been kidnapped from buses, couldn't pay the ransom Los Zetas demanded, and were slaughtered. Either way, no name showed up, and just like that, the government decided to throw all 49 victims into a mass grave, condemning them to anonymous deaths. More than 10 years after that event, and after extensive work done by anthropologists, 19 victims of the massacre had been identified. The rest remain unidentified. Jalisco New Generation Drug Cartel dissolved students in acid. Back in 2018, Salomon, Daniel, and Marco were making movies. Nothing more, nothing less. But you could say they were doing so in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that simple fact would be a death sentence for them. The 3 boys were making a horror movie for a class project when they disappeared. A month later, authorities confirmed that they'd been kidnapped, tortured, murdered, and then dissolved in acid by one of Mexico's most brutal cartels. And one of the guys that was part of the crew that did it, well, you wouldn't expect him to be a rapper, right? Yeah, in there, as part of their cleanup team, was a rapper with almost 125,000 YouTube subscribers who was apparently getting paid $160 a week for his services. Let me paint the picture for you. It's March 19th of 2018, and Salomon Aceves Gastelum, of age 25, Jesus Daniel Diaz, and Marco Avalos, both age 20, 3 students from the University of Audiovisual Media, are out filming this thing in Tonala, Jalisco. They're shooting at a ranch, completely unaware that members of the Jalisco New Generation cartel are watching the property, waiting for a rival gang leader to show up. The cartel members see these 3 guys with cameras and equipment, and they make the assumption that these must be scouts for the rival gang. So when the student's car breaks down on the highway, men dressed up as police surround them and force them into vehicles. The thing is, the Jalisco New Generation cartel doesn't mess around. They're one of Mexico's newest and most aggressive cartels, formed around 2010, and they've been expanding rapidly through extreme violence. Anyway, the students are taken to another location. Salomon is questioned, tortured, actually, to find out what gang he belongs to. He quickly dies from the blows, and having gotten nothing from it, that's when the cartel members realize their mistake. These are just innocent guys. But instead of letting the other two go, they decide to get rid of all witnesses. Daniel and Marco are executed. To somehow fix this, the cartel calls their cleanup guy, Cristian Palma Gutierrez, better known as QBA, a 20-something rapper from Guadalajara. QBA had been recruited by a friend just 3 months earlier to work for the Jalisco New Generation cartel. His job was making bodies disappear, and he was getting paid 3,000 pesos per week. Now, disappear could mean a lot of things, but in this case, the guy was hired to use a method that Breaking Bad shows perfectly, dissolving bodies in acid. This was a method actually used by many cartels in Mexico, but one man in particular perfected it. Back in 2009, authorities in Tijuana arrested a man named Santiago Mesa Lopez. They called him the Pozole Maker. Pozole is a local stew, and you get the idea. Mesa worked for Teodoro Garcia Cimental, a lieutenant in the Arellano Felix cartel based in Tijuana, and his job was to carefully fill large plastic bins with acid, dump the corpses in, and bury whatever remained. But how are there any remains? Well, yes, there are remains, because dissolving a body in acid isn't just a 1-hour affair. Acid breaks down a body by hydrolysis, eating away big molecules like proteins, fats, carbs, and DNA into much smaller pieces. And also, soft tissues dissolve faster than bone and teeth, but bone can be eaten away too. But apparently at room temperature, it can take a day or more depending on how strong the acid is. But this is a meticulous task. Even when criminals think a body has completely dissolved, microscopic traces of bone usually persist. Those traces are useful if you know exactly where to look. And yes, this is exactly what QBA did with these 3 guys. It took weeks for authorities to piece together what happened, but they finally did. When they finally arrested QBA and another suspect in April of 2018, the rapper confessed everything. The 3 students, quiet, talented, caring young men who just wanted to make films, had been dissolved in acid simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Alright, so I just wanted to make a statement in this video. There was something on my nose, like, for the past, I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes for you guys. Luckily, I don't show my face that often, where I'm just, you know, I show background footage, but I don't know what that was, bruh. Y'all gonna say it was a booger or something? Coincidentally, every time I check my recording, because I have it on this monitor, right? I didn't see that. But was it a booger? Was it drywall? Was it a parasite? I don't know. But my nose is clean. Look at my nose. Look. I don't know what that was, bruh. But am I gonna re-record? No. We're gonna keep it going. Just wanted to make that clear. I wiped my nose. let's keep going with the video. Cartel killed him and his dog, beheaded. So far we've covered terrible murders, but like in this next case, when it's about your loyal dog trying to protect you, then dumped on your corpse as a final insult, that's beyond sadistic. This is exactly what happened to a man in Michoacan in 2007, in what locals described as one of the most brutal killings they'd ever seen. And these were people already hardened by daily bloodshed. So it was April 18th. A man connected to his Valencia gang is driving his truck when cartel gunmen intercept him. They force him out of the vehicle, and that's when his dog, an off-white mongrel, does what dogs do. It tries to defend its owner. The sicarios don't care. They tie the man's hands and feet, then proceed to torture him. They shoot him multiple times in the face, disfiguring him beyond recognition. But even when shot in the face, death isn't always instantaneous. There's a window of a few minutes where victims can remain conscious if major structures like the brainstem aren't hit immediately. That's why he was still alive at this point. But they're not done. To finish him off, they drive the man's own truck over his head, crushing his skull and brain. Then they shoot the dog in the neck and dump its body on top of his corpse. Finally, they nail a menacing note to the dead man's chest, a message for his relatives. And rather bizarrely, the whole scene unfolds in a street in the town of Buenavista, Tomatlan, for everyone to see at dawn. Even in a region where violence was becoming routine, this particular act of cruelty shocked everybody. And when I say routine, I truly meant it. This murder was just one of 4 bodies found that day in Mexico. But it speaks to something much larger happening in Michoacan at that time. A war between the Gulf Cartel and an alliance led by Joaquin Guzman, aka Shorty, that was tearing the state apart. The Valencia gang was caught in the middle, and the cartels were using increasingly theatrical violence to establish dominance. And the thing is, this wasn't even close to the worst of it. Less than a year earlier, something else happened in the state. On September 6, just past 1 a.m., 3 SUVs pulled up to a bar called Sol y Sombra in Uruapan. About 20 men step out, all wearing fake Federal Investigation Agency uniforms, all carrying AK-47s and AR-15s, all with their faces covered, and they just opened fire on the building without mercy. Inside, it was chaos. Everyone was running through the club, trying to escape the bullets, when 2 armed men carrying black bags made their way to the dance floor. and then they simply dump the contents of the bags right in the middle of everyone. 5 human heads roll across the dance floor. The gunmen leave without saying a word, but they do leave something else behind. A cardboard sign with a message: the family doesn't kill for money. It doesn't kill women. It doesn't kill innocent people. Only those who deserve to die. Know this, all people. This is divine justice. This was the world's introduction to La Familia Michoacana, and this massacre, many consider it the spark that ignited Mexico's full-scale drug war. 2 months later, President Felipe Calderón would launch his military offensive against cartels, starting not coincidentally in Michoacán. Murdered and hung on a bridge. Unfortunately, it's not a weird thing either for morning commuters in Mexican border cities to encounter violence on their way to work. But what motorists saw on Friday morning, June 13, 2025, at the southern entrance to Ciudad Juarez was something beyond horror. 2 bodies, one of them completely naked, were hanging from ropes suspended from a highway overpass on the Pan-American Highway, displayed for everyone passing below to see. And just to make sure nobody missed the message, there was an abandoned black SUV nearby with a cardboard sign on the windshield: "There are your crystal dealers, Archie, for stealing fuel." Crystal here means crystal meth, because in Juarez, methamphetamine has become, because this is something currently happening. Anyway, it's become the cash crop of street drug sales for local gangs. It's big business. In just the last 2 years, U.S. Customs officers in El Paso alone seized over 7,500 pounds of meth at border crossings. So when someone messes with that business, when they steal fuel that's needed for meth production or try to muscle in on territory, this is what happens. They become a warning hung from a bridge. Now, if hanging 2 bodies from an overpass sounds extreme, let me tell you what happened about 400 miles south in Culiacan just weeks earlier. It was a Sunday night of June 30th. Around 11:30 p.m., authorities get reports of bodies on Highway 15 north of Culiacan. When they arrive, they found 4 decapitated bodies hanging by their limbs from a bridge. Nearby, there's a pickup truck and a bag with 5 severed heads inside, but that's not all. Inside the truck, investigators discover 15 complete bodies and 1 more decapitated body. 20 victims total, all male, all shot to death. There were messages too in this one on a tarp tied to a truck, others painted directly on the vehicle's frame. The messages indicated the attack was carried out by a faction led by Ismael Zimbada Sicairos, aka Mayito Flaco, son of Ismael El Mayo Zambada. But those messages were aimed directly at the rival faction of Los Chapitos, the sons of Joaquin Guzman, aka El Chapo. This was 1 year into a brutal war between these 2 Sinaloa cartel factions. The conflict started in September of 2024, right after Mayo Zambada was allegedly kidnapped by Joaquin Guzman Lopez, another of El Chapo's sons, and delivered to U.S. authorities. At least that's the working theory. Since then, Culiacan and much of Sinaloa state have been literally drowning in violence. Back in Juarez, no arrests were made for the 2 men hanging from that overpass, and in Culiacan, none of the 20 men murdered have been identified. The only thing they know is that the cartels are involved. Kidnapped and forced to kill each other. Now, what if your night out with friends turned into the last moment of your life? Crazy, but it wouldn't be the first time we're talking about that on this channel. You might remember, for example, Irina Glazunova, a 24-year-old Russian influencer that we talked about a while back. She tripped and fell to her death literally on the street during a night out with friends. Anyway, this case right here is much, much worse. Back in August of 2023, 5 young men in Lagos de Moreno, Jalisco experienced exactly that. A night out turned deadly. Roberto Olmeda, Diego Lara, Uriel Galvan, Jaime Martinez, and Dante Sideo were just regular guys. They boxed together, went to the movies, worked normal jobs. They were engineering students, welders, and construction workers. Dante had won national cycling medals while Roberto helped his mom sell pozole on Saturdays. I mean, normal guys. On August 11th, they met up where they always did, the San Miguel lookout point in their hometown. At 10:55 p.m., they sent their last message saying they were heading home, but they never made it. By Sunday, fear had taken over their families. They gathered in public, desperate for answers and frustrated by the silence from authorities. It was that day that the search operations began, and somewhere along, they discovered a large bloodstain at one lookout. Still, it wasn't clear if it belonged to any of the missing young men. In the days that followed, police carried out several raids where they found a motorcycle, high-powered rifles with full magazines, stolen license plates, and bags of drugs, all potential clues in what was quickly becoming one of the most horrifying cases in the region. It turns out that the 5 friends were intercepted on their way home that Friday night. Their car, Diego's brown Volkswagen Jetta that he was so proud of, was later found burned on the highway between Lagos de Moreno and Encarnacion de Diaz, a notorious red zone where the Sinaloa cartel and CJNG fight for control. Inside the trunk, police found charred human remains, but that wasn't the worst of this case. Just days after they disappeared, the killers started posting photos of them on their knees, gagged on a dirt floor with their faces smeared with blood. Soon, a video started circulating across all social media too, and I warn you, it's buried under layers and layers of censorship because of just how gory it is. But what I can tell you, with the help of 3D models, is that it shows the young men bound, bloodied, and forced to kill the others. One of them was handed a brick and forced to bludgeon one of his friends. Someone off camera was giving him instructions, tossing him tools to use, while two bodies already lay motionless in the foreground with their white shirts soaked in blood. The monsters behind this wanted everyone to know exactly what they had done to the 5 missing friends. The video even had text overlaid on it saying Puro MZ, a reference to Miles Zambada, leader of the Sinaloa cartel faction. Investigators later found the ranch where the video was filmed, discovering bloodstains on the floor and scattered shoes. On August 21st, authorities located 4 burned and decapitated bodies near where the young men were kidnapped. The bodies matched details from the video, decapitated, just like what was shown happening to one of the victims in that footage. And with all the pain in the world, the families confirmed those remains were their sons. Police officer burned alive. Ciudad Juarez in 2011 was literally one of the most violent cities on the planet. In fact, it had a homicide rate over 200 per 100,000 people. To put that in perspective, that's about 40 times higher than most major US cities. It sits right on the Texas border from El Paso, and by that time it had become ground zero for Mexico's drug war. President Felipe Calderon had declared his crackdown on cartels back in December of 2006, and since then about 43,000 people had died across Mexico. But Juarez was in a league of its own. And if you were a cop there, well, your life expectancy wasn't great either. That brings us to a Tuesday morning of December 20th, around 8:30 a.m. in the Paseos del Alba neighborhood. People are starting their day, heading to work and grabbing breakfast. Then a vehicle pulls up and dumps something, or rather someone, onto the street. It's Jose Everardo Sanchez, a 27-year-old municipal police officer. He'd only been on the force since August of 2010, so just over a year. His hands and feet are tied, and there's a plastic bag over his head. But they're not done with him. His attackers, still right there on the scene, doused him with some kind of flammable liquid, then they lit him on fire. Right there, in the middle of the street, in broad daylight. Several witnesses watched the whole thing happen. CNN reported that people saw him writhing in agony as he burned alive, while the guys who did it were just standing right there. Now, Jose had been kidnapped the night before, on Monday. Nobody knows exactly where they held him or what they did to him during those hours, but Tuesday morning they decided to make an example out of him. They even left a note at the scene. Prosecutors confirmed it was there, but they never disclosed what it said. Judging by the way the cartels communicate, it was probably some message for the other cops about what happens when you don't play ball. Unfortunately, it wasn't even an isolated incident. Jose was the 33rd municipal police officer killed in Juarez just in 2011, the 59th in the last 15 months. That's more than one cop killed every week for over a year straight. It all came down to one thing that the cartels wanted everyone to know. It doesn't matter who's in charge, it doesn't matter how tough you are, they could still grab you off the street, tie you up, and burn you alive in front of everyone. Buried man alive. So I'm pretty sure we've all heard of El Chapo. He's quite literally the epitome of a cartel lord. He was one of the most feared and powerful drug lords on the planet. The guy who turned the Sinaloa cartel into a massive empire built on drugs, violence, and corruption. We've already talked about what his sons did, and from that, you might be right to guess that he's much worse. He was cruel, especially when it came to his enemies. El Chapo, unlike others, didn't let others do his dirty work all the time. He would in fact personally torture and murder. He did so to at least 3 men from rival cartels. Obviously, these are just the known cases. One of his victims was a member of the Arellano Felix cartel. When Valdez first saw him, the man already had burns made with iron all over his back. His shirt was literally stuck to his skin. Burns from a car lighter covered his entire body, and his feet were burned too. Someone had spent time methodically torturing this guy before El Chapo even got involved, but El Chapo wasn't even close to being done with him yet. They locked the man in a wooden structure for days, just left him there, not knowing when or if someone would come back. When they finally did pull him out, they blindfolded him, tied his hands and legs, and drove him somewhere. Freedom, maybe? No. They brought him to a graveyard. El Chapo started interrogating him right there. The man was responding, thinking if he just cooperated, maybe they let him live. But mid-sentence, El Chapo shot him with his handgun. Somehow, the man didn't die immediately. In fact, he was still gasping for air when they dumped him in the hole they had dug and started burying him alive. El Chapo carried out at least 2 other murders himself, but that particular murder was testament to how drug cartels buried people alive as a method of torture and killing. Another example of such requires us to fast forward to February of 2025 in Tabasco, where police got a tip about a 19-year-old kid named Rafael who'd been forced to sell drugs in Villahermosa for a cartel. When authorities found him, he was entombed inside a wall. Cartel members had literally built a concrete wall around him, creating a tiny space where he was trapped alive. Police had to use sledgehammers to break through freshly laid cement blocks, smashing their way in to reach the teenager inside, who incredibly was still alive in that concrete tomb.
Damn.
Alright guys, that's gonna be it for this video.
That's crazy,
if you
dude.
liked it, make sure to leave a like. If you think I earned your subscription, make sure to subscribe. I have a lot of morbid videos on this channel, so if you want to go check them out, make sure to do so. Last month was Iceberg month, so we had weekly uploads. I usually try to do weekly uploads, but all of those were Iceberg. So
the poorest place in America. High Ridge Resolution.
Notorious reservation.
We're seeing
This window got shot up right here with the shotgun.
This is how easy you get alcohol in this watch.
Hey, can I get two?
2 water bottles?
Yeah. In the nighttime, this one is scary here.
So when the sun goes down, we should get out of here?
Yeah. Everyone comes out.
It isn't unusual at all to hear gunshots in some areas of the Pine Ridge Reservation.
we're seeing an all-time high of violence and drug trafficking like we've never seen before.
I've seen this one, dude. I think. Yeah, I've seen this one all the time, but I want to see the poorest place. Let's see what YouTube recommends me. Exposed scammers in Tokyo. The thumbnail, dude. The guy's a katana. Look at him, dude. He's fighting 3 guys. One guy's a baseball bat, another guy's a katana. And they're all black guys with fucking with fucking football shirts on. What a funny thumbnail. And I was thinking, I was just born differently. I didn't always thinking, I was just born differently. I was just born differently. I was not
The
born
Canadian
again.
Broadcast Standards Council says the mighty Morphin Power Rangers is too violent and it wants it off the
Canadians.
air.
Her performance was so terrifying that MGM decided to cut entire scenes where they deemed her too scary for younger audiences.
This is the most insane idea for a television show I've ever heard. This is going to be canceled immediately.
A little controversy can make a show exciting. Too much can destroy it. Today, we'll explore TV shows and TV episodes banned for being too controversial. We'll uncover the dark stories behind them and why networks decided the public should never see them again. We'll start with the unsettling cases and save the worst for last. Guys, so it's almost at the end of the year and my goal is still the same, to increase the number of videos I put out without sacrificing quality. And to do that, we gotta keep growing, so it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do the best to make the best videos I possibly can. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome. By the way, a big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. Ghost Watch. In 1992, the BBC set out to make the scariest TV show ever. Their plan was simple, but deeply twisted. It was in 2 steps. Step 1, create a ghost story that looked completely real. Step 2, make viewers believe that the ghost could reach through the screen and attack anyone watching at home. They didn't just want to scare people. They wanted viewers to feel haunted, as if watching the show cursed them. This is the story of how they pulled it off, and how that broadcast caused so much panic that it was banned from ever airing again. The show was called Ghost Watch. In the weeks before it aired, the BBC promoted it as a live investigation into a haunted house. Here's what they told viewers. A single mother in North London believed her home was haunted. The woman claimed that she and her 2 daughters were being tormented by a violent ghost. To uncover the truth, the BBC promised to send a team of reporters to spend the night inside the home. Their cameras would be rolling the entire time. Every noise, every shadow, every scream would be broadcast live. If a ghost really was there, millions of people would see it happen in real time. That was the setup, and the audience bought every word of it. But behind the scenes, the entire thing was fake. The haunted house was a studio set. The woman and her 2 daughters were actors, and the ghost didn't exist. But viewers didn't know that. They thought they were about to witness a real ghost filmed on live television. Ghost Watch aired on Halloween night 1992. Millions across the UK tuned in. From the first scene, it looked like a real news broadcast.
No creaking gates, no Gothic towers, no shutter windows. Yet for the past 10 months, this house has been the focus of an astonishing barrage of supernatural activity.
To make it more convincing, they interviewed the family
on TV. Inside. Of course, it's fucking fake.
Of course, with the supernatural can be devastatingly real. Let's find out what effect it had on Mrs. Early and her family.
And in Hollywood,
and her daughter sounded scared and desperate.
It's wrecked my house, my home, my family.
After hearing their story, the reporters promised to capture the ghost on camera. For almost 40 minutes, nothing strange happened. Everyone was just waiting. Then it started. The clocks stopped, the temperature dropped, and loud banging came from inside the walls. Remember, guys, millions were watching live. Most believed that a real ghost was inside that home. But the BBC wasn't done yet. They wanted to make viewers think that the ghost could crawl through their TV and torment them in their homes. Here's how they did it. The hosts said viewers were calling in from across the country. These callers claimed strange things were happening in their homes while they watched.
We're getting all sorts of calls. In Derby, someone was ringing to say that her clock had stopped.
Look at the number, dude. 0818181. 8181.
In Shropshire, their radio has gone dead.
Of course, none of it was true. No one was actually calling in to say they were haunted, but the audience didn't know that. People across the UK believed that Ghost Watch was cursed, and that simply watching the show was letting the ghost into their homes. Some panicked and turned off their TV. Others kept watching. But things were about to spiral completely out of control. As the night went on, things in Ghost Watch got worse. Objects started flying across the room. The cameraman suddenly collapsed. Then one of the daughters started speaking in a deep voice like she was possessed. Even the presenter began acting strangely. He was mumbling nonsense as if he wasn't in his right mind. Then, when things were the most chaotic, the broadcast ended. Within minutes, panic spread across Britain. The BBC received 30,000 angry calls about Ghost Watch. The phone lines even jammed. Parents said their children were crying. Others believed their homes were haunted. Some even said they could see ghosts in their bedrooms.
fuck, your TV show
Ghostwatch
haunted
became the
my
first
fucking...
case of PTSD caused by a
haunted my
television
house.
program. To calm
Soon,
the
you
public,
guys.
the BBC admitted Ghostwatch wasn't real. There was no haunting, no ghost, and no danger. Viewers felt tricked and betrayed. The next morning, the story was all over the newspapers. The authorities accused the BBC of deliberately trying to cultivate a sense of menace. Ghostwatch was banned. It never aired on public television again. But Ghostwatch didn't stay buried. Years later, it was quietly released on DVD. Since then, it's become a cult classic. Ghostwatch showed us how easy it is to miss what's really happening, just like it's easy to miss when you've been charged of everything. We saw it cooked with cannabis. In 2020, Netflix released a new reality show about food. At first, nobody thought much about it. It was just another cooking competition. But one country saw it differently. To them, that show was a crime, and they did everything to make sure their citizens could never watch it. That show was named Cooked with Cannabis. For YouTube's sake, we'll call it Cooked with Grass. The concept was straightforward. 3 chefs stepped into the kitchen to compete. Each had to make their best 3-course meal. At the end, a panel of judges chose a winner. That winner walked away with $10,000. But there was one rule that made it unlike any other cooking show. Every meal had to include grass.
Each episode, 3 expert cannabis chefs will prepare a 3-course cannabis-infused menu that will put their culinary skills to the ultimate test.
The creators said it wasn't about promoting anything illegal. They simply wanted to take away the stigma around grass.
It's really difficult to dismantle years of misconceptions and stigmas about marijuana.
They wanted to prove that grass
just
could be
the
a
government
legitimate cooking
brainwashing
ingredient,
you,
not
dude.
just a taboo topic. And in
It
many
can be a
ways, it
cooking
succeeded.
ingredient.
Chefs used grass in sauces, desserts, and main dishes. Judges scored them on creativity, taste, and presentation. Cooked with Cannabis premiered on Netflix in April 2020, and reviews were quite positive. Rotten Tomatoes gave it an 86%. Some viewers liked it so much they begged Netflix to make at least 10 seasons, but not everyone was impressed. The show appeared in the Netflix streaming library for millions of Singaporeans. When the Singaporean government saw it, they were furious. Singapore grass isn't just controversial, it's one of the most serious crimes a person can commit. Singapore
kill
has
you.
some of the toughest substance
They can
laws
hang you
in the
for
world,
smoking
and the
weed.
punishments are severe. Carrying even the smallest amount of grass can lead to years in prison. Being caught with more than 1.1 pounds can mean the death penalty. These laws are strictly enforced.
If you get caught with a set amount of drugs, you get hanged.
Since 2022, Singapore has ended 15 people for substance-related offenses. So when Cooked with Cannabis appeared on Netflix, Singapore, it was more than controversial. It was encouraging people to break the law. The Singaporean government banned it immediately. They contacted Netflix and demanded that the show be taken down. Netflix agreed. Within days, the show vanished from Singapore's streaming library. After that, the government made a clear rule. Any show that promoted substances used indirectly would be banned in Singapore. The next story was so messy that the network was fined millions of dollars.
Thanks, dude. I have to put a follower. I have to put like a follower timer on because there's so many bots on Kick. Thanks, Dogs. I appreciate you.
Most shows get banned because of their content. This one was banned because of how it was promoted. The show was called Aqua Teen Hunger Force. When it premiered in the early 2000s, it didn't look like anything else on TV. The stars of the show were 3 talking fast food items: a milkshake, a box of fries, and a meatball. They lived together and got into bizarre adventures. The stories rarely made sense, but that was a charm. Viewers loved how weird it was. Soon the show developed a small but loyal
Yeah, I have to
fan
put on
base. But the
a follower.
creators
There's
wanted
so many
more than
bots
that.
on
They
Kick.
wanted everyone to know about the show, so they came up with a new marketing campaign. On paper, it sounded like a good idea, but it really wasn't. The marketing stunt caused such a mess that the police got involved. The campaign launched in early 2007. Normally, TV shows were promoted through commercials or billboards, but the team behind Aqua Teen Hunger Force wanted to advertise on the streets of Boston. Their idea was simple. They built glowing LED signs featuring alien characters from the show. The characters were called Mooninites.
We are the Mooninites, and our culture is advanced beyond all that you can possibly comprehend with 100% of your brain.
Each sign showed a Moonanite flipping people off with its middle finger. The creators thought fans would find it funny. and that others would be curious enough to ask what it was about. They installed 40 of these LED signs all over Boston, above shops, near bridges, and even along highways. They worked overnight trying to stay out of sight. They wanted people to wake up and see glowing Moonanites all over the city. But they made one stupid mistake. The signs didn't say what they were for. There was no title, no logo, no hint that it was an ad. Just glowing circuit boards with wires sticking out. This is what they look like. The next morning, people spotted the devices. They saw flashing lights, batteries, and tangled wires. To most people, it looked like a bomb. Someone called 911. Police rushed to the scene. They evacuated the area and destroyed one of the devices in a controlled explosion. But that was just the beginning. Reports poured in from across the city. Dozens of these strange devices were spotted under bridges, tunnels, and buildings. The city thought it was under attack.
Suspicious packages were discovered all over Boston. Roads were closed, the
That's so
Charles River
stupid.
was closed, and questions were asked about terrorism.
The entire city went into lockdown. For almost 8 hours, police and federal agents searched for more devices.
And Boston police did shut down a bridge, several main roads, including an interstate, and stop boat traffic on the Charles.
Luckily, one of the officers happened to be a fan of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. He
Yeah.
recognized the characters. He told his
Yeah.
team these aren't bombs, they are Moonanites, just cartoon characters. The
Yeah.
lockdown finally ended, and the fear subsided.
Dozens of electronic devices placed all around the city to promote the Cartoon Network show Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but they were mistaken to be bombs.
The panic was over.
That's
The authorities
perfect
had a
fucking-
new mission. Find
that's
and punish
international.
those who caused this mess. Police quickly tracked down the 2 men who put up the signs. They were arrested and charged with disorderly conduct. But those men weren't the masterminds. They were just hired to install the signs. So the authorities went after the network itself. To settle the case, Adult Swim's parent company paid the city $2 million in damages. They also issued a formal public apology. The creators of Aqua Teen Hunger Force understood how much trouble they caused. But
Who's
instead of
Adult
showing
Swim's
regret,
parent
they
company?
tried to joke about it. They created a new episode titled Boston and made fun of the entire incident.
Turn on your tiny magnetic lights. That way, you look more like a device.
Network executives were amused. They banned the episode before it could ever air. For 8 years, the Boston episode stayed hidden. It was the only episode of the series that was never released.
Oh,
Then,
man.
in 2015, someone leaked it online.
Nice.
Viewers were furious. Many felt it was disrespectful to joke about the mass panic. This next chapter proves that even the most innocent shows can sometimes go too far. Sesame Street. It's hard to imagine Sesame Street being disturbing. The show first aired in 1969, and it became a must-watch for children all over the world. Kids loved Big Bird, Elmo, and the other Muppets. But hidden in Sesame Street's history is one episode that almost ruined the show. It was titled Episode 847, and it aired in February 1976. The episode had a simple goal: teach kids about good manners. Producers wanted kids to learn that the best way to get something is by asking politely. But that message didn't go as planned. Instead of teaching kindness, episode 847 sent kids running from their TVs. The episode starts with a strange event. A broom falls from the sky. It lands in the hands of a boy named David. It turns out that the broom belongs to a witch, and she wants it back.
Have the broom until you can't. Let me have it. You can't have the broom until you show me a little respect. Oh, yes, I can.
Angry, the witch threatens to turn David into a basketball if he doesn't return it.
I'll turn you into a basketball. Bounce, bounce, bounce.
The threats don't work. Frustrated, she disappears.
I'll be back. Oh.
Later, she returns with a new plan. This time, she disguises herself as an old woman, and instead of yelling, she decides to ask nicely.
Please let me hold the broom.
Certainly.
And it works. She gets her broom back.
I got it, my broom, my broom.
That was supposed to be the lesson. If you want something, be polite. Don't threaten people. The producers thought they did a good job, but they were wrong. That episode was about to cause a meltdown. As soon as the episode aired, chaos followed. The network was flooded with calls from angry parents. They said their children were crying, refusing to finish the episode because the witch was too scary. Her green skin, cackling voice, and threats frightened kids. Some were so scared they refused to watch Sesame Street ever again. To fix the problem, the actress who played the witch appeared on TV as herself. She wanted children to see she was just a regular person pretending to be scary.
To know that you're a real lady who got dressed up
to play this part.
Oh, there's your old friend, the Wicked Witch of the West.
But that didn't help. Parents continued to insist the episode was too frightening for children, so PBS pulled episode 847 from broadcast and never aired on TV again. For decades, it was considered lost, but in 2022, someone leaked the full episode online. It's still floating around the internet. Anyone can find it with a quick search. This next show was connected to one of the worst tragedies in history, The Simpsons. Everyone knows The Simpsons. It's that cartoon that makes fun of everything. The show was designed to be a satirical depiction of American life. For over 30 years, it's poked fun at politics, celebrities, and pop culture. But in 1997, a few jokes
Okay. I'm gonna sleep here and wake up and play some Scape. What's my phone, dude?
backfired, and the public reaction was so intense that an entire episode had to be buried. The episode was called The City of New York versus Homer Simpson. It aired in September 1997 during the show's 9th season. The story began with Homer losing his car. After searching for months, he gave up and decided to build a new one himself.
Homer, I don't want you driving around in a car you built yourself.
One day, Homer received a letter from the authorities.
Dear motorist, your vehicle is illegally parked in the borough of Manhattan.
My vehicle!
His missing car was sitting in New York City the whole time. Determined to get it back, Homer boarded a bus to Manhattan. But when he arrived at the big city, things became very frustrating. His car was clamped and buried under parking tickets.
What the hell is this thing? Come off!
The city drove him mad. The traffic, the crowds, the noise.
Hey! When you're done with that, I got something up here you can bite on! And why don't you be polite?
Everything was loud, chaotic, and overwhelming.
Sorry about that, guy. They stick all the jerks in Tower 1. That's it! I'm coming over there! Yeah, why don't you come over here? I got something for you! Shut up, the both of you!
Frustrated, Homer got into his car and drove away with the clamp still attached. The episode was a parody of city life. They wanted to make fun of how stressful New York could be. Viewers laughed, and for 4 years, it was just another funny Simpson episode. But a few years later, those jokes suddenly didn't seem funny anymore. On September 11th, 2001, tragedy struck New York. The Twin Towers collapsed. Thousands of lives were lost. In the weeks that followed, people turned to familiar shows for comfort. But when fans rewatched that episode from The Simpsons, they noticed something unsettling. There were small details that reminded them of the tragedy.
We could all go with the bus company's special super sitter fare.
In one scene, a brochure showed the price $9 next to an image of the Twin Towers. Together, it looked like 9/11. And throughout the episode, Homer's car was parked between the towers. There was also a short argument between two men, one yelling from Tower 1 and the other from Tower 2. Before the tragedy, those lines were just jokes about city life. After the tragedy, they felt disturbing. Conspiracy theorists went crazy. They claimed The Simpsons predicted 9/11. The rumors grew so fast that the network had to step in. Out of respect for the victims and their families, Fox pulled the episode. It was removed from syndication so no other network could air it again. For years, the city of New York versus Homer Simpson vanished. But in 2006, it quietly returned to television. But it wasn't the same. Every shot of the towers was cut out. Every joke that could be linked to the tragedy was removed. The original version was never screened again in its original form. Up next is one of the most beloved shows of all time, but somehow it still got banned. Star Trek, the original series.
Damn.
There's a reason so many people love Star Trek. It wasn't just about spaceships or aliens. The show told deep stories about people, choices, and humanity. But one episode didn't go as planned. It was titled Miri. It was one of the show's most creative stories. However, that episode disturbed viewers so much that the network banned it. Miri aired in 1966 during the first season of Star Trek. It started like any other mission. The crew detected a mysterious signal coming from deep space.
Earth-style distress signal. SOS.
I've answered it on all frequencies, sir. They don't reply.
Not a vessel, a ground source.
Captain Kirk sent a small team to investigate. When they landed, they couldn't believe what they saw. The planet looked exactly like Earth, but something was wrong. The streets were empty, the buildings were abandoned, and when the team finally met the locals, the mystery deepened. The planet was full of children. There were no adults anywhere. Captain Kirk and his team tried to figure out why. That's when they met a girl named Miri, and she told them the truth about the planet's past. 300 years earlier, scientists on that planet wanted to stop people from aging. They created a virus that was supposed to make people live forever. But the experiment went horribly wrong. It worked on children, but it was lethal for adults. Every adult was wiped out, leaving only children behind. Meanwhile, the kids stopped aging and stayed young for centuries. They lived without parents, schools, or anyone to care for them.
Children who never age. Eternal childhood filled with play. No responsibilities. It's almost like a dream.
Captain Kirk decided to help them. Thanks to the captain, a team of adults was sent to help the kids rebuild the society. Miri ended on a hopeful note, but not everyone saw it that way. When Miri aired in the United States, most people liked it. But in December 1970, it aired in the United Kingdom, and the reaction was far from positive. British audiences felt the story was too dark. They saw children trapped in a desperate world with no adults, scared, confused, and fighting to survive. British regulators received a flood of complaints. Viewers said the episode wasn't family friendly. The authorities reviewed it themselves, and their conclusion wasn't positive. The report said Miri dealt most unpleasantly with the already unpleasant subjects of madness, sadism, and disease. The episode was banned from British television. For 20 years, viewers never saw it again. But the ban didn't last forever. In the early 1990s, the ban was finally lifted, and all episodes of Star Trek, including Miri, aired on cable television. TV shows can inspire audiences, but this next one taught viewers a dangerous lesson. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. If you grew up in the 1990s, you probably remember Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It was about teenagers who transformed into superheroes to defend Earth from alien monsters, and it was my personal favorite.
It's quite simple, my dear. This planet is under attack, and I have brought you here to save it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Kids were obsessed. They copied every kick and punch from the show, but parents were concerned. They thought the show made violence look fun. Some even wrote angry letters demanded it be taken off the air, but producers stood their ground. They said Power Rangers taught teamwork and bravery. They insisted kids knew it was just pretend, but soon a tragedy proved them wrong. In October 1994, 3 kids in Norway were playing after school. 2 of them pretended to be Power Rangers. They tried reenacting fight scenes from the show, but things got out of hand. By the time it was over, one of the kids passed away. It was a national tragedy. Parents blamed Power Rangers. They said it encouraged dangerous behavior, and this tragedy was their proof. Within days, the backlash spread around the world.
The Canadian Broadcast Standards Council says the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is too violent and it wants it off the air.
Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and New Zealand all banned the show. In Canada, it stayed on air, but the fight scenes were cut out. The bans lasted for years. Eventually, the show returned, but only after the creators agreed to tone down the violence in later versions. This next show was designed to be shocking. It's no wonder that they crossed a line. Fear Factor.
Oh yeah.
In 2001, Fear Factor shook the world of reality TV. The show's concept was so extreme that even the hosts couldn't believe it.
This is the most insane idea for a television show I've ever heard. This is going to be canceled immediately.
Each episode featured ordinary people facing their worst fears for a chance to win $50,000.
Yeah, everyone thought everything on
One
TV
week,
was
contestants jumped off skyscrapers. The next, they were buried alive. And sometimes they ate
TV,
things
it's
too
fake.
disgusting to describe.
I'm Joe Rogan. This is Fear Factor. The stunts you're about to see were all designed and supervised by trained professionals. They are extremely dangerous and should not be attempted by anyone, anywhere, anytime.
Fear Factor became a cultural phenomenon. Millions tuned in every week. But over time, viewers got used to the stunts. The shock value faded and the ratings dropped. Eventually, the show went off the air. Then in 2011, producers brought it all back. They wanted the new season to push the limits of what people could handle. But what they created was so disturbing, it got Fear Factor banned. The episode was titled Hee Haw, Hee Haw. It started with the host explaining the rules.
To stare fear in the eye, compete for $50,000. Now to win the money, you're gonna have to complete 3 extreme stunts. Stunts that'll not only test you physically, but mentally as well.
The first stunt was tough but doable. Contestants walked across a platform lined with electrified wires. Each step sent small shocks through their body. Then came the second stunt. That's what caused all the trouble. Contestants were given large jugs of mystery liquid. At first, they thought it was some strange protein shake. Then the host revealed the truth. It came from a donkey. Everyone on set was horrified. Even the camera crew got sick. The episode was filmed, edited, and submitted for approval. But when network executives saw it, they were disgusted. They felt this was too much for TV. The episode was banned immediately. It never aired on television, not even once. But that wasn't the end of the controversy. A few months later, one of the contestants spoke out about the Hee Haw challenge on a podcast.
Oh, it smells. It's so bitter. It's the bitterest thing you can ever imagine, and it has, a little hint of hay.
Around the same time, the episode leaked online. People finally saw the challenge, and almost all the reactions were negative. One viewer wrote, "This is not even a fear anymore. This is literally sick." The backlash was massive. A few months later, NBC canceled Fear Factor. Many believe the Hee Haw scandal was the reason. To this day, that episode has never been officially released, but the leaked clips are still on YouTube. It's a disturbing reminder of how far reality TV once went for shock value. Videos have the power to entertain, to educate, to inspire, but they also have the power to harm. And these shows are proof that entertainment
Internet's most mysterious website. Oh.
Was no coincidence. Weeks later.
There we go. Wavy Web Surf uploaded. Where is it? There you go. When a video gets YouTube banned internationally.
For it happening can get pretty bizarre. I've seen a lot of people discuss banned YouTube videos and controversial terminated creators. But what about when a video or event gets YouTube itself banned from an entire country? This has actually happened more times than you would think, and the reasons for it happening can get pretty bizarre. To a dictator shutting down YouTube over a leaked dance video, to a felon filmmaker causing Muslim riots with a movie trailer, and a steamy, explicit video shutting down YouTube in Brazil, these are cases where an entire country banned YouTube. Let's begin. Beachside Boink Session gets YouTube banned in Brazil. The handful of Brazilians in my audience are likely familiar with this story, but for the rest of ya, yes, YouTube was banned in Brazil for a time because of an erotic video. No, not the Ricardo Milos one. It was of this chick, Daniela Cicerelli. Back in the early 2000s, Daniela Cicerelli was a hot commodity, a massively successful model and TV star in Brazil. Her fame began with this 2001 Pepsi commercial, which showcased her assets, and from here her career exploded. She was cast on Brazilian soap operas and later became host and VJ for MTV Brazil. Now, Daniela's international claim to fame, it's not really from a modeling or TV appearance. It's from being the center of a salacious scandal that got YouTube banned from her entire country. In August of 2006, Daniela was dating this guy, Tado Malzoni, a Brazilian investment banker and entrepreneur. On one steamy summer evening, the two had rendezvoused on a public beach near the city of Cadiz, Spain. It was a date, you could say. What the two didn't know, however, was that they were being followed and filmed by a paparazzi. Somebody was lurking. Reportedly unaware of the paparazzi and thinking they were alone, the couple's beachfront date grew increasingly spicy, and well, they allegedly started banging. The peeping Tom paparazzi gooner, a man named Miguel Temprano, captured all of this from a covert nearby location, secretly recording everything. The man would later publish his recording of the two getting hot and heavy to the internet. It was being shared everywhere, with Brazilian TMZ-style drama sites being some of the earliest offenders when it came to hosting it. And of course, it eventually found its way onto YouTube, and let's just say people were tuning in. They might be gooning in. The couple soon found out about the recording of them and were naturally furious, demanding it be removed from the internet immediately. Nobody would comply despite them asking nicely. Who's fucking surprised about that? Feeling that their privacy had been violated, a lawsuit was filed on September 19th, 2006 against Globo Organizations, Internet Group, which both of these companies were Brazilian media and tech companies that hosted the video, and the third defendant was of course YouTube, which is who we'll be focusing on the most here. At first, the lawsuit fell in the favor of Daniela and her BF, with the court issuing fines against the three companies of $119,000 a day for every day that the sex video remained up. YouTube, which had just recently been purchased by Google, scrambled to remove instances of the video from the site in a desperate bid to avoid those lofty fines. But this was like trying to close Pandora's box. Each time a copy of the video was getting taken down, another online goon would hold the line and upload a new version of it from a sock puppet account, ensuring the voyeuristic archive stayed accessible despite the platform's best efforts. YouTube was essentially locked into a perpetual game of digital whack-a-mole with angry porn addicts, a truly unwinnable battle. They had no real way to stop the re-uploads. Keep in mind, this was the ancient days of early YouTube. Content ID didn't exist yet. That didn't come around till 2007. So you literally had staff members having to manually track down these re-uploads and remove them, or they were potentially facing another day's worth of $120,000 in fines. YouTube was given an impossible task, and when it became clear that even despite their best efforts, the video would still be available, the Brazilian courts made an insane move. The nuclear option, if you will. On January 6, 2007, a Brazilian court injunction ordered all Brazilian internet service providers had to block YouTube from being accessed throughout the entire country, as I guess the courts thought this was the only way that they could stop this one video from spreading. And just like that, because of this leaked sex video, YouTube was Thanos snapped for all Brazilians. Millions of users left without mealtime videos, all because of the actions of a few bad apples online. People were pissed. And the sad part of this case is the public outrage wasn't directed at the disproportionate court ruling, YouTube, or the guy that filmed and leaked the intercourse. It was directed at the victims. Daniela received an enormous amount of hate from those jilted by the ban. People launched email petitions against her, boycotted her show on Brazilian MTV, and even went as far as protesting her and the court decision in real life in public areas. It was a pretty vitriolic situation, with a lot of people saying, you know, well, she deserves the humiliation. She shouldn't have fucked on a private beach. Why is she busting it down in the sand? You know, she's just trying to avoid accountability here and squash the video evidence. While I understand this sentiment, let's be clear about something here. Daniela didn't vouch for YouTube to be removed. That was the court and the internet service provider's decision. She just wanted justice for her video being spread around, and this is the insane route that the courts took. In an interview with a Brazilian media outlet, Daniela would state that she disagreed with the order that was filed, but also refused to apologize for taking the matter to court. Quote, "I don't have to say I'm sorry about anything because it's not my fault. I don't have anything to do with that request nor with the decision. Due to immense public backlash and potential legal challenges, the YouTube block would only last a couple of days. On January 9th, 2007, the order was reversed and people regained access to the site. The re-uploads of the video would continue popping up until YouTube implemented Content ID in the summer of 2007, which finally killed it once and for all. So with the ban lifted, what would be the final conclusion of the Daniela court case? Well, you might be surprised to find that YouTube won, at least for a little bit. In June of 2007, YouTube prevailed in the case after a judge ruled against the couple, citing that they had acted in bad faith by portraying their privacy had been invaded when they were in fact having sex on a public beach when they were filmed. The court ordered the couple to pay all parties' court and attorney's costs, as well as $5,000 to each of the 3 defendants for allegedly acting in bad faith. Apparently, if you're fucking in public, it's fair game. Roll those cameras. Actually, put them away. Because in 2008, this suit went to the Sao Paulo Supreme Court, and they reversed the previous decision, saying it was in fact a privacy violation. This court argued that, yes, the act was in public, but the spread of the video served no public interest other than to humiliate the plaintiffs. And you know, the way that it was acquired, you got people on a beach all by themselves and a dude sneaking in the background recording them. There is a level of susness to it. Brazilian justice system, can you make your mind up on this one? This legal battle would go on for years until it was completely resolved in 2015, with YouTube having to pay out close to $65,000 in fines to both Daniela and her then boyfriend, respectively. And that's how a leaked sex video got YouTube banned from the entire country of Brazil for a few days. You know what's worse than YouTube being banned in your entire
ad?
That you Tajikistan. Funniest and humiliating embarrassing dance video leaking. Next, we move on to one of the funniest and humiliating instances of an entire country banning YouTube. And it all happened because a dictator got his feelings hurt. Welcome to Tajikistan, a former Soviet state headed by its authoritarian de facto leader since 1994, Emomali Rahmon. Emomali is your cliche cult of personality dictator, with plenty of examples of eccentric abuses of power and laughable efforts to keep his country brainwashed. Emomali once had police shave the beards of over 10,000 Muslim men throughout the country to reduce displays of religious conservatism. His government plasters these hilariously bad propaganda posters of him everywhere. Bros walk in the hills like a Central Asian Paul Bunyan here. And when his daughter published a book, the man ordered university students across the country to buy it as a part of their studies. I thought my summer reading in school sucked. But what's probably the most amusing show of insecurity from this guy is a decision he made after people online made fun of his singing and dance moves. In 2009, Emomali Rahmon attended a lavish wedding which was being held for his son, Rustam. The woman that his boy was marrying was the daughter of a business magnate and owner of a massive chocolate company in the region. The entire event reeked of corruption and decadence, something the dictator claimed he was against, at least when he spoke publicly. You see, 2 years prior to this wedding, Emomali's government passed a law that made it illegal to have more than 200 guests at a civilian wedding, citing that people should be more humble with their celebrations. Emomali didn't like the idea of his citizenry showing lavish lifestyles, as it reflected bad on the culture of the country, he said. Be humble, be stoic, I guess was his idea. Meanwhile, his son gets hundreds of attendees at his wedding, and it's thrown in a lavish presidential summer house in the mountains. Dictators be dictating, though. Anyways, there were some cameras present at the wedding, and video footage was recorded, some of which may have shown the dictator getting a bit zesty and singing and dancing at the event. Might have been a little tipsy, you know, who's to say? He might have been off a couple of them ultras or maybe a voodoo ranger or two. Take it away, big dog. Okay, so you got some video footage of the dictator looking like a normal guy getting crunk at a wedding. What's the big deal? Well, keep in mind, we're talking about the guy who wants to be seen as this fucking Paul Bunyan larger-than-life figure. Singing off tune, hitting the unk shuffle at a wedding, this is unbecoming for a man of his stature, right? Oh, and it also looks pretty bad considering the guy had previously chastised his own population and banned them from having lavish weddings. Him and Molly wouldn't have to reckon with blowback from this recording initially, as it was kept private by whoever recorded it, but it would get out years later. When video of the recording leaked to YouTube in 2013, people in the country had some thoughts about it. Political rivals and critics used it as an example of Molly's corruption. After all, the hypocrisy here is undeniable. He passes a damn marriage law to crack down on decadence while he's grittying in a fucking mountain palace in 4K. Rules for thee, but not for me. Some comments on the YouTube upload showing him dancing and singing at the wedding read, "That's a real dictator who should be hanged in the gallows. The people suffer and he dances on their bones. Tajiks are dying in Russia and they are dancing like women. Shame on such a government. The people are strewn across other countries, but the government are fattening themselves. Their only road is the one to hell." The video quickly became a hub for anti-Molly sentiment, and it being shared online outraged the president. So in the wake of all the chatter surrounding the video, government officials decided to protect their great leader. And on May 18, 2013, the Tajik government ordered all internet service providers in Tajikistan to block the entirety of YouTube nationwide. It was seen as cowardly, a move to protect the feelings of an embarrassed dictator, brazenly doing so by further crushing free speech and banning discussion of him in YouTube comment sections. Bro took disabling the comments to another level entirely. But he couldn't cha-cha slide his way out of this situation completely. This heavy-handed YouTube ban resulted in something of a Streisand effect internationally, as news of the ban and its silly pretense began circulating throughout world media. People would come in droves to view this now fabled video in all of its splendor. And before you knew it, one upload of it had close to 5 million views from people around the world. Trying to squash the video only brought more eyes to it than would have ever seen it if Molly just ignored it. Tajik security officials were reportedly treating this video as if it were some leaked classified material and were actively searching for those who they believed released the footage to the public. One videographer has gone on record claiming that all of the camera operators who attended the wedding were summoned to the state committee for questioning, which may or may not have been torture, but we'll never know. The person who recorded this video is unknown, but what we do know is that because of the public outcry and international ridicule, the country would come off of their ban, restoring YouTube the following week. The whole event going down as a short-lived yet humorously fascinating instance of a statewide YouTube blackout. I think the guy should have just embraced the video. I mean, this is like your typical unk getting busy at a nephew's wedding. Extremely relatable stuff, man. But as I said before, dictators be dictating though. The Innocence of Muslims YouTube ban. This is an insane multinational YouTube ban caused by a criminal anti-Muslim filmmaker tricking actors into making a radical film under false pretenses. In 2011, working under the pseudonym Sam Basile, a convicted drug manufacturer and alleged scam artist, Nicola Basile of Cerritos, California, wrote, produced, and directed a short film under the working title Desert Warriors. He told the actors that participated that it was a film about life in Egypt 2,000 years ago, and that it specifically focused on the religious persecution of a Christian Egyptian ethnic group known as the Copts. Passion of the Christ, but for this hyper-specific religious ethnic group. The director told everybody involved that they're working with a $5 million budget, and by all accounts, the production seemed extremely professional. So, how did this film get YouTube banned in multiple Middle Eastern countries? Well, unknown to the cast, Nicola had shifted the tone of his film in post-production, straying away from his original promise of a relatively innocuous Passion of the Christ knockoff. The guy repurposed the actors' performances in the editing room to essentially make a takedown documentary piece on Islam and Muhammad. Bro made an anti-Islamic YouTube poop essentially. On
Without
July
even the
1st,
actors
2012,
known.
a trailer of his movie would be uploaded to YouTube, now under the title, The Innocence of Muslims. The 14-minute trailer was incendiary, to put it lightly, with scenes depicting Muhammad as a womanizer, a bastard child, a pedophile, and a homosexual. You know, pretty much describing the prophet as if he was a disgraced Minecraft YouTuber. And hey, you're certainly free to make whatever remark you want about any religion, to each their own. But what's truly insane about this is Nakula literally used repurposed performances and dubbed over actors' dialogue to make this hyper-inflammatory schizo documentary without getting actors' consent. One of the actresses, Cindy Lee Garcia, told Gawker, quote, "In the script and during the shooting, nothing indicated the controversial nature of the final product. Muhammad wasn't even called Muhammad. He was called Master George." Yeah, every time these actors were saying Master George, he was dubbing Muhammad over it and also dubbing them saying disparaging remarks about Islam and what have you.
Muhammad is Allah messenger, and the Quran is our constitution.
Is your Muhammad a child molester? Our daughter's been a child, and he's 55 years old.
He's 53, not 55. And he has wealth and power. My daughter shall be his bride, whether he say yes or no.
This trailer was uploaded to YouTube by Nakula under the name Sam Basile. For
His
a few
first
months,
upload
the
for
controversial trailer
5.5
would
mil.
accumulate a paltry amount of views and comments, but that changed in September of 2012, around the time of the anniversary of 9/11. Around this time, an Egyptian media outlet discovered the trailer, finding it blasphemous, and if there was a movie on the way from this trailer, well, they wanted to shut it down. Egyptian media outlets translated this thing into Arabic, and from there it spread across other Middle Eastern outlets, all chastising it. Islam, of course, vehemently forbids any artistic depictions of Muhammad, not to mention negative ones. And once the video reached the Arabic-speaking countries, outrage took hold, and it was being directed westward where the video originated. The U.S. Embassy in Cairo and the U.S. Consulate in Benghazi faced public protests and demands for the Innocence of Muslims trailer to be removed from YouTube. Muslims across the world took to the streets to protest the YouTube video.
The Americans just go to their fucking embassy like, what the fuck happened, Nick?
Yemen, Tunisia,
What are you guys
Morocco,
doing?
Sudan, Iran, Iraq, Israel, and Palestine. Some of these protests would get violent. Folks wanted the guy behind this to die. There was a call to action from Pakistani Minister Ghulam Ahmed Bilor offering a $100,000 bounty on the head of the American filmmaker responsible for the YouTube movie, an individual who was unknown at the time. In Benghazi, Libya, on September 11, 2012, 4 Americans were killed in a coordinated terrorist attack. Initial speculation suggested that it was in retaliation for the Innocence of Muslims trailer. But if you look at the date, it might have also just been, you know, related to the anniversary of 9/11. Though later believed to be an unrelated attack, a tense situation was at hand in the Muslim world because of this YouTube video. Considering the attention the movie had gotten, it wouldn't be long before Nakula was outed as the actual creator of the video, Nakula being the guy behind that Sam Basile YouTube pseudonym. This guy was a 55-year-old Coptic Christian from Egypt who was living near Los Angeles at the time. Soon more information would come out about this guy's life. It was discovered that in the 90s, he had served time in prison for intent to manufacture meth, and as recently as 2010, he was charged with bank fraud and sentenced to serve 21 months in prison. The guy was in fact still on probation in June of 2011 when he began the production for Innocence of Muslims. And the fraudulent practices used to create this film would actually get him in trouble. On September 27th of 2012, he was arrested in Los Angeles under the suspicion of violating terms of his probation due to him making false statements to make his film and his use of the alias Sam Basile. On November 7th, 2012, Nakula pled guilty to 4 of the charges against him and was sentenced to 1 year in prison and 4 years of supervised release. While all of that was going on, protests continued, with the U.S. government urging citizens not to travel to Pakistan in fear of retaliation. At the time, President Barack Obama and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton appeared in advertisements on Pakistani television condemning the film. which I think really helps put into perspective how destabilizing the innocence of Muslims was. You've got Hillary and Obama, you know, releasing exclusive promo cuts in the Middle East to try to calm these people down. The deceived actors used in the film put out a statement to try to help cool the fires as well, saying, quote, "The entire cast and crew are extremely upset and feel deeply taken advantage of by the producer. We are 100% not behind this film and we're grossly misled about its intent and purpose. We are shocked by the drastic rewrites of the script and lies that were told to all involved. We are deeply saddened by the tragedies that have occurred." Nakula was gone, but his Innocence of Muslims was still widely available on YouTube, and Muslims were demanding it being taken down or else. The outrage was so vast that YouTube voluntarily blocked the video in Egypt and Libya, as well as Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, India, Singapore, and Jordan, with countries like Turkey, Brazil, and Russia taking steps to get the video blocked at a later time. However, many wanted the video completely removed from YouTube everywhere. And when the Google-owned website wouldn't take action on this front, countries like Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sudan, and Pakistan went as far as banning YouTube entirely from their countries. Even more countries followed, including Chechnya, Dagestan, and Iran. They not only blocked YouTube, but Google and Gmail as well. All of this over a trailer, mind you. The movie wasn't even out yet. The US government was actually concerned at how destabilizing this video was in the Middle East, and they pressured YouTube to review the video and remove it for hate speech. But YouTube was adamant in their opinion that the video didn't break guidelines and refused to pull it from the site's database.
Yeah, because they're making a lot of money off ad revenue.
Yes, the video was against Islam, but it wasn't against Muslim people, and thus was not considered hate speech. This brings us to a court case involving one of the deceived actors fighting to get the film pulled. Complaints by actors and actresses that were involved in the video began making waves as most of the cast fully disavowed the film,
do copyright
with actress
nowadays.
Cindy Lee Garcia
And copyright
even
take
going
it
as far
down.
as to objecting to the use of her performance. She claimed that she was tricked into making a film that she believed was titled Desert Warrior, and it was a historical Arabian desert adventure type film. But as I mentioned earlier, her lines were later partially dubbed over, and the anti-Islamic material was
How
added
stupid
in
can you be,
post-production.
Desert Warrior?
She'd answer by suing both Google and Nakula, claiming that the video was hate speech and made her look like a, quote, religious bigot. She added that it violated both her right to privacy and her ability to control her own likeness. Arguing that she had copyright interest in her performance, the government later stepped in. And on February 26, 2014, the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit ordered YouTube to remove the video from its website by
they
a
don't want to get
2-1
bombed.
majority. Though the case was repealed later in May of 2015 and overturned, with Google winning it. In the end, this Innocence of Muslims trailer would remain up, and many countries with large Muslim populations still have YouTube blocked because of it, or at least have some kind of restriction in place, all relating back to this controversy. The Innocence of Muslims full movie was only shown one time in Hollywood. Its final title was The Innocence of Bin Laden. YouTube banned over Draw Prophet Muhammad Day. As we all know, Muslims take the portrayal of Muhammad quite seriously.
Very serious.
They feel it's blasphemous to have any sort of recreation of him in art or pop culture. Thus, whenever the prophet is portrayed, they tend to raise hell. Take, for example, in 2005, when South Park portrayed a cartoonish Muhammad as a superhero alongside other religious gods and prophets. Then in April of 2010, South Park would do it again, having the prophet appear in a bear suit. The response was intense, with one Muslim website posting a warning to the show's creators, threatening that they could end up like Theo van Gogh, a Dutch filmmaker who had been shot and stabbed to death after making a film that protested against domestic violence in Islamic cultures. Thus, Comedy Central censored all references to Muhammad in
just
the
a
episode.
censored like
The news of this
Super
ignited
Best
something
Friends
within
or something
Seattle
like that.
cartoonist Molly Norris, and while on radio, she proposed a protest called Everybody Draw Muhammad Day, where on May 20th, 2010, people would draw their own version of the prophet and post it online. She'd started herself on April 20th, 2010, with a drawing of various human-like objects, including a coffee cup, a cherry, and a box of pasta, each having the supposed likeness of Muhammad. On the poster, she wrote, quote, "In light of the recent veiled, threats aimed at the creators of television show South Park by bloggers on Revolution Muslim's website, we hereby deem May 20th, 2010 as the first Everybody Draw Muhammad Day. Do your part to both water down the pool of targets and, oh yeah, defend a little something our country is famous for, but maybe not for long. Comedy Central cooperated with terrorists and pulled the episode, The First Amendment. The poster also claimed to be sponsored by an organization
Let me tell you
called
something,
Citizens
Muhammad
Against
isn't
Citizens
real.
Against Humor, which
Religion's
was
a
obviously
scam.
fictional
It's
one.
just a way to
Soon
control
after the
mass
announcement,
amounts
a
of people.
Facebook page was created by
It's a
John
way to
Wellington as a
fear-monger.
platform to post the
A whole bunch of
Muhammad
people control
drawings.
mass
And
amounts
the
of people.
campaign soon spilled
Religion.
over to YouTube, with people uploading videos showcasing
Manipulation of
these
the
Muhammad
masses.
interpretations. John would later say, I created a Facebook event because that's an easy way to remind myself of upcoming events, and I thought it might serve that purpose for others too. I'm not a cartoonist, and I love Norris's creative approach to the whole thing, whimsical and non-judgmental. With the Facebook already created, by the morning of April 26th, it had nearly 6,000 confirmed guests. And by May 3rd, the Facebook had a whopping 11,000 members, with many going ahead and sharing illustrations of the prophet. Back in 2010, the internet was a lot more overtly edgy, and this quickly devolved into just more of a fuck Islam and fuck Muslims kind of thing versus it being a pro-free speech protest, I guess. The campaign would receive a lot of uproar, and this contentious backlash prompted Norris to back away, disavowing and withdrawing from the protest, basically stating that this was meant to be a gag and that it wasn't meant to be an actual show against Muslims. Soon a lot of hate started coming towards the creators of this movement, and Molly felt the need to speak out and reiterate that this whole protest was simply a joke, writing on her website, "This was always a drawing about rights, never meant to disrespect religion. Alas, if we don't have rights, we will not be able to practice the religion of our choice. None of these little characters are the likeness of Muhammad, they are just claiming to be. I, the cartoonist, never launched a Draw Muhammad Day. It is in this fictional poster, sponsored by this fictional group satire, about a current event, people. That's what cartoonists do." She then took to YouTube to apologize for her drawing. Quote, "I am deeply sorry. I never meant any disrespect. In fact, I say we call off Draw Muhammad Day," even going as far as to offer a replacement reworking for her cartoon and Everybody Draw Al Gore Day. Though many still in favor of the free speech protest believe Norris was backing away due to the backlash she was receiving and was afraid of her life being put in jeopardy. And the media would also criticize Norris, claiming that it was her who was the catalyst for its virality. In an interview, she stated that she didn't intend for the cartoon to go viral, and when asked why did she send the cartoon to the media in the first place, she answered, quote, "Because I'm an idiot." The creator of the Facebook group, John Wellington, would also disavow, stating, "I did not create this event to encourage people to deliberately be offensive by equating the silliness of these zealots with the entire Islamic faith and its bazillions of adherents, a few of whom I am lucky to count among my friends." He then announced his complete departure from the cause, writing, "I am aghast that so many people are posting deeply offensive pictures of the prophet. Y'all go ahead. If that's your bag, but count me out." When one Facebook user asked, "You created an event inviting people to submit pictures of Muhammad, and apparently you're so new to the internet that you didn't foresee what would happen." Wellington responded, "I guess I had more faith in human nature than was warranted." But even with Norris and Wellington dropping out, the protest lived on. And on May 20th, 2010, the day was celebrated, with many creators distributing their art, a lot of it on Facebook, and a good amount of it on YouTube as well. In preparation for the campaign, Pakistan and other countries began protests, and soon, on May 19th, a group of Pakistani lawyers then successfully petitioned a lottery court for an injunction against Facebook, prompting the secular government in blocking access to Facebook in response to the campaign, with protests being organized with chants, "Down with Facebook." The Pakistan Foreign Ministry said, quote, "Such malicious and insulting attacks hurt the sentiments of Muslims around the world and cannot be accepted under the garb of freedom of expression." It was also reported that a poll in Pakistan was concluded, with 70% of people wanting a permanent ban of the social network platform Facebook because of this. As the campaign was in full swing and YouTube and Facebook was full of these images, the country of Pakistan blocked access for not only Facebook but YouTube, stating that the content was sacrilegious. They claimed that before shutting down, they attempted to block particular URLs, but the supposed blasphemous content kept reappearing, so an entire shutdown of YouTube and others was ordered. In response, YouTube said it was looking into the matter and working to ensure that the service is restored as soon as possible. Pakistan also restricted access to Wikipedia, Flickr, and 450 other websites, though the ban would only last 6 days for YouTube, as on May 26 it was lifted. And a few days later, on May 31st, Facebook's ban was lifted, with the site supposedly apologizing and agreeing to block access to the page about the Muhammad drawings in the country. On July 11th, 2010, reports went out that the Yemeni-American al-Qaeda cleric Anwar al-Awlaki, a terrorist linked to the botched Times Square car bombing, had put Molly Norris on a hit list, singling her out as a prime target. The FBI would later notify her about this. And since then, Norris has changed her name and has gone into hiding. As of today, we don't know what happened to her. And well, you made it to the end of the video. Let me know what you guys thought about this one down below in the comments section. And let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
It was crazy YouTuber to arrest on police body cam. Oh shit, that's gonna be good.
Over the last year, and had warned him previously about the internet and the Nikita Dragon body cam crash out. This YouTuber body cam incident showcases a side of an influencer not often seen in their glamorous public-facing content. And what we see, oh boy, it isn't pretty.
Motherfucker ever step to me.
Please don't do that.
Oh no.
Oh god. Oh yeah, I seen
Nikita
this one.
No.
Not too long ago. You don't want to watch this shit. Innocent cartoons with disturbing origins. Huh. Yeah.
Some of our favorite childhood cartoons have backstories that are totally inappropriate for kids. And in this video, we're gonna uncover them. These are cartoon characters with disturbing backstories. We'll start with letter cases and work our way to the most shocking. So my goal this year, guys, is to increase our uploads without sacrificing quality, but I'm not gonna lie, it's harder than I imagined, but I'm not gonna give up. So something that would help a ton is if you guys could subscribe, and I promise to do my very best to make the best videos I can for you guys. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. Peter Pan. The world calls Peter Pan a hero, but is he really? In the original story, he ends innocent people. Most people think he's a good guy because of the way Disney portrays him. The cartoon was a hit, making $87 million on a $4 million budget. But Disney's cheerful movie doesn't match the original character. The real story was written by J.M. Barrie in 1904. That's over 100 years ago. Barrie was obsessed with the concept of eternal boyhood, so he wrote Peter Pan, the story of a boy who stayed young forever. But it wasn't a celebration of childhood. The story was about fear, about what happens when someone is so terrified of growing up that they will do anything to stop it. The story began with Peter flying through the streets of London. He was searching for kids to take to Neverland.
Well, come on, Wendy. Let's go.
Where are we going? To Neverland. Neverland? Peter's taking us.
Us?
He promised them a world with no rules, no parents, no responsibilities. The children arrived in Neverland believing they found freedom. But Peter had a secret reason for bringing them. He was building an army. Peter Pan had enemies, the pirates.
It's actually a perpetual war going on between pirates and these lost boys.
He needed soldiers for this war.
So Peter is luring these children to come fight as child soldiers in his army.
The kids came for fun, but they ended up battling pirates. The pirates appeared in Disney's version too, but there was one huge difference. In Disney's story, Peter fought the pirates without trying to hurt them. But in the original, Peter slaughtered pirates without hesitation, and he expected the kids to do the same. But that wasn't the only horror in Neverland. Peter didn't want adults there. Neverland was meant to be a land of eternal youth, but children can't stop themselves from growing. And when they did, Peter dealt with them. Here's a quote from Barrie's original work. When they seemed to be growing growing up, which is against the rules, Peter thins them out. Thins them out was a polite way of saying something extreme. Peter ended anyone who grew up.
And that's the trick of Neverland, is the reason you don't age in Neverland is either because the pirates kill you or Peter does.
In Peter's twisted mind, he was protecting the magic of childhood by any means necessary. When the old batch of kids was finished, Peter didn't mourn. He simply flew back to London to find replacements, and the cycle started again. Disney knew this part of the story, but they hid it. They turned a villain into a hero and made Peter Pan a beloved childhood character. The creator of this next cartoon later regretted.
Big Mama.
Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh was massive. The franchise has made more than $80 billion. That money came from books, toys, t-shirts, and even potty chairs. But behind the soft and cuddly bear is a dark story. A story that ruined a young man's life and ripped his family apart. The story begins with a writer named Alan Milne.
Alexander Milne was a rather successful writer even before the first poems and books about Pooh saw the light.
Alan had a son named Christopher Robin. Alan adored his little boy. On Christopher's first birthday, Alan bought him a teddy bear. At first, Christopher called the bear Edward. Then he visited the London Zoo and saw a Canadian black bear named Winnie. After that, little Christopher decided to rename his bear Winnie. The Pooh part came from a swan he liked. That teddy bear became Christopher's best friend. He carried it everywhere. Soon, Christopher collected more stuffed animals. There was a donkey, a piglet, a tiger, and more. Alan watched his son play with those toys and got inspired. He began writing stories about a boy named Christopher Robin and his stuffed animals. In 1926, the first book was published. It was titled Winnie the Pooh.
And then the books featuring all those characters. There was Winnie the Pooh and Piglet and Eeyore and Tigger.
The book was an instant hit. Kids wanted more. So in 1928, Alan released a second book, The House at Pooh Corner. Alan thought his son would be proud to see himself in the stories, but the reality was very different. Winnie the Pooh became a curse for Christopher. Christopher was 8 when the second book came out. The stories made him famous, but not in a good way. Kids at school mocked him. They sang poems from the books. They teased him for playing with stuffed animals. They called him a baby. Christopher was miserable. Soon he hated his own name. It was so easy to connect him to Christopher Robin from the books. By the time he turned 18, he blamed his dad for his horrible childhood. Christopher felt used, like his father stole his childhood for profit.
He felt that his father got to where he was by climbing on top of his infant shoulders, by exploiting his childhood.
Christopher joined the military. He thought serving his country would make people see him differently. But even in the army, soldiers mocked him because of Winnie the Pooh. After the war, Christopher tried to live a quiet life. He gave up all rights to the money from Winnie the Pooh. He married, moved to the countryside, and opened up a small bookshop. But even there, people connected him to Winnie. Soon, people weren't visiting his bookshop to buy books. They wanted to meet the real Christopher Robin. The worst part was his relationship with his parents. They barely spoke. In 1956, his father Alan passed away. Christopher did not attend the funeral. But even before Alan passed, he admitted his regret. He wished he never created Winnie the Pooh. But it was too late. The damage was already done. Christopher spent the rest of his life as a bookseller. He was remembered by locals as a kind man. Christopher Robin couldn't escape his stolen identity. People wouldn't stop connecting him to a character he wanted nothing to do with. And in a way, I know that feeling, but of course, to a lesser extent. In identity, far ridiculous.
Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a wild idea. It was about 4 turtles trained as ninjas who were fighting crime, and their dad was a giant rat. It sounded ridiculous, but it became one of the most popular animated series in television history. Even I used to watch it all the time. It was great. But the turtles didn't start as goofy cartoon characters. Their original form was so violent and disturbing that no parent would have let their child watch.
They're like cannibals.
To see how far
They're
they
like
come,
beasts.
you have to go back to
like brutal beasts.
1984, the year the turtles were born. It started as a joke. In 1983, 2 artists were brainstorming. Then one sketched something ridiculous.
Eastman whips up a sketch to try and make Laird laugh. It's a turtle with nunchucks strapped to his arms. Laird grabs a piece of paper and does his own rendition.
The joke didn't stay a joke. They turned it into a comic book called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Although the sketches were funny, the comic itself was brutal. From the first issue, violence was uncomfortable.
In Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1, the turtles were basically hitmen determined to get Shredder.
For context, Shredder was their main enemy. In the comic, the turtles cornered him on a rooftop. Then they proceeded to hurt him really bad. What came next made it even darker. After pummeling Shredder, the turtles gave him a sword. They told him to finish the job himself, if you get what I mean. Shredder refused, so they threw threw him off the roof. The gore didn't end there. In another issue, they hurled a blade into a man. Another time, they drowned someone in a fountain. They also used swear words all the time. One reader said they weren't so much heroes as they were a bunch of mutant ninja assassins. How could someone pick up this comic book and go, hey, this would make a great lighthearted Saturday morning cartoon is beyond me. And it wasn't just the turtles. Nearly every major character in the comic was unnecessarily aggressive. There was a robot that chewed rats alive. The artists showed every detail, bones cracking and all. Then there was Casey Jones, one of the turtles' allies. He took down his enemies with a hockey stick. Every page leaned into violence. Nothing was hidden. So how did anyone think these turtles belonged in a kids cartoon? In 1987, a company wanted to sell Ninja Turtle action figures, but there was a problem. The comics were way too graphic. To make the toys marketable, the turtles had to be cleaned up. So an animation studio stepped in. They made a cartoon that turned the assassins into kid-friendly heroes.
Ninja pizza? Well, what do you know? Rock, dudes. Do you realize what this is?
The tone shifted from dark crime to playful action.
Hell yeah.
Turtles know how to party.
Even today,
the fuck are we doing covering?
Comics are shocked by how
I'm hearing a lot of hate towards eating.
Up next is a story that's the exact opposite of a happily ever after. The Little Mermaid. Disney's Little Mermaid can be summarized in one line. True love always wins. The main character, Ariel, got everything she wanted. She became human, married the prince, and enjoyed her life. But the original tale from 1836 was the opposite. The Little Mermaid was miserable throughout the story, and in the end, she passed away sad and alone. The original begins just like Disney's. A young mermaid saves a prince from drowning. She falls in love with him, and she wants to leave the sea to live on land with the prince. But the problem is,
do you think ice cream will melt on your abs?
Legs, which means she can't
yeah,
move
because they're
on
really
land.
hot.
Her only option is to go to the sea witch for help. The
What
witch
up,
makes
Nate
her an
Dog?
offer.
But her saying that she will give her
Doing a chill stream for a
which
bit.
needs to be drunk at the shore before sunrise. It will give her legs, but it will come with excruciating pain.
The mermaid
Play
will become
RuneScape
human, but
tonight.
she will lose her voice. She will never sing or speak
got
again, and every step she takes will feel like
fantasy
walking
cartoons
on
with
glass.
disturbing
That's not even the worst part of
origins.
the deal.
Prince doesn't marry you.
What a nice
you
snack.
will not get your soul. And the morning after he marries another, you will die and become sea foam.
In other words, if the prince marries someone else, the mermaid will pass away the very next day. Blinded by
Damn.
love, the mermaid accepts. She drinks the potion. When she wakes up on shore, she has legs, but the pain is real. Every step feels like walking on broken glass. Still, she endures it. She has one goal: win the prince's love before it's too late. The mermaid eventually finds the prince. They become friends, but because she has no voice, she cannot speak to him. She can't tell him she was the one who saved his life. The prince believes another princess rescued him. That misunderstanding ruins everything. Soon, the prince announces his engagement to that other princess. For the Little Mermaid, that is her death sentence. The wedding eventually takes place. As the mermaid watches the ceremony, she remembers the witch's warning that she will die if
Gotta
he
enjoy
marries
putting my
someone
feet
else.
up. I'm
That
gonna be
night, her
homeless very
sisters
soon.
rise from the sea with a
For the fourth
desperate
time.
plan to save her.
We're here to save you, cried the eldest
Gotta enjoy
sister.
putting my
They hand
feet
her
up.
a dagger. If she ends the prince before dawn, the curse will break. She can return to the ocean as a mermaid. In order for her to live, she
I'm gonna be
must end the
homeless
life
very
of the
soon
man she
again for the
loves.
fourth time.
It was either her life or his. She lowered the knife close to his heart, but then stopped.
But she can't do it. She throws the dagger into the sea and accepts her fate. As the sun rises the next morning, her body begins to fade away.
She thought she could feel her body dissolving into thousands of bubbles of sea foam. Soon, the Little Mermaid would be no more.
This was no fairy tale. It was a story of sacrifice, pain, and sadness. If you grew up in the 2010s, you probably know this next cartoon. The Ice King.
Nope.
Adventure Time was a massive hit. It ranked second on the list of 10 best
I
Cartoon
know one of
Network
those
shows.
guys
It
were
even
really
made
good
the list
in,
of the greatest animated TV series. The show is basically about a 12-year-old
The Adventure
boy
Time
and his
guy was
magical
really
dog.
good in,
Together they roam the land of Ood,
the game.
righting wrongs and battling evil. But this chapter isn't about the heroes, it's about the villain, the Ice King. He was an old man with a white
Multiverses.
beard living in a frozen castle. To understand the Ice King, there are two things you need to know. First, he desperately wanted a wife. Second, he kidnapped princesses princes across the land of Oo, hoping one of them would marry him. On the surface, he was diabolical and strange, but the Ice King wasn't always a villain. His backstory revealed he was struggling with a curse. His backstory was revealed in Season 3, Episode 19 and 20. Years earlier, he was known as Simon Petrikov. Simon loved studying ancient artifacts. He even had a fiancée named Betty. One day, Simon discovered an old crown.
After purchasing this crown from an old dock worker in northern Scandinavia, I brought it home and excitedly showed my fiancée Betty.
The crown wasn't just old, it was cursed. When Simon put the crown on his head, it took over. The crown gave him terrifying
the mask.
powers. He could summon blizzards and freeze anything, but the
He puts
magic
the
came with a
mask on
cost.
and
Every
it's
time he
fucking
used
up.
the crown, it gradually drove him insane.
I jokingly put it on my head just for a laugh or something, and that's when it started. The visions. I fought with them, shouted at them until I realized it wasn't real, it was the crown!
He started hearing voices, forgetting things, and losing his personality.
I know my mind is changing, but I'm already too far gone to know what to do.
Simon knew he was slipping from good to evil, and he couldn't stop it.
If I do things that hurt anyone, please forgive me.
Betty watched as Simon's mind fell apart. She couldn't take it. In the end, she left him. Without Betty, Simon had nothing left to fight for. The crown consumed him. That's when he fully transformed into the Ice King. This means the Ice King was never really a bad guy. He was a man suffering from the curse of the crown.
Just watch over me until I can find my way out of this labyrinth of my brain and regain my sanity.
If that wasn't tragic enough, his fiancée abandoned him because of his condition. That's incredibly dark for a kid's show. The Ice King might just be one of the saddest characters ever written into a children's cartoon. Up next is a character who made the impossible possible. Hercules.
Impossible.
Here's
Oh,
something
damn.
most people don't know. Since 1950, there have been more than 50 films and TV shows about Hercules. He also appeared in tons of video games, including God of War and Assassin's Creed. Hercules also appeared in books, comics,
God of War
toys,
was
and more.
sick.
Simply put, Hercules might be the most popular hero in human history. And in 1997, Disney made their own version. Their animated Hercules was a global hit. It made nearly $253 million worldwide.
Damn.
For millions of kids, this was their first introduction to the character. But anyone who watched the cartoon got the wrong idea about Hercules. Disney's Hercules was
just a
funny,
Chad.
noble, and kind. The real Hercules was cursed by the gods, tormented by madness, and haunted by guilt. The original story comes from Greek myths dating back thousands of years. Hercules' problems began before he was even born. His father was Zeus, the king of the gods, but his mother was human. What started the whole mess was that Zeus was already married. His wife Hera was the queen of the gods. When she found out about the affair, she was furious. But Hera didn't blame her cheating husband. Instead, she focused her rage on the innocent child Hercules. To her, Hercules was a living reminder of Zeus's betrayal, so she vowed to destroy him. Her first attempt came when Hercules was still a baby.
She sent 2 poisonous serpents to kill the babies. The serpents slithered into the cradle where Hercules and his brother were sleeping.
The serpents were meant to strangle him as he slept. But even as baby Hercules had superhuman strength. He crushed the serpents with his bare hands. Hera's plan failed, but she wasn't done. She waited for the perfect moment to strike again. Hercules became the strongest man alive. He eventually married a woman named Megara. Together they had children and lived peacefully. But that happiness made him vulnerable. Hera knew Hercules could defeat any monster. So instead of sending beasts, she attacked his mind. Hera used her divine powers to make him temporarily insane. Suddenly, the strongest man in the world couldn't think clearly. In his madness, he saw monsters everywhere. He fought back with all his strength, but those weren't monsters. They were his wife and children, and he ended them. With the madness lifted, Hercules realized what he had done.
As he realized he had just committed the most unspeakable crime imaginable.
The guilt was unbearable. People who once called him a hero now saw him as a villain, but Hercules was given a chance at redemption.
The oracle tells Hercules that in order to atone for his sins, he must serve as the slave of King Eurystheus for 10 years.
But Eurystheus was now working with Hera. Now that Hercules was broken, they wanted to finish him once and for all. So the king gave Hercules 12 impossible tasks. These would become known as the 12 labors of Hercules. Each labor was designed to destroy him. For his first task, Hercules had to defeat the Nemean lion. Its skin was so tough that no weapon could cut it. But Hercules found another way to win.
But Hercules cornered the lion in its dark cave, stunned it with a club, and strangled it with his bare hands.
second task was worse. He had to slay the Hydra. It was a massive serpent with many heads. Cut off one and two more grew back. So how did Hercules defeat this creature? Each time he cut a head, he burned the wound shut so it wouldn't grow back. One by one, Hercules completed all 12. But no matter how much he accomplished, the guilt never left him. After the 12 labors, Hercules was worshipped as a hero, but he was still unhappy. Later, he tried to rebuild his life. He remarried, but tragedy found him again. His new wife was tricked into giving him a poison cloak. When Hercules put it on, the fabric burned him. The pain was unbearable and he couldn't take it off. So Hercules did something extreme. He threw himself into the fire.
After being completely consumed by flames, Hercules' spirit ascended to heaven. After this apotheosis, Hercules arrived at Olympus, where he was received by his father as a god.
Hercules experienced misery, loss, and guilt. Ironically, kids today grow up idolizing Hercules. They have no idea that the original Hercules lived a life that no one would want. This next backstory transformed a creep into Prince Charming. Sleeping Beauty. Almost everyone knows the story of Sleeping Beauty. A princess falls into an enchanted sleep. A prince kisses her, breaks the curse, and they live happily ever after. But Disney didn't create that story. They took it from a 1634 Italian book titled Sun, Moon, and Talia. It wasn't a fairy tale. It was a creepy story no child should ever hear. In the original, the princess wasn't named Aurora. She was called Talia. When Talia was born, her father received a prophecy about her future.
Someday, the princess will prick her finger on a spinning wheel and fall into a deep, death-like sleep. No!
And that prophecy came true. Talia grew up, pricked her finger, and fell into a never-ending sleep. Her father was devastated. Instead of searching for a cure, he abandoned the castle and left her behind. Years passed. One day, another king stumbled upon the empty castle. Inside, he found Talia. She was unconscious and helpless, and she was beautiful. Here's where the story takes a turn Disney could never touch. The king didn't try to wake her with a kiss. He took advantage of her, then he left. Talia became pregnant. Months passed, and she gave birth to twins while she was still asleep.
Lucky for her, some fairies, like the ones in the movie, help her out with the birthing process.
The reason she couldn't wake was that a splinter of flax was stuck in her finger. The babies crawled over her. One accidentally sucked on her finger.
One of the twins starts sucking on Talia's finger by mistake, and the splinter that was under her fingernail comes right out, and she wakes up.
When she opened her eyes, she was now the mother of 2 children she didn't recognize. Soon, the king who violated her returned. He found Talia awake and saw the twins, and he was thrilled. That was the same man who took advantage of her while she was unconscious. But now they were acting like one big happy family. He visited often. He provided for Talia and the twins. They were happy, but they couldn't go public with their relationship because the king was already married and his queen was no fool. When she discovered the affair, she planned her revenge. She ordered her henchmen to kidnap the twins, cook them, and serve them to the king for dinner. She wanted her husband to unknowingly eat his own. The henchmen couldn't do it. Instead, they hid the twins and served the king lamb instead. But the queen believed the meat was the twins.
That night, the whole time the king is eating his dinner, the queen keeps saying weird, creepy stuff to him.
Eventually, her scheme was exposed. The queen was executed, and the king married Talia. Somehow, this was considered a happy ending in 1634. Disney completely overhauled the story, and that's how we got the version of Sleeping Beauty we know today. But ironically, the film didn't land the way Disney hoped. It was a box office bomb. The studio lost around $900,000, which is about $9.7 million today. The failure was so devastating that Disney didn't release another princess movie for many years. Up next is the story of the first Disney princess, Snow White. In 1937, Snow White was the first full-length animated film in the US. It took over 750 artists more than 3 years to complete, but the hard work paid off. The movie was a huge success. However, it might not have been a hit if Disney followed the original story. The real story of Snow White was violent and grotesque. Disney's version was adapted from the Brothers Grimm. In that story, the queen wasn't just jealous of Snow White, she wanted to eat her. She ordered a huntsman to take Snow White into the woods and end her, but she also gave him one more instruction. She asked him to bring back Snow White's lungs and liver. The huntsman couldn't do it. He let her go. Then he took the organs of an animal to the queen, and the queen actually salted and ate them.
Not only did she think Snow White was dead, she thought she ate her lungs and liver.
The story continued. Snow White found the dwarves in the woods. The queen discovered she was still alive, and she tried to end Snow White over and over again, but each time she failed. Finally, the queen tricked Snow White into eating a poisoned apple, and she passed away. away. Here's where the prince enters the story. But he wasn't the charming hero Disney showed. The dwarfs placed Snow White in a glass coffin. The prince saw the funeral and fell in love with her lifeless body. He begged the dwarves to let him take her to his castle. The dwarves agreed. While the coffin was being moved, the servants stumbled. The glass case shifted. A piece of the poison apple dislodged from her throat. Snow White coughed and came back to life. Snow White didn't return to life because of magic kiss. It was an accident. Snow White married the prince. The queen was invited to the wedding. She didn't realize she was walking into a trap. Snow White wanted revenge. Inside the wedding hall, the guards grabbed the queen. Iron shoes were heated in fire. Then they forced the evil queen to wear the hot shoes. The queen was forced to dance in torment until she passed away. That was the true ending of Snow White. Disney knew this version could never work as a children's film, so they changed it, but the grim version still exists, available for anyone to read. This next case involves a girl who did the unthinkable. Cinderella. Cinderella is remembered as the girl who never got angry. In Disney's version, she lives with her wicked stepmother and stepsisters. They force her to scrub floors and do endless chores.
But I just finished. Do them again. And don't forget the garden. Then scrub the terrace, sweep the halls and the stairs.
But Cinderella never complains. She's an angel. Then a fairy godmother appears. Cinderella meets a prince, falls in love, and escapes her wicked stepmother. The original Cinderella was nothing like that. She wasn't a patient victim waiting for rescue. She took matters into her own hands. And her first victim was her stepmother. The Cinderella story told in 1634 was very different. And in that version, her name wasn't Cinderella. It was actually Zezola. She lived with her father and stepmother who treated her like dirt, and she burned with anger. But no fairy godmother appeared. Instead, a woman named Carmesina poisoned Zezola's mind. Carmesina told her she could escape her misery by ending her stepmother. Once the woman was gone, Carmesina promised to marry Zezola's father. That would make her the new stepmom. Then they could be a happy family. Zezola agreed. She was still a child, but she was willing to take a life. She asked her stepmother to help her find a dress in a heavy wooden chest. When her stepmother bent inside, Zezola slammed the lid on her. It looked like an accident. Zezola's father never suspected her. After the funeral, she moved to the next step of the plan. Zezola pushed her father to marry Carmesina. He agreed. For a brief moment, Zezola believed her life would be beautiful. Instead, it got worse. At first, Carmesina kept her promise. She was kind to Zezola, but once she was secure in her new marriage, she revealed her true nature. She was meaner than the first stepmother. Carmesina moved 6 daughters of her own into the house. Suddenly, Zezola, or Cinderella, had 6 new stepsisters tormenting her daily. Zezola worked like a servant from sunrise to sunset. She unfortunately ended her stepmother hoping for a better life, but it was all for nothing. The story continued. There were supernatural events and all sort of weird situations, but the main parts were still there. Zezola attended a royal banquet. She left behind her glass slipper. The prince searched the kingdom for the girl whose foot fit the shoe. In the end, he found Zezola. It was a happy ending, but the road to it was paved with misery. One thing is certain, the real Cinderella is not a story of patience and kindness. It's about anger, revenge, and betrayal. 300 years later, Disney erased the disturbing parts. Zezola became Cinderella. Instead of a girl who ended her stepmother, she became the girl who never fought back. Today,
yeah, The Great Escape.
Five weeks ago, 20 players began their hunt for RuneScape's biggest prize pool. Starting at 15 billion GP, it will increase every week as they face new challenges.
This is gonna be so close.
Let's go! Create fierce rivalries.
If we can't trust each other, it can't go well.
I trusted the wrong people.
And try to survive ruthless eliminations.
No way.
Yeah! In the end, only one will rise above the rest. Welcome to Gillinor Games.
Same team again. It's one of my favorite parts of Gillinor Games Season 5 is to play with the mastermind. Goal now, Tribunal or avoid the Hopper.
Even though the final is getting closer, we still have quite a bit of RuneScape to play before we crown a champion.
Coming into week 6, I'm feeling pretty nervous, honestly. Last week, I lost my biggest allies, Jesse and Mika, and I'm worried that me and Sea Engineer might be next on the chopping block. Either way, I know that our alliance has to take a win this week if we're going to take back some ground from the PKers.
Halfway point is a dream come
true. I remember flashback to episode 1, main goal, do not get eliminated episode 1. Eli and I have been through a lot together, okay? If we make it to the very end, Eli and I are probably not gonna want to go against each other, okay? We'll find a way to still stay in alliance and win together. Last week, the prize pool was at 26.6 billion GP. This week, we have officially passed a 30 billion GP prize pool. Okay. Viewers can contribute to the in-game prize pool and earn a spot on the leaderboards by adding their GP contribution. Here you can see everyone that's added to the pool so far. You can send me a private message in game or join my friends chat, Soup, and let us know that you're looking to contribute. Last year, we got up to 65 billion. This year, let's see if we can make it even more. For every like on this video and new subscriber to the channel, GP gets added to the prize pool, so all of you can make a difference. I've got a pretty ambitious goal of 450,000 subscribers. Let's see if we can hit it. That's today's challenge for all of you.
Behind this,
GP gets added to the prize pool. Subscribe.
Much a lone wolf on this one. We're in the duo stage right now, so you've got a partner to lean on, but just like the team stage went by really fast, the duo stage is going to go by fast. Sooner or later, you're going to be all by yourself.
I am feeling a little scared, honestly. My partner is definitely in quite a few like group chats and like is sort of feeding me information. So shout out to Potato, because I mean, if she wasn't on this team, I would definitely be in an even worse position somehow. I really have been like talking to people very minimally. I did talk to Eli, which is how I got my intel that basically it's everybody against me.
The PvP alliance, I feel like it's starting to lose its value. The nature of the game is as it goes on, you know, it becomes more rat eat rat, and people are going to make the plays that keep them alive. And I just know that people are going to start turning on each other in there. I definitely am like trying to diversify my friendships. I've been talking to It's Will a little bit, trying to like, you know, get on the same page as him.
At the end of the last episode, I told you guys to hopefully escape elimination. Well, you can do that today by beating an escape room.
Who's Dino's teammate?
I know. Today's challenge is called Glitch Escape Room. That's right, the most popular banning from last season is coming back, but this time as a challenge. And in
master
RuneScape and
glitch
Guild Games
this.
first, this will be a duo escape room. You and your teammate will be dropped into the Lumbridge Swamp. Your goal, find a way to escape the area inside the swamp. So inside of these borders. The surface part of the swamp and the cave part of the swamp, so under the swamp, count as inside this border. Seems pretty simple, right? Well, you aren't allowed to walk or run out of the borders, you aren't allowed to home or minigame teleport, and dying counts as failure. When time starts, you'll have to use the items in your inventory, your teammate's inventory, the surrounding area, and NPCs to figure out a way to leave. Once you and your teammate escape, you've almost beat the challenge. The final thing you need to do is run and trade your partner to lock in your time. The first two duo teams to successfully escape the area and trade one another will win today's challenge and earn a spot in the tribunal. The last team to escape, or the first team to have a player die, will receive the undefendable votes for today's hopper for losing the challenge.
As soon as I heard the phrase escape room, it was genuinely like something you see in them horror films. Like, no, not again. This is obviously what I went out to last time. I ended up AFK killing a duck and a gardener for about 15 minutes because I had no idea what to do. And you would think I would have been smart and then researched escape rooms this time, but I didn't. I'm sweating. I am absolutely sweating.
The best part about escape rooms is that moment when everything clicks. Funny enough, that's exactly how learning to code feels, which is perfect because learning Python on boot. Meet all of you in the Lumbridge Swamp and we'll get started.
Yeah. Okay.
It's time for the biggest escape room challenge of all time. As a final rule, if you manage to escape the zone but need to go back to help your teammates, you are allowed to go back in, but you cannot bring anything from outside the zone back in. Understood? All right, everyone can log in. Good luck.
Oh, I've got next to nothing. Right, quests. I have one quest done.
Bro, why is it so slow? Why is this so slow, man? Have I actually DC'd or something?
Unlit torch, small pouch, rope, divine magic pot.
Elemental talisman, a bunch of gems.
Check quest. There's one quest completed and it's Rune Mysteries. We spawn in Lumbridge and we made each person go through what quest you have done, what inventory, what are you wearing, what stats do you have. I want to know everything about your account because everything that you have is going to be a clue piece of some sort.
Let's have a look what we've got here. We have a lot of gems.
Head straight to the caves. Head straight to the caves. Oh, it could be red herrings.
No, don't go down because you're gonna die.
You don't die instantly though, bro.
Oh, I have a rune pouch.
I have an elemental talisman, one aether rune. I have a Christmas cracker, dry sticks. What is dry sticks? Oh my god, I'm getting Killed by a rat.
Oh, let's not get killed by rats.
We have a bunch of gems.
And one everything else.
An aether rune?
We have one rune essence in the pouch. We have an unlit torch, a rope. Okay, so it's definitely the swamp.
Wait, we got different stats, by the way.
Oh, you have different stuff. Let me see yours. Yeah, I forgot. I have one everything and 33 made.
Okay, I have 42 construction and 30 fire making.
Stash unit? First thing I do is I check the account stats and like quests and stuff. I saw the stats and we saw one of us had construction. And I knew immediately like, that's gotta be the stash. I don't know what stash even, but I'm like, it's gotta be related to a stash. Medium is level 42. Is there a medium somewhere?
Okay, we have 30 fire making and 42 construction.
Wait, I have 33 magic and 9 rune crafting.
Okay, 33 magic is telekinetic grab.
Wait, I have a magic potion.
Okay, so you can boost.
But there's nothing to boost from 33.
Oh boy.
We're in the shed, nice.
Bloody Bracer, Atherunes, Christmas Cracker.
I have a Jade Ring. The Jade Ring could be enchanted to a Ring of Returning, which becomes a teleport home tele, basically.
I got 1 magic. What's your stats?
Okay, my stats are 33 magic.
You have to do the teleport then.
I gotta teleport out of here. Yeah, I gotta get the law runes.
I've got a Jade Ring.
Oh, I've got a ring of a ruby ring. Wait, hold on. I'm 42 construction. It's probably going to be the into the hole and grab the
Yeah,
thing.
well, I've got the rope.
I'm thinking straight to the hole, but for some reason my sticks don't light the first time, so I go down the hole. It's pitch black. I can't see anything, but I know I can still loot a stash unit down here, which has an air staff, but I can't find it, and I can't find the rope, and the darkness is closing in on me.
2 squares like southwest. Search that.
Solo in the boat.
Where is it?
It's a solo in the boat.
Southwest.
Go back up the rope.
Solo in the
I can't find
boat.
where to go up the rope. I can't find where the rope is.
No, go up. Go back up.
Oh no, wait, just send me back up without killing.
Yeah. So then you just do it again.
My mouse is
I
over.
think Oda and the monkey are gonna be fucking solo in the boat.
Okay, come back up. We need to work out the bank here.
What is that branch in the top left?
That is dry sticks that we can rub together.
I have an unlit torch. So let's work this out first. Okay, so how does that work?
Oh, it lit the torch.
Perfect. Okay, so you have a lit torch. I have a rope. You're gonna need the rope. I guarantee you're the cave person. Okay, so we know your escape.
Can you give me a torch?
Okay, go down there. Go down there. Go down there and get the thing.
Never ever done an escape room before, but one thing I do know is to check absolutely everything for any clues. And I noticed I've got 42 construction. What requirement is 42 construction? Medium stash units. There's a stash unit in the Lumbridge Swamp. Right, I'm not gonna instantly die here, am I?
Clint, trust me, you're not gonna die. Just go down. You're not just. You're not going near any swamp gas.
Search. Oh, there's a bank pin. There's a bank pin.
What the f?
Okay, I have 2,000 sapphires, 1,400 emeralds, and 2,602 rubies. Like, they're all random numbers. I'd rounded them out.
Ooh, I have a jade ring in my inventory. Oh, maybe we can enchant the jade ring with something. What's an enchant? A level 2 enchant? Well, as soon as I realized there was an escape room, I was like, Will, we gotta look at our stats. We gotta look at our inventories. You gotta tell me everything that's going on. Like, what do you see? We should share screen.
I don't even know how to do that. Like, let's just talk.
Send me a screenshot of the inventory.
I don't know.
Oh my god. Will, what the?
A jade ring. Okay, what does a jade ring turn into? We can enchant it.
Yeah, probably.
A ring of returning.
Ring of returning. Okay, that's a tele out.
Perfect, so we need level 2 enchant.
Are those dry sticks?
They are, yeah.
Does that let you light a torch?
No, it doesn't. I think I need a tinder box, don't I?
I can trade you a torch. Let's see if it lights it. Here.
You said you have 9 rune crafting, right? Maybe I'll give you
Yes.
this elemental talisman.
Yeah, you might as well. I don't know if I make the rune immediately.
Torch lit.
It lit, okay. I have a rope, so you can get down there. That means we can go hunt for items down there.
So I have dry sticks. We can rub the sticks together to light the torch. And I have the fire making level, so trade me the torch.
Okay, I have a rope as well and a small pouch.
Okay, I'm gonna rub the sticks together. I have a lit torch now.
You have a lit torch and I have a rope, so we can get under lumber.
But only one of us.
So it might be one of us has to go and make the myth grapple, because that way we're not both escaping, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Should we go get like pickaxes?
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, let's run over here.
So I'm thinking if we send you, because you got the levels, if we send you underground,
What would the construction be for?
it might be a decoy, bear in mind, because last time there was decoys.
It could be.
We instantly think about going through the underground to the Dorgashan. Do we have to mine some mithril ore, get to the Dorgashan, make a mithril bar, make a mithril grapple, and escape like that? And we start sort of going through some of these, and we realize it's impossible. Wait, that's the point. What's your mining level?
1.
So it's not going to be mithril ore, is it?
No.
Unless we're just so expected to train some mithril.
I don't think so.
Christmas Cracker, I don't know what it drops.
Christmas Cracker can be used on another player to provide party hats and and rewards of both participants.
Do I dare use it? Oh wait, we can pick something. Law rune.
Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
Oh, this is scary. That's scary.
Surely it's the law rune for me to get out of here.
Wait, let's move. Let's grab the axe.
Okay, let's grab pickaxe.
So what we need right now is some kind of light, probably barbarian fire making.
I have a torch.
I think I need a torch.
Do you need the torch?
I think I'm the one who needs the torch while you got the jewelry.
Right, I guess I don't go through the cave is your point. The goal of an escape room is to create layers of illusion that the player has to look through to find the answer. Like, an item isn't always what it might seem at first. What makes this even harder is that we have to work in pairs to unravel this mystery. The clues are scattered between our two accounts, our inventories, our skills, our quests, which makes this way more challenging in general.
You have the essence. Wait, what's your rune crafting level?
9.
You're gonna be making a water rune. There's no way it's not that, right? Like, go make a water rune.
If you want to go down, depends if you want to make that light source now. Just try rub the sticks and see if it does it, but I don't know if it'll throw.
Okay, it's lit.
Try 1,000.
But why though? We only have limited tries. Why would it be 1,000 though?
The candle seller says, do you want to buy a lit candle for 1,000 gold?
Oh, I just don't think it would be that. I don't know.
You get like 5
No,
tries though, so we're good.
It's one of the
rune.
gems in the inventory.
Oh, I got a diary step.
Okay, that one was incorrect.
Wait, I have 33 magic, which means I'm jewelry enchanting.
So you can make a ring.
Yes. Eighth rune is a combination of 2 separate runes, cosmic and soul. Okay, that's my cosmic rune. That's literally my cosmic rune right there. We need to do something with the rune. Okay. I have a jade ring.
You have a jade ring. Oh yeah, equipped. I have a ruby ring.
Okay, what is a jade ring? Oh, it's a ring of returning. When rubbed, the player will be teleported to their current respawn point.
Yeah, this is it. I think we're out. I think you make the ring.
I need essence. I need air. Empty. Okay, I have one essence, rune essence. I need to make an air rune somehow.
I have a elemental talisman.
Oh my god. Yep. I don't know how the elemental talisman works.
I think it just works for all of them. You can go into there. Like, you can go in there. Just take your time. But I think you're gonna make a rune. You're gonna tell you out, and I'm gonna run to the thing. I think that's legit.
How do I make sure that it gives me the right thing?
What rune do you need?
An air rune.
These gems, I'm just gonna try those. It's not. Next one, 147. Oh, gotta wait. Oh no, that's bad. The problem is the bank pin. You've got 3 attempts. If you get 3 attempts wrong, there is a 10-minute timer. I have 3 gems in my inventory. It better be one of those. It's gotta be. Do I try the next one? What's the time limit gonna be?
There's no time limit, remember?
No, I mean for this bank pin. Yes, I'm in. I got it.
You got it. What was it?
I got it. Well, I got a staff of air. I'm at the power, right? What's gonna happen is you're gonna teleport out and you're gonna enchant my ring for me, and that's my teleport because you got the magic level.
Yeah, but how do I get out? I'm 33 magic.
Okay, you can Lumbridge teleport out if we can get an earth rune or a fire rune.
Okay, so I've got 9 rune crafting. I have got a rune essence. I just need to find a way to get inside of that water obelisk. How do we get in there? Can I get in there? Anything on you?
Yeah, but that's gonna be a water rune.
Then you got, yeah, give me that elemental talisman.
No, because you're gonna craft a water rune. That's 37 magic. Wait. What's this bloody bracer?
It's a red herring.
I can't enchant this ring because wait, it's a jade ring. It has to cosmic and air, but I don't have that. How do I get an air rune? It's a water altar. Like, how the do I?
Oh, does it spawn? Is there a spawn here of like an air rune maybe?
Yes.
On the ground?
Probably. Let's look around.
If there's anything we do with a water rune, I don't know what the... like, am I supposed to run out and then go check my bank, do you think?
No. Absolutely not.
You don't think so? Like, you don't think I'm supposed to just run to the Lumbee basement, see what's in my bank, and then maybe come back? Like, is that crazy? What does a Christmas cracker do?
Try and open it. Can't you open it?
I can use it on you and open it. I can select an item. Chocolate bar, chocolate cake, gold ring, iron ore, black dagger, law rune, spinach roll, silk, holy symbol, silver bar.
Lauren, you have to.
You sure?
What else? What else do we do? Like shove a cake up our ass? Like, brother, like it has to be.
Okay, I got a law rune here. You want it?
I have it.
Oh, you got one too?
Oh yeah, we got one each. Okay.
How many levels does a divine magic give me? I can boost to Falador teleport. Maybe that's the idea. Falador teleport is the water rune, 3 airs and law. Is there anything at the altar?
Oh, what would I be doing down here? I'm so confused.
I don't know. Does Bloody Bracer overheal you or something? We need a way to overheal me, I think. I think you can get out now, right? It's just like...
What, can I get out, though?
Do you need a pickaxe maybe to mine the rocks out? I don't know if it would let you.
Well, there's a Lumbridge cellar and a Dorkshire mine. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like you could go into Lumbridge cellar maybe from that shortcut. I don't know if it would be open, though. We don't have the quest done.
Okay, by the way, I think this Christmas cracker, we're supposed to be using it or something. I could pick the party hat. Does it matter?
I think this is bait as well. I don't know what that would do for you. Law rune! It's gotta be that, right? Anything else?
Yeah, law rune. Has to be. That's for your exit.
So we need a way to get air runes and water rune. All right, I can make 1 water rune.
So you can get all the way through to Dorgish Khan, whatever it's called, right?
Yeah, correct.
Is there anything you can do in that?
So Dorgish Khan, let's see. Oh, well, there's a bank in there. Oh, I should go and see if there's a bank. Like anything in the bank.
Yeah, there might be like a pin or something. Let me trade you the rope. You need the rope, right?
Oh, right. Wait, I already have one set apparently.
You don't need a rope.
Oh.
Okay.
So we both have a rope. Okay, cool.
I just don't have a light source, so I can't go.
Okay.
Okay, if you head there, I'm just going to be doing laps and see if I can find anything.
So once I was down in the swamp, I knew that I could potentially escape through the hole in the wall that you mined. So at this point, I think I'm cooking. I'm like, yo, I got the pickaxe from the mining tutor. I know how to light the torch. I bet you escape that way. These accounts have 10 hit points. Everything down there is attacking you. If you mess up, you're done for. You're gonna die.
Like, what are them pots and stuff? The cut?
It's a bloody bracer. It drains your prayer. Oh, but it'll heal you over your max health. So that would allow you to use the divine.
Okay.
Wait. The tunnel is blocked with rocks.
Can you pickaxe it?
And it says the rubble is too compact to dig from this side. Oh no. So that isn't it.
Right, okay. That's not good. Back to square one.
Yep, back to square one. Okay. So I'm gonna make my way back to you.
There's no other way down. Okay, what about south to Tizagothic?
I think it's possible that we might be able to light this torch on this fire over here.
Yeah, there's a fire here.
It's a pot. It's called a fire, though. Fire already seems to be in use. Okay, well, that's helpful.
What's dry sticks? Wait, I can use that probably on something.
They can be used anytime to light a torch. Oh, you just... Okay, so let me give you the torch.
Okay, I think you're gonna have more use for these two items.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, I just realized I have a small pouch. Empty small pouch. I have 1 rune essence for my
Oh, yeah, and we need to do this.
And the Christmas crackers for the law rune.
So it's definitely the law rune, 100%.
It's easy now. We've got... Oh, wait, what we don't have is air runes.
Oh, no.
I've got gems in my inventory. Like, surely it's one of these. I'm just trying all these numbers.
I have a divine magic potion as well, so I can boost to 37, which is Falador teleport, and I have 1 water rune.
Okay, I got it. I got the stash unit open.
Okay, you got the power on me, the air staff?
Right, so you can Fally Telly with that, but don't do it yet.
I need a law rune. I don't have a law rune.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, wait, hold on. No, the Jade... What does the Jade ring do? Because I've got an Aether rune.
Ring of Returning?
Yes, so that'll be your escape. Take the ring.
Okay. Do you want me to enchant it?
Yeah, yes, I think so. That's one escape. I don't have Lost Tribe,
You still might be able to get out.
I've got the torch.
I have a rope on me. It depends on if you want to go down into the tunnel, dodge the things, take the south side, and try and go into the Lumbridge basement without the quest.
Yeah.
Oh my god! There's the air thing in the stash unit. You need to go get the air staff.
Oh yeah, air staff in there.
Fuck.
No, where's that again?
We got it.
Stash unit. Okay, I'm climbing down, Coxie. Just guide me to the air staff. That's what we have to do. Does this thing one hit me, by the way? The fucking wall beast.
Yes, it will if you don't pass it.
Okay, I can just run through your Coxie, is what you're telling me.
As long as you're 1 tile away, yes.
Okay, I am 1 tile away. Okay, I got through.
By the western cave exit. Where's that
Western
map?
cave exit. I took damage.
How?
Ah!
Careful.
Coxie, I know, but there's a bug on me. It's killing me.
All right. Just come back up for now.
Ah! Oh my god, this little rat bug. We have to get that air staff. That's the play, right?
Is that a jade ring? So it needs to be air runes. On my inventory, I had a jade ring. I'm pretty sure it's a ring of returning that we could use. So that instantly is one of the escapes obtained. So all we gotta do is find a way to enchant that ring. Boom, that's one escape done. There's a new rune in RuneScape called an Aether rune. And it's a combination rune of soul rune and cosmic rune. And the cosmic is what we needed to enchant the jade ring. Okay, so I can enchant that anyway. I can enchant that right now if you give me that Aether rune.
Okay, let's not do that yet.
Yeah, we know that's one escape.
Okay, so we need to figure out how we're going to teleport out. We can literally teleport out if we get a fire rune or an earth rune. Wait, I've got an idea. Wait, let me check the Christmas cracker.
Yes, I got it. I can teleport to Falador if I use this divine magic potion.
Really? Oh, well, easy. Piece of piss.
No, but I need a law rune. I need a law rune.
Okay, so I'm going to pick a party hat. Okay, I picked a party hat and I'm going to pick a law rune. Okay, I've got a law rune. There you go.
You've got it. Give me the staff as well.
Don't teleport. Don't do anything yet.
I'm not. I'm going to enchant the ring for you, give you the ring, and then I'm good to teleport too. Okay, jewelry enchant. Boom. Enchanted. Trade that to you. Bam, that's your one done. If I go and make that water room now, I'm out too.
No fucking way. No fucking way. Please, Jay, don't fuck up.
I'm not fucking up.
I don't know how you can fuck up, but I think we're out. Jay.
I'm in.
I think we're out.
Now all I need to do is divine. You need more than 10 hit points. You need a bloody bracer.
Okay. No. Yeah, come out. Oh my god. Please. Yes.
Belly, done. I'm out. We need to trade each other. together.
How
I'm running to you. Run
each other?
straight to me. Run straight to me. Just start running right towards me from Barbarian Village. We just teleported out super bam, just like that, bro. But now all I have to do is meet up with Torvesta, and bro, we are sprinting towards each other with nothing but speed. Stay that pass.
Yeah. Okay.
Trade.
Message
Dude,
you.
we fucking won. Nah, that's crazy business. That's crazy.
No,
That's crazy.
that was
That's crazy.
absolutely genius though, wasn't it, Jay? From
That
me.
was genius. That was some geniusness.
It's actually mad. I went into this episode feeling the least confident out of all of them. This is the worst possible challenge, and for some reason, everything just clicked. Me and Skillspecs are gonna fucking win it. It's actually mad. 2 in a row.
I have a magic pot that would give me plus, that would make 37. What's 37? Can we get an air rune somehow? Or an air staff?
That's what we've been trying to do this whole time, I think. I think I need to go check my bank. Like, I genuinely think I just need to leave. What if I go to my bank and then there's something in there that you need?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, go. You can make the light source then with the thing in your inventory to light the torch.
Are we committing to that? Because, like, I mean, if there's no going back.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Like,
All right.
Did you have construction level, did you say?
Yeah, I have 42 construction.
Wait, there's a stash unit outside here. Did you check that?
Oh my god. No.
I don't have it, but maybe you do.
It says build.
Ah,
No, I don't have it.
like, why else would you have construction though?
Are there other stash units here, maybe? Potato noticed the stash unit outside of the shed. That got me thinking, like, okay, are there other stash units around here? And sure enough, there's one right when you climb down the rope into the cave.
And then I can enchant the ring for you, and then I can use it to tele out with the other one.
There's a bank pen.
What?
It's got to be one of these.
Oh, it's probably one of the ones in your inventory.
So the stash unit is what? This area?
Is it that rock? No, like before you, by the rope. Yeah, it's that.
Oh my god, you're right. I did not see that.
You're good. Oh, we need a bank pin. That's gotta be the gems, right? So just exit. Are we adding it together? Let me add it together. So we go to the stash and it has a bank pin. It's gotta be related to the gems. We have like thousands of them. That's 4 digits. My first thought is add them all together.
No.
Not it?
No.
I really thought. Let me double check. 2333-1407-2602. No, I have it right. 6342. Okay, hold.
So wait, you said one more time. Maybe that.
Here, I'll DM it to you.
I tried 1407. I tried 2333. I know I didn't mistype it, but it. Just in case. Yeah, I know it. 10 minutes. Oh my god.
How is it not them added together? It seems so obvious. What else could the bank pin be? I'm trying to think. I just realized I'm wearing a jade ring. Are you wearing something?
I'm wearing a ruby ring.
I didn't even see the ring.
Me neither.
So I can enchant that with the Aether rune probably.
I just realized, by the way, that was probably the key. Like, oh, do the rubies. That's the bank pin.
That's why it was rubies. You're wearing a ruby ring. It's got to be that, right? It was the rubies. There's no f***ing way.
Wait, so you're telling me I tried 1407, 2333. I tried the number that you sent me.
It's got to be that.
Bro, there's no way, bro. There's no way. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
That was your hint that it's rubies. I didn't know you were wearing that.
I didn't know I was wearing it either.
I'm gonna try jumping across this. It should be fine. Oh no.
That scares me.
No.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Oh wait, I can rub the.
You can rub the thing.
There we go. Yep, it's really
Okay,
okay.
I
We're
just
good. We're good.
myself.
Oh
Right,
my
we're all
god, I
good.
panicked.
Wait, there's one rune essence in my small pouch. I have 9, so I could make what, an earth rune?
Yeah, but that's Varrock. The Lumbridge one is the water thing. The magic potion gives you a +4 boost, and you said you're 33.
Yeah.
So that would put you to 37. So let's teleport to Falador. We don't have the runes. I'm coming back out of here. I think this is definitely a dead end out here.
Wait, I have a jade ring.
That's a ring of returning if we can enchant that. That's probably what it wants us to do, but how do we both get out?
Okay, so jade ring, ring of returning. How would you make that? Is that enchanted?
Yeah, it's an air rune, which we don't have.
Cosmic, and we don't have any cosmics, right?
We do have a cosmic. We do. The Aether is a cosmic.
If there's a player, should I just trade him and ask him for like a Varrock teleport?
Go for it. Can I have a telly, please? That'd be so funny.
Okay, so you got the pickaxe, right? I guess what we're looking to figure out how to light your torch.
I've lit it already.
Oh, it's already lit. Sorry, lit. Right. Nice. Okay, so you have an escape. You're good to go. 37 magic. It's Valley teleport. We got our water rune. How do we get an air rune in this area? Am I crazy? Have I totally lost my mind? I feel like we've figured so much out. We've gotten so many clues, so many items. We're so close, but we're missing one thing. How do we get air runes?
Hopefully I'll be able to get out doing this.
You have to do this next bit quick. That can't poison you. Dodge that tile. Then go east again.
It's super dangerous in the Lumbridge Caves right now. There are wall beasts that if I stand on the wrong tile, they one-hit me. I die and we lose the challenge. If I go the wrong way, swamp gas explodes my candle. I'm headed to Lumbridge basement right now. The hole is there ready for me to escape. Please let me through this hole.
Yeah, but I don't know if you
Oh,
can.
it's blocked, man.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, you can't go with the rocks.
This tunnel is blocked with rocks. Wait, what? What? I just risked my life for this? What do we even do now? Like, do I have to go back? Bodhi's got an escape. I've got nothing right now.
It's right there. It's right there.
Down?
Right south of you. Yep.
Oh, what? What?
Okay, hold on. You have numbers in there. Okay, try the emerald one since we're making an emerald ring. 1407.
No, but I have a ruby ring and maybe it's that. You know what I mean? Yes!
Yes!
Let's go!
Come, quick! Why are you putting it back in
I
there?
don't know! I'm coming. I didn't know.
Okay. Trade. All right, you have to get out. Do you have the map? You have the map of how to get out.
I do have it somewhere. Yeah, I have it. Oh man, Coxie, the bugs are gonna bite me.
I was one that had the Ring of the Returning, so I knew I needed to enchant that. At the same time, I was trying to help Eli figure out like what is gonna be his escape. I know there's a couple exits in the caves.
Okay, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I thought that I just had to run to that northern cave escape and go into the lumber's basement, and then that would be it. And I'm running to it, and then it says there's rocks or there's roots blocking your path, and I'm like, what? Tunnel's blocked with roots.
You need a pickaxe.
There's a bug!
Like, let's just say we get the air staff. Let's, like, speak as if we already got it. There's an air staff and a law rune. That doesn't do anything for me.
You have a water rune, and you have a law rune, right? Oh, no, you don't have a water rune.
Wait, I was gonna say Camelot, because it's 5 air, 1 law, but I don't even have mage.
Oh, yeah, you don't have any mage level. Yeah, you can't TP. Oh, I can give you this ring. I can enchant this ring and give it to you. So, I would need a Camelot telly. I can't teleport there, though.
You could teleport without the water rune.
No, I need the water rune.
Why would you need it if you could teleport with Camelot, or am I wrong?
I can't. I can only boost to Falador.
Ah, I see. Makes sense.
I don't know, we're so close.
I don't know. I'm lost.
Should I pop this Christmas cracker on you? For the hell of it. Wait. It can give items. It can give a law rune.
Wait, actually?
Yes, it can give a law rune. I'm serious.
Why do you have a Christmas cracker? Did you just have that in your invent?
Yeah, the whole time. Yeah.
Okay, where are you?
Wait. Okay, let's pop it. Let's see what we get. Oh, wait. Which color? Green. Surely we're green.
You can choose. Wait, you can choose items.
Oh my god. Okay, we gotta think. We gotta stop and think a second. It's gotta be the law rune, right?
What for though?
This has to be part of it. I just don't know what it wants.
Is there nothing else viable?
Holy symbol. Does talking to Father Ernie with a holy symbol make him happy? Like,
God, I wish I was smart. I feel like we're doing good, but we haven't done anything.
I know. We're discovering things. Just good.
Wait, the gems in your invent. I know we can't do anything with them, but the numbers, they mean anything? Because that's what got me last time. There was stuff in the invent that made the bank pit.
They probably do, honestly. I don't know what they would mean. I'm popping the cracker. I'm wearing this thing.
I hate escape runes, man.
I think that you should be getting towards making your escape.
Okay. I thought my escape was grab a bronze pickaxe, go through the Lumbridge Swamp dungeon, and go up in Lumbridge. But as soon as I got to the pickaxe stage, I couldn't mine it. I couldn't go through, even with a torch, and I didn't know what to do. If I die, that means I guaranteed vote in the hopper, and I don't want to die.
Okay, so we can't get through there.
Yeah, I'm very confused right now, because if I can't go here, because now I'm kind of stuck in it. I have NPCs attacking me. I need to go back.
Okay, bugs are aggressive?
Yeah. Stash units? Is there a stash unit in Lumbridge?
Oh, there is! I know what it is. Okay.
We need to pull the Christmas cracker. I don't think we'll get a law rune, but if you can get me a law rune, I can teleport to Falador and you can take the Ring of Returning. But how do we get a law rune around
Well, I
there?
mean, what does the cracker give? It just gives a party hat, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't give you like another reward with it, does it?
It gives you a party hat and something else as well, but that would have to be a law.
Oh, it always gives a law rune, for f***'s sake. Right, okay, I'm coming.
Okay, easy. We got it. We've got this game.
I got it. Okay, got the air staff here. Are you by the cave? Where are you?
I need to craft a rune. Okay, we should need a bit quick now.
Here.
Trade?
Enchant that, and then how do I get out?
You get it. I can tell you.
Can you tally out?
Yeah, because I can boost and do Falador Telly. You need more than 10 hit points to survive the power of... Wait, did you go?
Yeah, I went.
No, I need your blood pints to get over 10 HP to use the divine.
Okay, I'm gonna just home telly. I'll be right there.
Yeah, just go back.
Oh, come on, quick. Lauren.
And I'm going to give you the Ring of Return.
Okay, I'm giving you the law rune. Yeah, you done? Tally. I want to see you tally.
Oh, no!
Oh, God.
I'm coming. I'm right here. Don't leave the area. Everything's fine. We're all good. Everything's above board. Okay. You ready to meet me there?
Yeah, go.
Wait. Did you drink the bracer?
I didn't.
Please trade me the bracer right now.
No, I've got the bracer.
Oh my god, give me. I need more than 10 HP.
Okay.
Watch. 10 damage.
Okay, I'm gone. We're done.
We have to trade. Head towards Draenor, Falador South. We'll trade there. We're both out of the Lumbridge Swamp, but we have not confirmed the challenge yet. We need to drop the trade. There is one spot in the tribunal.
Are we meeting like Bar Village?
Yeah. Sunday, we're so goddamn close. I'm done being second place. We have to win this. I just want to win for once.
first.
Yes!
Oh my god, this was so close. We lock it in. It's beautiful. We make sure we're in the tribunal. It's where we need to be. It is simply put where we need to be.
Yes, we've done it. Get the train, and we're in the tribunal. From the banning to the tribunal. What an incredible feeling with Bertie, Torvester, and Skill Specs. Oh man, what a 4 in the tribunal. I am excited for this now.
Trade. Alright, we're done.
Bro.
No! We were so close.
Me, dude, this is
Bro, that's so upsetting me.
I'm gonna get jumped by creatures. Oh no, stop. I just died to poison. Oh my.
Okay, right there. There's the stash.
Oh wait, pin code.
I can level 2 enchant. Oh. So if I make the ring, trade you the ring, then I tell you Fally?
Yes, and then I tell you with that, and then we meet each other. Okay, so you go Fally and I go Ring of Returning.
So I drink the Bloody Bracer and then the pot, yeah?
Yes.
I'm drinking the Bloody Bracer. Never want to do an escape room again. If every time I hear that phrase or them words, it just sends shivers down my spine. It is not my area of expertise and it never will be.
That was an amazing challenge. I love a good escape room. The 2 winning teams today, Skill Specs and Torvesta, and Bodhi and Solo Mission. Well done, guys. You can come get your capes.
Whoa.
Easy. Man.
Easy. We just won back-to-back challenges, and I'm in the tribunal now as well. Wow, the best case scenario. The best case scenario.
I will say I would usually, thank my partner for his help, but I'll be honest, I've carried both. Really didn't need him, but thanks for being there anyway. Thanks for taking part.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply put the greatest tribunal of all time. Skill Specs is in the tribunal. I've got Solo Mission with me. I've got Torvesta with me. We're going to cook something up nice here. I think we're all going to be on the same page. Someone's going in the banning.
The race for that last trade was so close. Potato and Its Will, you guys were just over 10 seconds behind Bodhi and Solo Mission.
Yeah. Me, dude. Like,
no hopping today, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
Sorry, Will.
I definitely did not think that we would be so close to winning. I just was so upset. Me, dude, this is just by 10 fucking seconds. Like, are you serious, man? Are you fucking serious?
Bro, that's so fucking upsetting me.
The fact that Potato and Will were seconds off the win must feel so bad, but also it's rough for our rookie alliance. The tribunal could easily go any way on who they send in, so we need to get lucky with the hopper and hope it sends in someone we want gone.
Coxie and Eliup, for dying in the escape room, you guys are getting the undefendable votes today.
We now have 2 non-defendable votes on us. Anyone who's not in our alliance, the smartest thing they can do is just tack on extra votes. Everyone just wants to make it through the next round.
Okay, it's that time of the day for some voting. Remember, you guys are voting for duo teams, not individuals. Only 5 teams to choose from this vote. You guys can head to the Crucible and cast your votes.
Behind the scenes, the Rookie Alliance is talking and trying to decide who we're going to send our vote on. We know we're all going to vote for the same person, so it has to be a coordinated attack.
I ended up picking Eliup and Coxie and got my newfound alliance to vote them too. The PvP alliance is too big for my liking, and I feel like in terms of who's in there, I'm most likely to get backstabbed first by the alliance, so I had to take some people out to get my name up there in the list.
Coxie Eli was the group decision. I like protecting Potato and Will just because I felt like she was going to have target on her back.
The viewers at home that is watching this don't know how many alliances that are made right off the bat in Gillinor Games. All the new rookies that come in, like myself, are all getting targeted by the OGs, the people that have been here for seasons straight, and they target whoever the hell they want to target. So we ended up making a small alliance, and we all try to target one person. I just try to, get the most odds and, listen to the alliance, because that's what's going to keep me alive in times like this.
Every other duo, bar one, has someone from our alliance in. We want to try and protect that. Both both Coxie and Eli are in our alliance, so we really did not want them to go out, and we just had to pick the duo that wouldn't hurt us the most.
Do you nominate somebody who's really good and try to get them out? Or do you not do that because what if you have to face them? We thought ultimately, let's just nominate good players. Any given episode, somebody could get eliminated in the craziest way. If you have them in the elimination, there's a chance they could go home, and that is a positive for you. So I think it's worth the risk.
Potato told me everyone was basically targeting Eli and Coxie. Despite this, I still defended Eli just because I told him, you know, we can defend each other. Because if you recall last week, I told Solo Mission, hey, let's defend each other, and he did not. That set me back a little bit, and you gotta find new friends.
We have our little alliance going on still, and we think it's wise to clump together our votes on one team. We end up choosing Coxie and Elliot, since we think they're part of the big PK alliance and we need to, you know, pick off someone. Me and Will kinda has a deal that we kinda just do our own thing, no hard feelings. I'm pretty sure he defended Coxie and Eliop and I attacked him. We kinda cancel out each other a bit there, but it is what it is.
The PvP alliance was like weirdly quiet, and that was like when I realized to Coxie, I'm like, dude, like why is no one talking? Like we have a group of like 7 or 8 people in there, and it was just like radio silence. Dino's typing like, guys, question mark, like what's going on? And I'm just like, dude. And so I messaged Will right away and was just like, I'll defend you guys if you defend us. And that was that. He said he would defend us.
Last games, there was a discrepancy between sending us and Eli in. I get on Discord, you know, write a quick little message like, oh, hey, Oda, would be so great if I don't go home today. And you know what? I got you a favor if you can get me a favor. I decided to try to play this one with some respect and loyalty. So I changed my attack vote up. I did not have the heart to tell Eli because Eli would be like, no, bro, no. Such a bad idea. No one cares about loyalty in this shit. I still haven't told him to this day. Whenever this recording comes out, he's probably gonna see it and be like, Coxie, man, what the f?
Welcome back. Let's find out which teams will find their names in the hopper today. Only 2 teams received votes, and both of them got 3.
Oh my god.
That's never good.
Wow.
Those teams were Coxie and Eliup 14, and No Monkey and Oda Block.
Oh my.
Of course.
Oh my god. 50-50.
Wow.
RuneScape players love to make 50-50 jokes. We're talking a straight coin flip at this point. Whatever happens, it's gonna happen. There's nothing I can do with it. I don't have odds in my favor, but I also don't have them against me, so.
Many people don't know this about me, but I've been in 258 build out on RuneScape at one point. Anything with luck, I don't believe. I lost. That's it. I knew the hopper was gonna take me out. I knew it's gonna say Oda Block and No Monkey, and the question is, who are we versing?
50-50 shot. Let's see which duo the hopper decides to choose today.
Oh,
Jill.
Please.
Please.
Don't be rude. Yes.
With a 50% chance, Coxie and Eliup 14, the hopper has chosen you guys for your first banning of the season. Come on up.
If we were ever going to win this, like we have to win a banning anyways. This is part of it. If we're meant to win this thing, we got to win now. It's fine. Like just lock in. We can do this. It was bound to happen eventually.
It sucks, but you can't get through Gillinor games without doing an elimination challenge, okay? I've been wanting to do an elimination challenge. No one wants to like get on here and just, you know, cozy their way through and then get beat by Settled in the finale and just get steamrolled. Like I wanted to actually like compete in an elimination challenge.
Oda Block and No Monkey, you guys survived the 50-50. You're safe for now.
Damn. Yes. I'm not gonna lie. It's a relief. I do not want to go against anybody. I don't care if they don't even know the game RuneScape. I'd rather just slip through the cracks and enjoy the view.
Tribunal, you guys now need to decide which of the 5 remaining teams will join Coxie and Eliup in today's banning. Should be a good discussion.
I got a little alliance going on with Skillspecs and Torvesta, so I'm kinda confident, but also I did backstab Solo Mission last week, and I don't know if he knows yet. So I'm kinda scared that he will vote me in.
While we were discussing the alliance, we kind of all realized that none of us is safe. We come to the realization we have literally no one in there to defend us. So we are very certain it's gonna be one of us. The question is who?
Doesn't get any better. Nobody knows about this meal alliance. All 4 of us, like, it's just crazy. The 4 people at the meal, we're both in teams together and we both won. All safe.
Coxie and Eli, fresh faces into the banning, their first ever banning, and now we get to decide who goes in with with them. In a bit of an odd situation in Guild War Games, I don't really have that much of an agenda. I've kind of got soft allies in all of these teams. Doesn't really matter who goes in here. I just want to bond with Skillspecs and Torvesta and really try and solidify an alliance. This is the Manchester Meal Tribunal, boys. What the hell?
Yeah, imagine all 4 of us in the final. Like, that would be sick.
We've just witnessed alliance be created as well, buddy.
We've broken bread together. How can we betray each other? I genuinely don't have any other allies. I know that's always hard to believe, but I literally don't. Last week we got nuked by everyone. I'm not particularly bothered who goes in here. With this group of 4, I don't really have that much influence. Torvesta and Skillspecs are reasonably strong-minded. Boaty just sort of goes with the wind. I don't think he really wants to play the meta game that much. And I'm happy for them to be in the hot seat making decisions.
I have the Meal Alliance, and then we've got the Original Alliance, which has Eliop and Coxie in there as well. I'm telling Eliop and Coxie that we're going to get them the best opponents that we can. I've got a little bit of power here, so, you know, we're going to do them a favor. Who are we saying then?
Let's go through the teams. So it's going to be Josh and the Engineer, Mr. Mammal and Dino, or Potato and Will. If you guys don't want to vote Oda, it's one of those 3.
I'm just gonna have to say Potato and Will, I'm sorry. No particular reason, just...
No particular reason.
I mean, dude, I'm looking at the other names and I'm like, shit. I mean, dude, I don't know, I guess they're the people I speak to the less.
I have some sort of affection towards Will from being on the green team and just
there we go, okay.
Like, I'm not overly bothered. Like, we can vote for him if you want.
So they're against Coxie and Eli. Are Coxie and Eli a threat? Probably not.
Coxie and Eliop are already in the banning. So you need to look at the people in the banning, decide a team that would be a good match to remove people out that would have different skill sets for different areas.
Potato and Will. Like, how good is Will at Gilman Games?
They're fucking gamers.
Will's a good PVMer, and Potato is good with, like, Ultimate Iron knowledge and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay.
Because in
So
Pink
they're
Team
pretty
1
strong.
Scout, she was actually very good, to be fair, bro.
They did nearly beat us today, for example. Like she
Yeah,
said in
that's
the
true.
call, she was like, oh, I keep coming, like, a one off the tribunal.
I've got a couple alliances going on, but not associated with it's Will and Potato. Also, I'm still stringing Odablock along. He thinks that like Solo and Boaty are really in for him, and yet again, I'm just stringing him along, and I'm saying they really want you in. I'm trying my best to not get you in, so then I can use that power down the line. I even got him to say I'm the king of Deadman mode. Who's the best PKs in the game? He said Skillspecs and Torvesta.
In terms of the final, the biggest threats, I think Josh is a pretty big threat. He's like playing on the same team as him. He was super smart, and like he's got all that weird knowledge. I think Will's just the best PVMer out of all of them.
I think I'm leaning towards
Yeah.
Will and
Potato, let's do it. Done, locked in.
Yeah, done, locked in. For me, yeah, easy. It's all you cool with that?
Yep, easy.
Yeah, like I said, I really don't
want
mind.
to realistically do Will, he won't find out. I mean, I guess you kind of had to. Just send him a message and be like, Will, I had to, I'm sorry.
Can I vote for somebody else just to prove to Will that like I had his back? Because Will's crying so hard to me right now.
Completely fine with me. Locked it in. Done.
Alright, yeah, vote for whoever the hell you want.
Their eyes have come round to Will. I'm supposed to have Will's back, and I've continuously not had his back. And it might be one too many coincidences for Will. Unfortunately for him, I just know he has no allies, so he can't really do anything about it. I feel bad for the guy, so I'm going to try and toss a burn somewhere else just to say that I tried to help him. I'm sorry, Will.
Tribunal, I have received all of your votes. 2 teams were voted for. With 1 vote, C Engineer and Josh. But with 3 votes heading into the banning today are It's Will and Potato. Come on up, guys.
Knew it.
Jesus Christ. When the voting was going on, like, I was just typing in the green team chat, and Solo Mission was just like, dude, they won't change their mind. I'm sorry. I can't get them to vote, like, for anyone else. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me that Skillspecs is gunning for me this bad. Like, what are you talking about? There's no way that this guy wants me dead this badly. I was honestly just like seething at this point because I knew that something was up. I was just like, dude, I should not be in this. I was 10 seconds away from winning.
You know, in movies when they get like a grenade shock and you just hear like voices in the background? That's kind of how I felt in that moment. I just hear like a siren in the background. I hear Soup saying, yapping something. I'm not really sure what's going on. It's time. It's my first banning. It's now or never. I have to get through this.
4 players all going into their first banning of the season. This should be good. Remember, for this elimination, you guys will all be playing solo. We'll see if that leads to a new team being formed. In today's banning, you guys will be playing Hoarder. Starting in Varlamore, all 4 of you will be given brand new members accounts with nothing in your banks and inventories aside from 2 stamina potions and 1000 GP. When time starts, you 4 have 10 minutes to fill up as many bank slots as possible, gathering items by any means necessary. No teleporting is allowed, and we're disabling any overpowered RuneLite plugins. The OSR's wiki also isn't allowed, and you aren't allowed to sell your stamina potions. The 2 players who fill up the most unique bank slots will survive the banning and stay in the game. The 2 losers are the next 2 people eliminated from this season. I'll meet the 4 of you in Varlamore, and we'll get started.
I'm scared because I'm on my own now. I can't lose my first banning. I can't. I have to win. There's no other choice.
It's not a great challenge for me. I've got to be honest. I do not know this area at all. I'm going to do my best, and that's the best I can do.
Varlamore was one of the ones that I was kind of happy with because it is new. I was hoping like no one had some insane knowledge, so it honestly just felt like even more of a fair game. I kind of felt like it was just up for grabs.
This is it, you know, my first banning. Coxie and I are going in together. Coxie's been my bro this whole tournament, but for once, only one of us might pull out of this, and I have to go against him. So I'm gonna give it my best. If I'm gonna win this thing, I'm gonna have to earn my stripes. I'm gonna do my best. Hopefully we can bring it home.
All right, guys, here we go.
We got this, we got this, we got this. We just gotta pick up shit. We just gotta pick up shit. My heart's pounding.
I am just so insanely nervous. God damn it. Just stay calm, you know, hit the shops. Don't run out of GP.
All right, Coxie, my bro. Come a long way together, but fortunately we are enemies right now. Come on. Come on, baby.
The 2 players who collect the most unique items in 10 minutes win. Your time starts now.
Charter has so much stuff. I'm legit booking it for that. And I'm the closest one to it, NGL. None of them went this way. Is that? I can't tell if that's good or bad. Why did they all go that way?
Alright, let's trade the baker. Let's start there. Let's pick up shit on the way.
That's no way that's a chick, dude. That is,
First place I'm gonna go is
that's the most annoyingest
plan
chick voice
right off
ever.
the rip, hit the bar to the east. 1, because I need
Sounds like a
to
shitty voice
myself,
mod.
But 2, because I know that bar has a ton of stuff for sale. It's not just your typical, you know, 1 beer and get out. From that main city center run to Coliseum, I've ran past that 100 times. I do kind of know the shops that are along that route. I know that bank very well. And my main goal is just start there, get everything I can, and then work my way west. Actually, I'm gonna hit this crafting shop over here because I don't know if there's another crafting shop in Varlamore.
The most important thing is there's 5,000 shops in this like radius. Basically, there's just a bunch of stuff that you can buy for cheap, but it's a matter of 1, not misclicking on something expensive, and 2, just getting more items than the other people.
Pot, jug, bucket, cake tin, tinderbox, chisel, hammer. F it, yeah, why not? Right away, I'm just thinking run to the charter ship. The charter ships just have such an insane amount of like weird items, and I think I got like a full inventory. I literally got like 26 items. I even equipped the eye patch to get 1 more extra item. Rob it is what? 50? I mean, that's good. That's a full envy. Let's f***ing rip it. I gotta hope that like other people didn't think of charter. It's a good start. Okay, let's go to this bank, and then we'll hit that crafting shop. I looked at the mini map while I was running there, noticed there was a crafting shop right next to the bank. I was like, I'll hit that. The coins though, the coins do be getting cooked. Maybe they went to pickpocket. That is very possible.
Beer, cider, tea, jug of wine, stew, meat. Thankfully, I wandered around Varlamore quite a bit, so I knew the area. My immediate thought was I should hit as many shops as possible. Thankfully, as an ultimate Iron Man, I'm used to going from shop to shop and just buying things over and over again, so that kind of really helped.
What a stupid
There's something
voice
over
for
here,
it,
there's
Smith.
stuff on the thing, hammer, bronze nails. Haha, you didn't get that. That's fine. Alright, let's bank.
Oh my god, this...
Just bank real quick. I'm shaking like crazy. My entire run is literally just going, you got this, you got this, you got this, go, go, buy, 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 check, check,
Oh,
check.
it's a
I'm
guy.
just, like, checking the
Potato.
prices of everything,
Him.
because if I run out of cash,
It's a guy,
like,
never
I
mind.
need the GP. I need to buy everything as cheap as possible.
My my mentality was like, okay, I'm gonna go all the way west to the farm and to the hunter guild, and then I'm just gonna work my way back and finish at the charter ship. The absolute worst thing that happened to me, probably in my entire life, I went and bought a rake from the farmer, and I sat there for probably 35 seconds raking a patch for one single item in my inventory. One item. I cannot believe. I'm shaking the camera. I'm like actually f***ing fuming. I'm like smashing my desk. I'm losing it, man. Like, this killed my morale.
Oh, jackpot. I need to hit the bank quick. Hopefully he does not go up there, because he saw me go up there. Please don't go up there. Please don't go up there. Please don't go up there. Bucket of water, rope. I'm just gonna go city center next.
Chisel, hammer, needle, one. I already got some of this stuff, I know. Okay, bro, we buy it all. Let's keep rolling. More shops. What else is there? Like, what actually else is there? What else is there? Oh man, I'm just so newbie at Barlamore.
Straight chargers. There's so much weird shit.
Ah,
here.
fuck.
I have no idea what I have. Surely a bucket doesn't cost that much. Fine.
I'm not sure it's a guy or girl, but they have such a weird fucking voice.
We're good.
I think it's a guy. The name is Potato Him with an E on the end.
Key to winning this event, trust your gut. You're not going to make the right decision with every decision you make in this tournament. Trusting yourself, going with the flow, not backtracking, that is going to be the key to winning an event like this.
What did he just come from there for? GG Hoarder, he just came from here. What was he doing down here? Can I trade any motherfuckers here? Am I trolling? I might be trolling. I think I'm trolling. I need to go to shops. I need to keep hitting shops. A rabbit. Any perp viewers? Come on. I already have raw rabbits. I could burn some rabbit. Bones also will be good.
Will and Potato are two core members of the Rookie Alliance. I'm really rooting for them to stay in the game because if they're gone, the numbers are not looking good for us.
Let's head on back up. Onion, why not? Focus, lock in. Don't be a pussy.
Should I hit the bank first? This is definitely risky.
Yeah, it's definitely a guy.
Worth it. Like wheat. Get this pestle and mortar. Don't buy a pestle and mortar, idiot. When you get to the f***ing store. Alright, wheat, onion, sweet corn. Wheat, onion, sweet corn. I already have a cabbage, nettles. Oh, that might be clutch. Oh, I need gloves to kill a nettle. 8 HP. There's no way that's worth it.
This shit ain't cheap. I'll take a vodka. I'll take a rum. I'll take a whiskey. I'll take a gin, one bourbon. Wow, that's pretty good though. I'm feeling okay. I feel like I'm doing okay. But the thing I've learned about playing GG is that everyone else is usually just better than me. Like, honestly, unfortunately it is to say that. You think you're doing good in these things, but then you just find out like everyone's a crackhead. I think I already have thread. Silk is new. Damn, it's a whole lot of shops in this bitch. Spice merchant. That's surely all cheap. One. No! No, I sold! Oh my god. Did I? Yeah, that's not good. Oh, fuck. That was expensive. That was a little too expensive, mate.
I recovered decently well by just going all the way east, going to the food shop and a meat shop and a charter ship. I mean, there's like bronze nails on the ground. There's just so many items in this area that like I never knew existed, but I was just running around grabbing absolutely everything I could.
I should have cleared my inventory before I came here. No, I should have cleared my inventory before I came here. I should have done it. My banking was not the best because I did find myself at charter ships with a full inventory and I wasn't sure what I already had in my bank versus what I didn't. I think if I go to a lodge, I think the bank is going to be closer, but does it cost money? Please be a bank close by. Oh, it's all the way in Narnia. No.
Watch me burn this bread and it ends up being like actually game changing. I cooked. What does this guy have? Oh, wow. Okay. No! No! Oh, mate. Why isn't anyone else here? Am I just selling? I can hear people in the call joining my screen share. They're probably all laughing at me right now. I have my menu entry swapper for Spade to buy 5. Absolutely nuked my last 200 GP. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Just stay calm. Keep it cool and collected. We are thriving.
Oh, that's the water. Perfect. Perfect. There's like a fishing net. Is there like a shop? I'm locked in. I feel like I've sweeped the town. I need to go outside and find something else. So I book it south. I'm thinking there has to be some spawns at the docks in the south. That should be a good place to go. Let's buy some more stuff.
Imp, be good to me, man. Give me a wizard hat. That's good. That's is that good? I mean, no one else probably killed an imp. What do you got, Aegilis? I got 19 coins and a dream, my man. It's not looking good, guys. Where is all the other competitors? They're all gone. Oh, they bought out all the corn. No! Dude, I cannot believe.
What an idiot, dude.
I actually cannot believe.
I talked to the
What an
shop,
idiot,
which I
dude.
know has a lot of low-cost items, you know, snares, boxes, all the good And this NPC son of a bitch has the decency to tell me, hey, you can shop here. You haven't done the quest yet, you did? Oh,
I get
panicking a
fucked,
little
noob.
bit. I know there's a red eclipse spawn upstairs, so I go and grab that. I grab the items.
Just gotta find an NPC and trade with them
And in that
requirements.
moment, I see a DM from Soup saying 1 minute left. I look at my inventory and it's completely full and I panic and I start thinking I just have to get those last items. I book it north, I drop some items that I am fairly certain is duplicates and I pick up some new ones on the way up.
I have everything else here. Time, it's up.
That was an incredibly exciting banning. Well done to you four. As usual, the results were extremely close. All of you were within 10 items of one another. 10 items.
Oh my god.
The first player safe, securing first place with 84 items, is Potato Hime.
Oh, yes!
Damn,
Potato,
he
you are
won.
staying in the game.
I was
I hate his
so
voice.
happy. I've never been more happy in my life. I seriously felt
He has such
bad
an
how
annoying
happy
voice.
I was. I'm celebrating, I'm cheering. I calm down a bit and I'm like, wait, which one of the other ones got to stay too? Because I forgot there was 2 people staying. Did I keep Will? Is Will lost? Hello, Will?
Only one of the remaining 3 people left can stay. You guys were separated by 6 items. In fact, it was so close, second and third place were separated by 2 items.
Oh
my god.
If it comes down to that vial,
Is it the
I'm
weeds?
gonna be so mad at you.
Taking second place with a score of 80 items and securing their spot back in the games is It's Will.
Damn.
Congratulations, Will. You stay in the game and get to stay as Potato's partner. No new duo forming today.
It is genuinely unbelievable that I won somehow. I don't know. I'm still kind of processing that. It's pretty crazy, but I'm just right now.
Yeah, I know why Elio
be
bought
back
10
in,
fucking
hopefully survive
spades.
another week,
He
and
sabotaged
maybe they'll just get
himself.
tired of voting for me.
Great job hoarding those items. You guys can go back to the group.
I feel like I've been laying low, and then finally it hits the banning, and I f***ing win. It feels so f***ing amazing. I was so proud
It's
of
like he
Will.
just wanted to
He
make his own
pulled it
channel
off.
videos.
He did it. No one believed
He
in
didn't
us.
want to be in
No one
Gilner
wanted to
Games
pick
anymore.
us, and here we are winning.
Coxie and Elyup, you guys were so close. Coxie with 78 items, Elyup with 74.
GG boys, all good.
GG's. Every single mistake I made, everything in that moment just comes flooding to you. It's kind of toxic because your brain just makes you sit there and think about what you could have done to have gotten just one or just a couple more items.
Absolute heartbreak.
Oh, just sad, man. Just sad. I was hoping if I got out, at least Coxie could carry the torch for us. Almost poetic that we go out together, but I was very sad.
It was a pleasure to have both of you on this season. I really appreciate you guys being on here. I'm sure we'll have you back one day. Take care.
GG's, guys.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
Playing with you.
I had a blast. I made a lot of new friends. I had a blast playing with Coxie. We had each other's backs the whole tournament. It sucks to go out together. I couldn't believe it going any other way, really. We played our hearts out. We did our best. I'm not gonna lie. I'm rooting for Will. I hope Will wins.
Eli and I came in the game strong. We're ending the game strong. That's all I can ask for. It has been so much fun. It's been a great experience, you know, in game, out of game. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Potato, you were the top performer in the banning today, which means
Huh. He uploaded, well, I guess he took it down. Hmm. Interesting the way that we communicate. Yeah. Hmm.
Hundreds of thousands of Shock Channel 4 news viewers watched on television on the 4 o'clock news.
San Diego looked like a war zone. We'll show you the incredible rampage by a hijacked tank.
And then gradually, I thought, well, he's not moving, and, well, there must be something wrong. And my wife said, oh, there can't be anything wrong, because they would have cut it out. And I said, no, it's live.
We are getting reports that your son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
Huh.
You don't turn on the TV expecting to see something awful, but when it happens,
Need some beer. It's off, cocks out. Let's see what Peter uploaded. Oh shit. It's not mouse, dog. Oh, but what the hell's this, dude? Holy shit, this is trippy. Thank God I don't have a fear of heights. Holy shit, it's like Spider-Man Simulator. Central Park. I thought he would have talked at least. He just narrated it. He was flying around the world, dude. It's Spider-Man Simulator. Use the webs and shit. We'll put dirt in water in a jar. 6 months later, disappeared. Fuck off, dude. Some people could make the most clickbait fucking shit ever, dude. What the fuck, dude? I shit in a bag. 10 months later, this happened. Where it just shows like a demon coming out of a bag. I shit in the bag, and 10 years later, this happened.
You remember it for
It's like a
the
little
rest
demon
of
with
your
like
life.
fucking
These are the most
foreheads and like
disturbing
fucking
moments
claws.
that aired on TV. We'll begin with the lighter stuff and work our way to the worst
Coming out of
the
the
worst.
fucking
So my
bag.
goal this year
It's
is
like
to
it
give you
lives in
guys
the bag and
double
made its
the
like
amount
own
of
like
videos without
environment there. It has like a
sacrificing
couch, a
quality. To do that,
TV
we
and
gotta
shit.
keep growing, and it would mean the world to me if you follow me right now on this app, and I will do my very best
I
to
took
make
a
the
shit in
best
this
videos
bag
I
10
possibly
years
can
ago.
on Visual Venture, and you
And
are
this
awesome.
isn't what it turned into.
The Flying Priest. In April 2008, Brazilians saw something insane on TV. A Catholic priest floated into the sky, but it wasn't magic. The priest tied 1,000 helium balloons to a chair. Then he strapped himself in. That's how he got off the ground. TV cameras caught the whole thing. At first, it looked beautiful, but what happened next made it one of the most disturbing things ever shown on live TV. So let's start with the biggest question. Why was a priest trying to fly in the first place?
Actually, no, he
The
probably
priest's
suffocated
name was
first.
Father Adelir Antonio de Carli, and he had a reputation as a troublemaker, but it wasn't because he caused harm. He was considered a troublemaker because he was determined to help people no matter what it took. Father Carli fought to protect human rights. He argued with city officials, he led protests, he didn't care about danger as long as he was helping someone. Then around 2007, he got another idea to help people. It might have been the riskiest idea he ever had. Hundreds of truck drivers passed through Father Carli's town, and he loved preaching to these truckers. So he started building a roadside chapel meant to provide spiritual assistance to truckers. It was a place where truck drivers could park, rest, and hear about God. The building of this church would cost a lot of money, so he came up with a plan to get donations. He would break a world record. Father Carli planned to fly for 19 hours using balloons. That would break the record for cluster ballooning, or the longest time flying with helium balloons. If it succeeded, he would get attention, and that attention would bring donations. It sounded like a straightforward plan, but things started going wrong well before liftoff. The first problem happened when Father Carly signed up for paragliding lessons. He ended up getting kicked out because he disobeyed his trainer. The school called Father Carly an inexperienced and undisciplined student. Getting kicked out messed up his training, but it didn't stop him. That brings us to April 2008, the day of the balloon flight.
This is Reverend Adelir Antonio DeCarli, just moments before he set out on an ambitious journey to fly 465 miles using small helium-filled party balloons.
It was raining, but he refused to cancel the flight.
Isn't it stubbornness flying in this rain?
There will only be good weather during my flight.
Brazilian TV showed the priest floating into the sky, and then everything went wrong. Father Carly wanted to fly toward the city of Dourados, but nature had other plans.
He kept
Strong
going
winds
straight up.
pushed him in the wrong direction over the open ocean. He rose to 19,000 feet. That's twice as high as he expected.
Yeah,
Then he
you can't
suddenly
breathe.
descended to about 8,200 feet. It was like a roller coaster ride. Father Carly sent a message to his team on the ground.
Later that night, he told his crew by satellite phone that he would not be able to complete the planned flight, and that he was beginning to descend over the ocean.
A few hours later, he sent another message. He told them, "I need to contact someone who can teach me how to operate this GPS so I can give the latitude and longitude coordinates, which is the only way that people on the ground can know where I am." Unfortunately, nobody was able to explain it properly, and he was drifting over nothing but the ocean. That was the last time they heard from him. Rescue teams launched immediately. The Brazilian Navy and Air Force sent helicopters, planes, and boats. His church prayed for a miracle. TV reporters gave updates.
Fire department officials say they're focusing their search on the southern coast of Brazil. Winds apparently had pushed DeCarli about 31 miles off the coast.
2 days after he disappeared, search teams saw a bunch of balloons in the ocean, but there was no sign of Father Carly. People hoped he was floating somewhere waiting to be rescued. But days passed, then weeks, there was still no sign of him. 3 months later, tugboat workers saw a body in the water. It was off the coast of southeastern Brazil. DNA tests confirmed that it was Father Carly. Father Carly floated into the sky on TV, but passed away alone in the ocean. Some called him brave, others called him reckless, but everyone agreed that what he did was for a good cause. There are millions of interviews on TV, but this next one became evidence in a criminal case. The man who played with fire. In 2014, firefighters in Maryland were putting out a house fire, but the flames were out of control. It got so bad that more than 70 firefighters showed up to prevent it from spreading.
And the fire was really fierce. Take a look at the siding of this home, just burnt to a crisp.
One thing was obvious, this fire was no accident. Firefighters believed that someone intentionally started the fire, but they had no clue who did it. It seemed like the case would take weeks to solve, and then something happened. In the middle of the chaos, a man walked up to a news crew and said this.
Me, I set it on fire.
And he wasn't kidding. Just like that, this went from a serious fire to a crazy confession caught on camera. And everyone watching probably had the same question. Why? The man called himself Carlos. He actually lived in that house. Even worse, 3 of his roommates were home at the time of the fire. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but he didn't seem ashamed. In fact, he looked proud. When reporters asked how he did it, Carlos gave them a full play-by-play.
I just poured gasoline on the floor, set it on fire, and went to buy a drink and came back.
But the real question wasn't how, it was why.
When asked why, Carlos repeatedly claimed he wanted police and the media to know about what he called deplorable living conditions inside this home.
Carlos said he told the police about the awful conditions, but they ignored him. So his next best idea was to burn the whole place down. As crazy as all this sounds, Carlos had one last surprise up his sleeve. After confessing to the reporters, Carlos walked over to the police officers at the scene and he confessed again. Officers arrested him on the spot.
Because
He
like,
was
oh,
charged
you
with
set him on
reckless
fire?
endangerment
Oh, okay.
and arson. Police later said his on-camera confession was a crucial piece of evidence. Nobody could understand
sweet.
why
That makes it
Carlos
easier
admitted
for
to
us
his
then.
crime on live TV.
We had no clue who
but
the
his
fuck did
family
it.
had an explanation. They
Sweet.
said Carlos was struggling with mental issues and alcoholism. It's unclear what happened to Carlos after the arrest, but one thing's certain: the fire caused $400,000 in damage. This next chapter is also about a crime, but this one was
I guess that's the
broadcast
whole house.
live. The Berlin poker heist. The European Poker Tour is the largest poker tournament in the world. Thousands of gamblers show up to compete, and the winner walks away with life-changing money. In 2010, the grand prize was $1.36 million. Organizers booked a luxury hotel for the German leg of the event. It was streamed live online and on select TV channels. On March 6th,
you're more than
players
that from a
showed up
fucking
for
League of
another day
Legends
poker.
tournament.
But that day was going to be special for all the wrong reasons. At exactly 2:15 p.m., the tournament descended into chaos.
With the tournament's own TV camera rolling, the action unexpectedly moved off the table when four masked men shouted robbery and stormed the Berlin Hotel ballroom.
The robbers wore masks and carried different types of weapons, including a machete. People screamed and hid under the tables. But the intruders weren't there to rob the players. Their sights were set on one thing: the bags of cash at the registration desk. They snatched the money and made for the exit. Then things got messier. A security guard tried to stop them. It was like a clumsy game of tag. But in the end, all four robbers managed to escape. They made away with about $250,000. And they did it in front of the cameras, broadcast around the world. The live robbery wasn't the dumbest thing they did, because these guys made mistakes at every stage, before, during, and after the robbery. Turns out one of the robbers played in the tournament before the robbery. He signed up so he could get in, scout the building, and study the security. Even with all that prep, it didn't take long for police to identify them. They probably realized the cops were closing in, because less than a week later, one of the robbers turned himself in, and then he snitched on the rest of his gang. It only took 2 weeks for all four to be arrested. In 2011, they were sentenced to between 3 to 6 years in prison, but the money they stole was never found. Up next is a case of desperation and revenge. The man
one guy just couldn't take the guilt, so he just turned himself in and snitched on his whole team.
Was a mess in every sense of the word. He was only 35, but he had been kicked out of the army for disciplinary issues. Then his wife left him. His business collapsed. His house was being foreclosed upon, and he started taking substances. Sean was broken and bitter, and when he finally snapped, it became breaking news on TV. On May 17th, 1995, Sean snuck into the National Guard Armory in San Diego, and he went straight to where they kept the tanks. He climbed into an M60A3 tank and got it running. Remember, Sean served in the military, so he knew his way around the tank. By the time someone at the armory tried to stop him, it was too late. Sean was already rolling that tank into the city of San Diego. The tank moved through the streets at 30 miles per hour, destroying everything in its path.
There was no ammunition in the tank, but Nelson left a trail of crushed cars, broken utility poles, and gushing fire hydrants.
He knocked out power to over 5,000 people, and at one point he tried to collapse a bridge by ramming its supports. Police followed in cars and helicopters, but following didn't stop him. TV stations interrupted regular programs to air the chase live.
58 tons of war machine on a rampage in San Diego.
After 25 minutes of chaos, Sean drove the tank into State Route 163, and the tank got stuck. The police saw their chance. Officers climbed into the tank. They used bolt cutters to break through the hatch. Then they ordered Sean to surrender and get out of the tank. He refused, and because they didn't know if he was armed and dangerous, they fired. Sean didn't make it. The next day, that San Diego street looked like a war zone. He flattened at least 40
just fucking
cars.
like get
The damage
maced or
ran
something,
into
dude.
hundreds of thousands of
It's a
dollars.
concealed
A
area.
man who reportedly had emotional and financial problems
Just throw
got
gas
hold
in
of an
there.
army tank last evening and took it on a wild ride through
By some miracle, no one else lost their life. What happened to Sean was a tragedy. He was struggling with mental health problems, and in the end, he just couldn't hold on. This next case is about a family whose darkest secret was exposed on live TV. The Secret in the Basement. Charlie Bothell went missing on June 14th, 2014, and his entire neighborhood started searching for him.
Take a close look at Charlie. Missing.
This is my son, Charlie.
His friends knock on door after door.
Charlie was only 12. Naturally, his parents were panicking. At least that's what it looked like. His father, Charles, called the police, and a nationwide search began. Flyers were posted all over Detroit. Investigators swept through the house. Even cadaver dogs were brought to sniff through the home and the neighborhood, but they found nothing. 11 days passed, and there was still no sign of Charlie. But his dad didn't give up. He went on TV pleading for help. Then, during a live interview on Nancy Grace, the story changed.
The father of the missing boy, Charlie, with me is his father, Charlie Bothell.
Charles was explaining his son's disappearance when Grace interrupted him.
We are getting reports that your son has been found in your basement.
Charles was shocked, or at least he looked shocked. For several seconds, he was speechless. His reaction went viral. Millions of people didn't get it. How do you miss your own child in your own basement? Charles insisted that there was nothing shady going on.
For anybody to imply that I somehow knew that my son was in the basement, it's absurd and it's wrong.
He even offered to take a lie detector test on camera. Still, something didn't add up, and the truth was more disturbing than anyone expected. Police found Charlie in the basement, hiding behind a pile of boxes. When they heard his story, they decided to keep him away from his dad and stepmom. Charlie said his stepmom ordered him to go to the basement and not come out no matter what he hears. And right after that, she made a call.
He then says she called his dad and said that she didn't know where Charlie was and couldn't find him.
It sounded like the stepmom faked the whole thing, but Charlie said his dad wasn't innocent either. He gave many examples of how his dad treated him badly. Charles and his wife were immediately arrested. Then came the trial, and the kid testified.
Second time now, a brave young man took the stand to testify against his own father and stepmother.
Convicted, the parents faced life in jail, but in 2016, the dad accepted a plea deal. He avoided prison, got probation, and lost custody of his son. The stepmom took a deal too. More importantly, Charlie was safe. He went to live with other relatives. This next TV moment gives us a glimpse into the mind of a killer. The suspicious interview. Lauren Giddings was weeks away from becoming a lawyer. Then she disappeared. Local news showed up to cover the mystery, but they accidentally filmed one of the most disturbing moments ever caught on TV. In June 2011, no one could reach Lauren. She wasn't even answering her phone. So her friends went to her apartment in Georgia to check on her. But when they arrived, things only got weirder. Lauren's door was locked. They knocked and knocked, but no one answered. That's when Stephen McDaniel appeared. Stephen was the awkward guy next door. He mostly kept to himself. But now he was suddenly very involved. Stephen stood outside with Lauren's friends, asking questions, looking worried. It felt a little strange, but no one thought much of it. Later that day, Lauren was officially reported missing. Police launched a search of the area. That's when Stephen's behavior got even more suspicious. Lauren lived in an apartment complex. All the neighbors agreed to let police search their places. All the neighbors except Stephen. Stephen claimed he was just always protective of his space. But the search for Lauren didn't last long. A few hours later, police found her. She was in this trash bin right outside the building, lifeless. That meant there was a killer on the loose. Reporters rushed to the scene. They started talking to neighbors, trying to get the full story. One of those interviewed was Stephen McDaniel, the awkward neighbor, the same guy who refused to let the police search his apartment.
Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday.
He even gave the reporter his own theory.
The only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
Based on his comments, Stephen didn't know the cops already found Lauren, so the reporters decided to tell him.
The parking lot area, I know they've been doing a lot of, I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Stephen's face dropped. His reaction looked like shock or maybe even fear.
Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Soon that reaction would go viral online. After what happened to Lauren, police started questioning everyone around her. Since Stephen lived next door, he was brought in right away. But his attitude made it obvious he was hiding something. No matter what detectives asked, Stephen gave short, evasive answers. Sometimes he just stared at the wall. Then the real evidence started coming in. Police got a search warrant for Stephen's apartment. One of the first things they found was a master key to the apartment complex. Turns out Stephen stole that master key, and on the night Lauren disappeared, he used it to sneak into her apartment. Police also found photos of the victim and a hacksaw covered in her DNA. Then Stephen's old roommate came forward. What he told police made Stephen look more guilty. He said that when they lived together, Stephen used to talk about what would be the perfect murder and how to cover it up. Detectives also uncovered a possible motive. When she was alive, Lauren told her friends that Stephen asked her out for a date, but she turned him down because he made her feel uneasy. At this point, the cops had seen enough. Stephen was arrested, but when the news broke, everyone kept going back to the same video.
Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Suddenly, it wasn't just a news interview. It was a criminal pretending to be innocent on live TV. In August 2011, Stephen McDaniel was officially charged with murder. For years, he refused to confess, but the evidence kept piling up. If he went to trial and lost, he could be sentenced to death. So in 2014, he finally gave in.
He accepted the plea deal this morning. Well, he'll serve life in prison with the opportunity for parole again in 2041.
Stephen is still in prison today, but his TV appearance remains one of the most haunting interviews ever broadcast. This next case wasn't just a moment, it was a hostage situation. Crisis at KNBC. In August 1987, viewers tuned into KNBC's afternoon news. They had no idea they were about to witness a crime. A reporter, David Horowitz, was midway through his segment. Suddenly, a strange man stepped out of the shadows.
He had been sitting quietly until David Horowitz was ready to begin broadcasting his consumer segment.
The intruder was 34-year-old Gary Stolman, and he had a weapon. Gary stood right behind David Horowitz.
Because, you know, one of the nicest things about shopping by mail order... Pardon me? What is this?
He handed a note to Horowitz and ordered him to read.
Folks, we have someone on the set who's standing here and would like me to read this copy.
Thousands were watching the broadcast live, and it was obvious this was a real hostage situation. Read or face consequences. The note was full of wild conspiracy theories, stuff about the CIA replacing people with clones and aliens living among us. It sounded crazy, but the broadcast continued, and the weapon never moved from Horowitz's back.
I was warned in 1981 by someone with connections at the CIA to stay off the computers, that they didn't trust people on computers.
Behind the scenes, producers were panicking. They decided to cut the feed. After 28 seconds of the live hostage situation, they went to the commercials. But the hostage taker didn't realize the broadcast had been cut. Horowitz kept reading, word for word. It took about 7 minutes to finish.
But when the statement had been read, the gunman placed the gun on the desk and anchorman John Beard grabbed it.
Police rushed in moments later. Gary didn't resist. He let them arrest him without a struggle. That's when they realized it wasn't even a real weapon. It was a toy. But the surprises didn't end there. Everyone wanted to know who the intruder was and why he did it. Turns out he was mentally ill. After Gary's arrest, his father released a statement.
I do have a sick son. He has been hospitalized a number of times. I am thankful he wasn't.
Because of his condition, the court gave him a plea deal. He was put on 3-year probation and sent to a mental facility. This next TV moment started with laughter and ended in tears. The final show. On April 15th, 1984, 12 million people sat down to watch Live from Her Majesty's. It was a Sunday night live variety show in the UK. The audience expected jokes, music, and laughter. But that night, the show ended with death. The headliner that night was Tommy Cooper. Tommy was one of the most famous comedians in the UK. Tommy's whole act was built around failure. He acted like a buffoon, doing magic tricks that always went wrong.
I should have additional empty cloth for live ducks. Oh.
By the 1970s, Tommy was a superstar in the UK, but off stage, his life was far from great. For starters, he smoked constantly. Some reports say he went through 40 cigars a day, and that wasn't his only vice. Tommy also drank constantly. He said drinking helped him overcome his stage fright, but that coping mechanism became a full-blown addiction. Tommy was usually intoxicated while performing on stage. One time, he did a magic trick involving a guillotine, which was extremely dangerous. But Tommy was tipsy that night, so he forgot to put the safety catch on. If the floor manager hadn't jumped in at the last minute, someone on stage could have been seriously hurt. People around Tommy were concerned about his addictions, but as long as he kept the audience laughing, shows kept booking him.
And he said, I didn't do it. And he said, if I knew who did, I wouldn't tell it.
So on that Sunday night, Tommy walked out for the show Live from Her Majesty's. Tommy did his usual routine. He dropped cards, made jokes, and acted clumsily. The crowd was loving it. Then he moved on to his next bit. He asked his assistant for his cloak. He was going to magically pull stuff out of it. Immediately after the cloak was put on him, he uttered, "Thank you," before collapsing to the ground. At first, everyone laughed. They thought it was part of the act. Then the laughter faded, and Tommy didn't get back up.
And then gradually, I thought, well, he's not moving, and I thought, well, there must be something wrong. And my wife said, oh, there can't be anything wrong because they would have cut it out. And I said, no, it's live.
Backstage, the crew knew something was wrong. The director cut to a commercial break, and Tommy was carried off stage. They took him to the hospital as fast as they could, but it was too late. Doctors confirmed it was a heart attack. Tommy Cooper passed away that night. He was 63. When the news broke, people realized the awful truth. They clapped and laughed at a man while he was passing away. Tommy Cooper's hometown built him a statue in his honor. TV networks refused to air the clip of his last moments, but somehow it leaked. In 2009, someone posted the video on YouTube, but it was taken down after public backlash. Ironically, Tommy Cooper built his whole career on making mistakes look funny. So when he needed someone to save his life, everyone thought he was just joking. This next TV moment was supposed to inspire kids, but it left them horrified. The NASA tragedy. Launching a rocket is always dangerous, but in 1986, NASA was so sure everything would go perfectly, they told the whole country to tune in. But they were about to see something devastating. Millions of Americans watched the launch live. Kids were told they were about to see history. NASA launched astronauts into space many times before, but this was different. For the first time ever, they were sending a teacher to space. Her name was Krista. She was a high school teacher from New Hampshire.
I still can't believe that I'm going to actually be going into that shuttle.
She didn't just get lucky, she earned it.
Nearly 12,000 teachers from all across the country had applied to NASA. Only 114 of them, less than 1%, were selected to continue in the competition.
Krista was going to be the first American civilian in space, so NASA turned her launch into a huge national event. She did interviews, posed for cameras, and answered tons of questions. But the big question was whether she felt safe.
Space flight today really seems safe. We had a good example of that when NASA shut down the last one through the computer because one of the backup systems wasn't working.
Everything was ready to go, but the night before launch, the weather suddenly changed. Temperatures around the launch site dropped below freezing. That made some engineers really worried. They warned that the cold could damage parts of the shuttle, specifically the rocket boosters, and if that happened, it would be catastrophic. The engineers advised NASA to delay the launch, but NASA hesitated. There was too much hype. Millions were preparing to watch it live, and the launch had already been delayed 4 times. First, it was because of a scheduling issue, then a dust storm, then bad weather, then a technical problem with the door latch. Canceling again would be embarrassing. Inside NASA, it turned into a debate. Someone even accused the engineers of using inconclusive evidence to try and delay the launch. In the end, they decided to proceed with the launch. They would regret that choice for the rest of their lives. It was January 28th, 1986, launch day. That morning, 7 people boarded the shuttle. 6 astronauts, 1 teacher. The shuttle was called the Challenger.
Let's go down to the Kennedy Space Center and take a look at Challenger sitting on the pad.
At 11:38 a.m., the Challenger lifted off into a clear blue sky.
We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
For the first minute, everything looked perfect. The 73 seconds after takeoff, the shuttle turned into a ball of fire.
Oh no. We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that.
They stared at their screens in shock. There were no survivors. That night, the president addressed the country.
Today is a day for mourning and remembering.
Holy fuck. Shook NASA to the core. They grounded every shuttle.
NASA has appointed a committee of top engineers and scientists to investigate the catastrophe.
To prevent this from happening again,
Holy
NASA
shit.
redesigned the rocket booster.
It's turned into a fireball and just exploded.
7 people lost their lives while millions watched. That might be the most
Oh my
disturbing
God.
moment ever broadcast.
Yeah,
on TV.
definitely.
These stories are a
Holy
reminder that
shit,
life can
dude.
flip in a second.
That's
Take
fucking
care of
crazy,
yourself.
dude. Oh my god. Flag switch. The fuck is this thing?
But don't forget to enjoy the moments you're given. After all, what's the point of living if
What's the point of living if you're broke as fuck and you have no friends? And no matter what you do is shit. No matter how hard you work, it doesn't pay off. 10 years, still 0 views. What's size life? Give me a knife. Size life, I do that shit every fucking day. What's size life? Snow skate, nice. Like this, I shit in a water jar, and 6 months later this appeared, and it's like a little demon. I have to make that fucking video. We gotta make that video soon. I took a shit in this jar 1 year ago. Yeah, it's like a little fucking thumbnail of like a demon in a fucking jar. Like fucking with like horns on his fucking head.
Normal, right? This person probably has a lot of problems, and I can't believe that people are making this a trend.
A troubling trend on TikTok that could leave some teens believing they have a serious mental disorder.
Just by looking at some of the recent TikTok trends, and you'll see just how toxic this app can really be.
Yes, TikTok trends. Some can be pretty funny, others can be straight up dangerous. The worst ones are the trends that seem harmless but are quietly messing with your mental health. We'll break down specific trends, starting with strange ones, and work our way to the ones doing the most damage. Alright guys, so it is almost the end of the year, and my goal is still the same. Increase the number of videos we put out without sacrificing quality. And
It's never a fun thing of TikTok. I never really had interest in watching children dance online.
Visual venture and you
I think it's pretty fucking weird.
The homeless man photo. The AI homeless man
watching
prank
kids dance and lip sync.
I mean, when I saw this myself, I thought it was pretty
then
funny,
again,
but we can't
there's
ignore
billions
that
of
it
fucking
caused
adults in the
psychological
world that
damage for some. Here's how it worked. Teenagers took photos of their bedrooms or living rooms. Then they used AI to edit the images, making it look like a stranger was inside their home. But not just any stranger, a homeless man. The results looked disturbingly real. Once the edits were ready, the pranksters sent the images to their parents.
And then sending it to a family member, leading them to think someone broke into their home.
What followed was
What the
panic.
fuck,
Parents
dude?
thought the photo was real. Some were scared, others were mad, and a lot of them called 911.
Holy
Here's
shit,
one
dude.
TikToker showing cops leave their house after pranking their mom, saying the homeless man was asking for money.
That was the entire concept. Scare your parents with a fake AI intruder,
Holy
film
shit,
their
dude.
reaction, and post it online.
The joke is supposed to be the reaction people have to the pictures.
TikTok loved it. Soon the hashtag homeless man prank reached 124
Yeah, I can see how that's fucking hilarious.
Every new
Yeah.
post tried to push the limits. They made the homeless intruder more threatening and more realistic. Soon it went beyond parents. TikTokers pranked their spouses and roommates. And as usual, they filmed the reactions.
Why would you let somebody into the house? Even if somebody comes to the house and say, oh, they are my friend or something, you attend to them outside the house.
Some even created elaborate backstories about why they let the homeless man in. They were just trying to get a more interesting reaction.
Who is at the house?
I felt really bad because this guy knocked on the door and he looked like he was in need of help, really wanted water, so I let him come in for a little bit.
But as the video spread, experts began warning about an invisible danger. This trend didn't just scare people for a few
Dumb
seconds.
blonde.
It obviously caused a serious mental distress. I mean, just imagine yourself in
Yeah,
that
what the
situation.
fuck, dude?
When someone believes an intruder has entered their home, they panic. Some people experienced full-blown
Yeah.
panic attacks before realizing the image wasn't real. But for the sake
That's
of YouTube,
bad,
we can't
dude.
show those extreme reactions but they are on TikTok. For older adults, like most parents in these videos, extreme stress can trigger heart problems. But the harshest warning came from law enforcement. Police called the prank stupid and potentially dangerous.
Let's just say you do respond and you have a weapon. Somebody can get serious. Your own personal family member can be seriously injured.
Even with all the warnings, the trend didn't stop, so the police took action. In October 2025, Ohio police arrested 2 teenagers for faking home invasions with the AI homeless photo. In both cases, police were called to the home only to realize it was a joke. The sheriff's office made it clear, this behavior is not a prank, it's a crime, and AI seems to be trying to stop this homeless man prank too. When NBC reporters asked ChatGPT to generate an image of a homeless man in my home, it refused to. ChatGPT replied, I can't create or edit an image like that. It would involve depicting a real or implied person in a situation of homelessness. If AI tools keep blocking these kinds of requests, this trend might disappear soon. But the psychological harm it causes...
Where's the chain that you can depict the crackhead in my house, or depict the meth head in my house?
The homeowners won't disappear so easily. This next trend turned no sleeping into something people should aspire to do. The toxic productivity trend. Toxic productivity is the idea that you must be productive at all times. It's about not letting a minute of your day be wasted. And TikTok is full of videos pushing that message. Okay, so let me be clear. I am all for productivity. I believe that in order to achieve something great, you gotta work really hard and really smart. Being productive is a great thing, but toxic productivity is something else. People push themselves to unhealthy extremes in order to accomplish more, often at the expense of their health. And you do not want to sacrifice health. But TikTok's algorithm kept feeding the productivity obsession. Soon people were being shown endless videos with extreme productivity hacks. TikTokers giving productivity advice probably mean well. The problem starts when viewers take those routines and push them too far. The perfect example is the sleep is for the weak mindset. These videos show people staying up all night to work, bragging about not needing rest. Losing sleep becomes a badge of honor. And it gets worse. There's a trend called 5 to 9 before your 9 to 5. You'll see people trying to finish a full list of tasks before at 9 a.m. By the time their actual job begins at 9, they're already exhausted. Last but not least, the that girl trend. The hashtag amassed over 1.6 billion views. The trend encouraged women to become hyper-productive girl bosses. I mean, it sounds respectable, but there is one major problem. Most people can't sustain that kind of schedule without burning out. Eventually, creators started speaking out. They made videos and blogs rejecting toxic productivity. One writer put it this way, when you push yourself too hard for too long, it's easy to start measuring your self-worth by how much you can get done. You start to feel guilty for wasting time on activities you used to enjoy. And I'm guilty of this too. Spending time with friends feels like falling behind. Even sleeping.
I used to make fucking YouTube videos, but I find out there's no point in putting effort in videos because they do fucking movies. I used to go with my head. Yep.
Starts to feel like a waste of time. And the result? Burnout. Burnout isn't just feeling tired, it's a complete physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion. Many who tried the that girl lifestyle reported feeling exhausted, unhappy, and overwhelmed with guilt. More creators joined the conversation calling for change.
The issue is more around this kind of societal acceptance we've have of
what is on your face, dude?
Productivity,
what is that, dude?
Prioritizing
Did you get shot in the face?
That's actually kind of destructive.
To make things worse, many of these perfect productivity videos aren't even real. They're staged to look impressive.
People who post these very aspirational versions of themselves online and then expect us to believe that that's who they are.
Again,
what is on your face,
hard and smart work is the key to success, but real productivity requires balance. You work hard, then you rest. You give your best, then you recover.
You put a band-aid over that.
The best ideas come when you're not working. This next trend made exploding with anger look normal. Crashing out. For a long time, crash out meant going to sleep very quickly because you were exhausted. But in early 2024, TikTok gave it an entirely different
let's crash the fuck out, chat.
Is when you lose all self-control, no care in the world about any of the consequences to follow.
For those of you who don't know, simply put, it means becoming suddenly uncontrollably angry or distressed. On TikTok, this wasn't just slang. It was a trend that made young people think violent outbursts were okay. In 2024, videos with the hashtag crashing out spread across TikTok. They encouraged reckless behavior. The message was simple. Stop holding it together. Lose control. This trend took off. Soon, TikTok was filled with videos of people screaming, having emotional outbursts, or acting erratic. People recorded themselves breaking down over work, school, or relationships. They were crashing out for views. Within months, the hashtag crossed 1 billion views. This trend was horrible for mental health, teaching people that it's okay to act like this. Therapists said the trend made people absorb the idea that emotional crashing is a valid coping strategy. In other words, it rewired how people handled stress. Instead of learning self-control, people were performing their meltdowns for an audience. Despite the warnings, the trend only got more popular. The more dramatic the meltdown, the more engagement it got. The crashing out trend even had its own anthem. It was a viral sound called Let It Burn. The lyrics told listeners to burn it all to the ground. And that's exactly what many did. Crashing out videos showed people making impulsive and destructive decisions. They quit their jobs without notice, ended friendships, and lashed out at family. Each crash out brought only a temporary wave of relief, attention, and validation, but it also left behind real consequences. Broken relationships, lost opportunities, and lasting regret. It's normal to feel frustrated, but crashing out is not the solution. When you're faced with a problem, use your brain, not your heart. Up next is a trend that left thousands of people living in constant fear. The Kia Challenge. The Kia Challenge started with a video of someone breaking the law. On July 2022, a TikToker filmed themselves hot wiring a car. The trick only worked for Kia and Hyundai models, but it was shockingly simple. Filming a crime was reckless enough, but what came next was far worse. People were inspired to do the same. A group of young boys saw the clip and decided to try it. They filmed themselves hot wiring cars and driving off. They even gave themselves a nickname.
They're called the TikTok Kia Boys. Teens like these four stealing cars and using them to commit violent crime.
Soon, other young people joined in. TikTok was flooded with stolen car videos.
They're saying it is called the Kia Challenge. It's stolen cars leading to more thefts.
The hashtag got millions of views. But the damage wasn't just the stolen cars. It was what it did to people's minds. Kia and Hyundai owners were living with constant anxiety. Every morning began with the same question: will my car be next? People checked their driveways multiple times a day. Some had trouble sleeping at night. Others said they couldn't focus at work because they kept thinking about their car. Psychologists have a name for this: hypervigilance. It's when the brain stays on high alert, scanning.
Bring an extension cable to your car and set up your computer and shit.
Draining.
Set
That kind
the
of fear
heater.
changes people. They change their routines, avoid certain places. They stop feeling safe even at home. But the mental stress was worse for those whose cars were actually stolen. Researchers studied the psychological impact of car theft. One woman whose car was stolen said, "I have PTSD now. I wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying with nervousness." The news coverage made things worse. Tens of thousands of Kias and Hyundais were stolen. Some had their cars stolen twice in one day.
Yeah, why is there no task force on this
found
then?
out the hard way recently, just a few days ago in broad daylight. Her 2017 Hyundai was stolen where it was parked outside her second job.
Each new story reminded people that they could be next.
It's super frustrating, it sounds like. Now I have to be careful where I park and pay attention, and it's going to change where we'll probably take my wife's car.
Some considered even selling their cars because of the
or World of
constant
Warcraft,
paranoia.
one of the two.
Police began cracking down on the crimes.
Locally, Arlington police say they've made several
Hopefully
arrests,
RuneScape
and
by now.
stress auto theft in Texas is a felony, which many young people might not realize.
Under heavy pressure, TikTok finally intervened. They took down the videos showing how to hotwire cars, and most importantly, TikTok banned the Kia Challenge. Slowly, the trend died out, and for the first time in months, car owners could finally relax again. This trend didn't just steal cars, it stole peace of mind. It turned something as ordinary as owning a car into a source of anxiety. This next trend turned something completely natural into something terrifying. The aged filter. For the sake of your mental health, don't waste your time using the TikTok aged filter. This headline warned people to stay away from a viral TikTok filter, and they had a good reason. The filter was called Aged. It was released in 2023. The aged filter used AI to predict how users would look when they were old. It showed faces covered with wrinkles and saggy skin. At first, only a few users tried it. Then celebrities joined in and it got really popular.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Soon everyone wanted to see their
That's
future
fake
face.
as fuck,
The
dude.
hashtag
You'll never
aged
see.
filter crossed 1.2 billion views. People laughed at the results. Some resembled their parents or grandparents. It was all fun until the tone shifted.
No,
The
it's
trend
fake, dude.
surprisingly made young people terrified of aging. TikTokers began panicking after using the age filter. One woman stared at her aged face in disbelief.
Really?
This is how I'm going to look like.
Reaction wasn't unusual. It was becoming the norm. One viral clip showed
Calm down. You don't even look that different than
Reaction
that.
wasn't unusual. It was becoming the norm. One viral clip showed a 14-year-old kid explaining what they are doing to stay looking young. Another wrote, "I'm 18, but I feel like I'm past my prime. I only have so many years left before I start decaying and become ugly and sad." TikTokers started making plans to stop themselves from looking old. Posts appeared everywhere. Getting Botox on Tuesday for the first time. Bought $200 worth of skincare products after. Doctors warned people not to take the filter too seriously.
Just seeing the filter alone should be an immediate button for you to then call your local provider and just immediately go and get Botox.
But their warnings couldn't slow the panic. Millions already believed that aging was something to prevent, not accept. Even worse, that fear spread to children. Kids who hadn't finished growing up were now terrified of growing old. This next trend made people comfortable living in filth. Bed rotting. The bed rotting trend started in 2023. It was a simple concept.
World of
It meant
Warcraft
spending
thing.
much or even all of your day in bed by choice. People could scroll on their phones, listen to music, and eat junk food. The goal was to relax completely. No plans, no pressure, no productivity.
I could rot in bed all day. Like, there's nothing that is gonna get me out of bed.
For those who were
I
stressed
spent
out, bed
100
rotting
hours
seemed
in my
like
hammock.
the perfect escape. Videos showed cozy bedrooms, soft blankets, and snacks within reach. The hashtag bed rotting racked up an insane 900 million views. It looked harmless, even comforting. But the longer it went on,
Some
the darker it
rich
got.
white
People
girls
weren't
probably
just
got it so
resting for a
good.
day or two. They were shutting down for weeks at a time. Bed rotting slowly turned into
Uber Eats and
extreme
shit.
laziness. It became an excuse to stay in bed for unreasonably long periods of
For like a
time.
month
First sign of
straight.
trouble was the filth.
This is not normal, right? This person probably has a lot of problems. And
Nah, I just
can't
throw my
believe
garbage
that
at the
people are
door.
making
I
this
don't know
a
why my
trend.
parents
People were
aren't
living
picking
in
it up.
rooms that were flooded with trash. Photos showed rotting food, dirty clothes, and moldy dishes.
They have cups laying around their room just filled with mold because they're just bed rotting.
Some slept on
Yeah, I know, but
mattresses.
you can drink that
covered in
mold and
junk.
get drunk
This
one
trend
day.
convinced people that neglecting
You're
themselves was
saving it
somehow
up.
healing.
What do
But
you
the
mean?
clutter and dirt weren't the only dangers. The real harm came from the physical and mental damage caused by lying in bed for days. Bed rotters developed medical conditions usually seen in the elderly or bedridden. One TikToker shared her story.
Oh, bed sores,
I'm
yeah.
bed rotting a little too hard. I think I got bed sores on my hips.
Bed sores form when
Oh,
pressure
yeah, bed
cuts off
sores.
blood flow to the skin. They're common
Yeah,
in
you gotta
people
go
who
outside
can't
a
move
couple
or turn
days.
themselves, not in healthy young adults. And that was only the physical side. The emotional effects were worse.
bed
People
sores are
believed
bad.
that bed rotting was supposed to relieve stress and improve mental health. But the opposite happened. Sleep doctors warned that bed rotting disrupts
sleep
normal sleep
doctors. They
cycles,
studied
and that
my
led
sleep
to chronic
streams.
fatigue and insomnia. And I don't think it takes a doctor to know that laying
And
in bed
sleep
all day makes you
researchers.
feel terrible. Companies even began sponsoring bed rotting content. They turned it into a competition.
I am privileged to be the host of the second Bed Rot Challenge by Cozy Earth.
That company offered $25,000 to whoever could stay in bed the longest.
Dude, I
In
could do that,
2024,
dude.
Researchers discovered that nearly a quarter
I
of
was in
bed
jail at
sleep
17 years old for a year, dude. I could fucking do that. I could
admitted
fucking
to
do that
practicing
easily,
bed rotting.
dude. I could do
Sadly,
that for
the
half
trend is
that
still
price.
active today. Everyone needs rest, but bed rotting isn't recovery. It's ruining your mental health.
What's that
This next
company's
trend,
name? I gotta hit them up
Gen
to
Z
sponsor my
in
sleep
bed.
streams.
By Cozy Earth.
That company
Cozy
offered
Earth. Cozy Earth. Let's see if they're still around. Cozy Earth. Luxury loungewear, premium pajamas, and essential home goods. Cozy Earth. Sweet, I gotta save this page and contact them. Wait, what the why is... I'll save this page, dude. They got a contact email. You gotta contact them.
$25,000
Trying to get a
to
sleep stream
whoever could
sponsor.
stay in bed the longest. By 2024, researchers discovered that nearly a quarter of Gen Z admitted to practicing bed rotting. Sadly, the trend is still active today. Everyone needs rest, but bed rotting isn't recovery. It's ruining your mental health. This next trend was supposed to heal people, but it broke them
It could be a
instead.
potential sleep stream
I
sponsor.
grieve different. In 2024, TikTok turned trauma into entertainment. It was part of a trend called I Grieve Different. Here's how it worked. Users would start their videos by saying something positive about their lives. Then when the music switched, they would reveal something tragic or disturbing. For instance, a girl said she met someone she was really interested in. That was the good news. Then the music switched, and she listed all her mental issues that could ruin the relationship. The trend took off. Soon, TikTokers were confessing family secrets. Others shared deeply personal stories about illness and loss. Clip after clip followed the same formula.
But being happy in a 3-year
Others shared
relationship,
deeply personal stories about illness
finding out our families are related, they're brothers and sisters. They do the whole fucking time.
and loss. Clip
It's
after clip
fake,
followed
but
the same formula. Good news first, horrible news second. It was a pain for views system. The more tragic the confession, the more engagement it got. The I Grieve Different hashtag reached 130 million views.
Yeah, you
Soon,
just need to think of two
psychologists saw
fake
the trend,
things.
and they were horrified. The biggest reason was that people were monetizing the dark parts of their private lives. TikTokers were using this trend to humble brag about tragedy, and they were getting paid for it. By July 2025, the media was sounding the alarm. They urged parents to stop their kids from joining the trend. This
What
was
the
not
fuck?
a healthy the
Having a
about
boy
tragedy,
best
and they
friend?
were getting paid for it. By July 2025, the media
Having a boy best friend, he is a man. What the fuck?
It was sounding the alarm. They urged parents to stop their kids from joining the trend. This was not a healthy way to get through grief. The I Grieve
So
Different
weird.
trend
That's
taught
why I don't
people
watch
that they can
TikTok.
get
It's so
views for
weird.
talking about personal issues. That's not just inappropriate, it's dark. Almost everyone heard about this next trend when it appeared, but they didn't realize how dangerous it was. The bold glamour trend. In 2023, TikTok released a filter that made a lot of people really stressed. It was called the Bold Glamour Filter. The filter used AI to completely remold your face so that you can look like you've gotten a cosmetic makeover and plastic surgery.
I want to see what the bold glamour filter looks like on me. I'm a little nervous. Okay, honestly...
With one tap, users could have thinner noses, stronger jawlines, and flawless skin. But that beauty came at a cost. When people turned the filter off, their real faces looked wrong to them. When they looked in a mirror, they only saw flaws. Thanks to TikTok, millions began hating their own faces. The filter went viral fast. It was used about 400 million times within months. At first, TikTokers tried it out for fun.
This filter is actually insane. I mean, how do they do this?
But after seeing their
They
bold
just
glamour
smooth your
face,
skin
many wanted to
and
look
shine
that way
it.
for real. Some
They just
tried
thin
to
your
recreate
face
the
and
look using
smooth
heavy
it and
makeup.
shine it.
I just did my makeup to try and match that crazy filter. This is literally the best I've ever done my makeup.
But even the best makeup was no match.
Let's just see what it looks like when I put the filter back on. Yeah, no way.
The bold glamour filter set an impossible standard. It reprogrammed people's minds, making normal faces feel inadequate to the point that they considered an
e-girl's
extreme
favorite
solution,
filter.
plastic surgery. TikTokers filmed themselves considering plastic surgery.
I'm normally against filters, but I'm showing this to a surgeon. Like,
Others mapped out full cosmetic procedures.
how much filler would I need to look like the bold glamour filter?
Soon, plastic surgeons noticed a disturbing pattern.
Instead of patients bringing in photos of celebrities or models, they're bringing in photos of themselves filtered.
According to the study, nearly 60% of people considering cosmetic surgery admitted that filters influenced their decision. The bold glamour filter was setting super unrealistic expectations for users. As stories spread, some TikTokers turned against the filter.
Can we please ban the bold glamour filter? Because let's be real, no one looks like that.
For more than a year, TikTok ignored the backlash. The filter stayed live. Then they couldn't ignore it anymore. In October 2024, 14 US states sued TikTok over its beauty filters. The lawsuit revealed something alarming. TikTok allegedly knew bold glamour was harming people's mental health, but they left it up anyway. A month later, TikTok banned bold glamour for teenage users. But there was a huge loophole. 1 in 5 kids reported lying about their age online. That meant the filter was still within reach. In this next trend, one person even blamed themselves for their mother having cancer. Lucky girl syndrome. This trend began in
What the
2023.
fuck?
A TikToker named Laura shared a mindset that she claimed changed her life.
I am so lucky. I just always expect great things to happen to me, and so they do.
Her theory was simple. If you believed good things will happen, they will. The secret was repeating affirmations like, I'm so lucky, things always work out for me. She encouraged her followers to try it out.
Try being delusional for a month and tell me if your life doesn't change.
By delusional, she meant believing good things were coming even without concrete proof. Her video was very popular. Many agreed with her in the comments. But it wasn't really a trend until two girls got involved. These girls claimed they followed Laura's advice, and it gave them exactly what they wanted. To be specific, the girls wanted the bottom bedrooms in their apartment. After using the affirmations, they got them. So the girls made a video with the caption, "How we changed our lives with the lucky girl syndrome." Their video went viral. It was the perfect story, proof that positivity could bend reality. The lucky girl syndrome hashtag
We just gotta think
skyrocketed to 4
positive, dude.
billion views. Girls
not
across
look at the
TikTok were
negative shit.
repeating Laura's phrases. I'm so lucky. Everything works out for me. More success stories flooded in. Dream jobs, free meals, surprise money. To some, it was motivational content.
Bad
To others,
pussy.
this trend was the worst. So positive thinking is
The Sims
obviously
hated it.
an amazing thing, but Lucky
The
Girl
fucking
Syndrome
Sims
took it
hated
too
it.
far.
I
In
guarantee it.
2023, researchers analyzed the comments under Lucky Girl Syndrome videos. It was dark. They found people overwhelmed with guilt and self-blame. Someone wrote, "My mom has an untreatable cancer illness, and it made me completely lose my faith because I thought it was my fault for not being positive enough." Another said, "Literally tried to wish away my ADHD for years. All it did was make me hate myself more. When people couldn't manifest their way out of problems, they didn't question the method. They blamed themselves for not believing hard enough. For every viral success story, there were hundreds of silent failures. People began comparing their lives to others who seemed effortlessly lucky. Even regular content creators spoke out."
And that's what I think is so toxic about Lucky Girl Syndrome, is that things like hard work, dedication, consistency, none of those things seem to be factors.
It's obviously a wonderful thing to be positive every day, but positivity and delusion are two different things. This next trend
white girl
encouraged
syndrome.
people to starve themselves. Girl dinner.
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner.
What the fuck?
Girl dinner was
Broke
more
girl
than a
dinner.
TikTok trend. It was so popular that Popeyes launched a special menu inspired by it. But behind the catchy name was something dangerous. It all began when a TikToker shared a fun fact about medieval peasants. She researched that peasants had nothing to eat but bread and cheese. They rarely cooked big meals. Inspired by that, she filmed her own meal.
This is my dinner. I call this girl dinner or medieval peasant.
Her idea was relatable. It was a quick, low-effort meal for people who didn't want to cook. Putting it together took just a few minutes and practically no energy. Her video went viral, and it started the girl dinner trend. Others posted their own girl dinners, mostly snacks, fruits, and leftovers. Soon, the girl dinner hashtag hit 7.1 billion
Holy
views.
shit,
The idea
dude.
seemed innocent enough, until it started causing mental health issues. Over time, the idea behind girl dinner shifted. TikTokers began competing to see who could eat the least. Some posted a few strawberries as their girl
Some
dinner.
butter.
Others called ice cubes their dinner. One
Ice
person claimed
cubes.
sleep was their girl dinner.
Yeah.
Real posts with thousands of likes. People in the comments praised them for being disciplined, but it wasn't discipline, it was unhealthy, and it led people to have serious eating issues. By
Yeah,
2024,
if
headlines
you're ever
were
really
calling
hungry and
Gen
you can't afford to eat, just go to sleep. That's how you skip hunger.
Z's disturbing new trend. Despite
It's
the
very
wonders
hard to
of
go to
hashtag
sleep with an
hasn't
empty
disappeared.
stomach, but
Social media has a way of
if you
making
get
the
to sleep,
extreme
then you
feel
bypass
normal.
sleep for
Push
fucking-
yourself to burnout, that's
you bypass
dedication.
hunger for
Eat
a
nothing,
while.
that's discipline. Blame yourself for cancer, that's
Because this guy
Okay,
knocked
of
on
course.
the door and he looked like he was in.
yeah, I know friends in Hollywood. Really? What
The
Tommy
friendship
James
between
Franco.
James Franco and Seth Rogen made them one of the strongest, most genuine duos in Hollywood.
But I do love Seth. He's kind of been there in
What about
important
Tommy?
points in my career.
Their bond seemed unbreakable. That was until Franco got into some major controversy and Seth had a tough choice to make. He could stand up and defend his bro of 2 decades, the guy he made iconic movies and multiple millions of dollars with, denounce him, believe the allegations, and essentially prove James was
Seth
guilty,
Rogen
or
now?
simply sidestep,
Holy
stay
shit.
quiet, and act like he had no idea what James was truly like behind the scenes. Somehow, Seth chose none of these options, and his response left everyone wondering if Seth really knew about James' alleged behavior, or if they were ever really friends at all. The rise and fall of James Franco was one of the classic examples of, when in Hollywood, you never really know who your friends are. James Franco was getting into trouble with the law as early as middle school, but in a weird way, it helped him get his breakout role in Freaks and Geeks. One of his favorite side hustles was stealing expensive fragrances and selling them to his classmates. He said, like in 8th grade, we started stealing cologne. We had like 30 bottles of cologne each in our lockers at school, and then we could sell cologne at the dances. It didn't get any better by the time Franco landed in high school. While he was excelling academically and developing an interest in
ugly
school
guys
theater,
who need
he still
cologne to
gravitated
fucking...
towards that friend group that would encourage bad habits. And after he was caught vandalizing public property, he actually became a ward of the state, or ward of the court, where he was put under the legal custody of the government. When asked about this later in life, James said a lot of this stemmed from lacking a clear identity. By the time I got to high school, I didn't have a thing, so I ended up just getting into a lot of trouble. Even when Franco got into UCLA as an English major, he still found himself dealing with an identity crisis. He finally decided to take matters into his own hands, dropping out of college to pursue an acting career, something his parents disapproved of.
I don't know, it seemed like they were very disappointed. They're like, well, my dad actually said you're being a fool, like, for dropping out of UCLA and going to work at McDonald's.
What did he want you to do?
Well, if he could have had anything, I would have been a mathematician.
Luckily for him, his edgy personality caught the attention of writer Paul Feig and producer Judd Apatow. They were casting for a show called Freaks and Geeks, a coming-of-age story where high school misfits grow up in the 1980s. They picked Franco to be the group's bad boy, Daniel Desario. Franco admits that he basically got the job because he lived his character's life in the past. What they did on that show was that they just found a bunch of people that they liked and they wrote the characters around them. In retrospect, the casting for Freaks and Geeks was actually immaculate. Franco, Linda Cardinelli, John Francis Daley, Jason Segel, Martin Starr, Seth Rogen, and Busy Phillips all sustained long-lasting careers in the industry. But even surrounded by all these talented and like-minded actors, James Franco still felt like a bit of an outcast that nobody liked, until he met Seth Rogen, who became his first real friend in Hollywood. Franco said, "There was a point where most people on the show didn't like me, because I took myself too seriously. I thought I was Marlon Brando or something. Then I pushed Busy over by accident, so everybody didn't like me, I think, except for Seth." And although Seth became a friend of his, I can't help but notice the strange way that they both recall hanging out back then. There was a period where Seth, Jason, and I all went to Jason's house, and they would sit at one end of the room and smoke weed, and Seth said he literally would sit in the corner. I find it interesting that instead of just saying, "Oh, we would hang out," they both recalled how James would essentially keep his distance from them. This definitely contributes to the aura of mystery surrounding James Franco. In the first half of his career, he was a bit of a recluse. He didn't speak much, he didn't open up, he wasn't someone constantly being bombarded by paparazzi, and it could be due to some internal struggles. He said, "I have a very addictive personality. When I was a teenager, I got over certain addictions, and that's when I started acting. At age 17, I really threw myself into it, and that became everything, to the point where I didn't even socialize." And this extreme approach to his job now would only get worse, to the point where it started ruining his personal life and damaging his reputation in the industry. But before we dive deeper, a quick word from today's sponsor. As I've gotten this book, James legend from today. In 2001, James Franco got the opportunity to star in a biopic of James Dean about the life of a Hollywood legend from the 1950s. Even his buddy Seth Rogen initially told him taking on this role would be a bad idea, but James didn't see comedy roles as his future. To execute this role to his standards, he isolated himself from everyone close to him. especially his girlfriend at the time. I got it into my head that I needed to be isolated, and so told my girlfriend at the time that I wouldn't be talking to her for 4 months. It did not go down well. We finally made a compromise where I talked to her for an hour a week on the phone. I no longer do that. He also started smoking for the first time, going through 2 packs of cigarettes in a day, in addition to bleaching his hair blonde, learning to ride a motorcycle, playing the guitar and the bongos while reading books on James Dean. But Franco's dedication paid off, as it earned him a Golden Globe Award for Best Actor in a miniseries or television film, and an Emmy nomination for Outstanding Lead Actor in a miniseries or a movie. Franco wanted to level up from here, and he began auditioning for the lead role as Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2, but he was chosen as Harry Osborn instead.
The role is one where I have a troubled relationship with my father, and I think that's a very relevant issue in this day and age, and I'm all for exploring that, and if kids out there can relate to that, I'm happy.
James had a very serious, dramatic presence in his career at the time, the polar opposite of the happy-go-lucky smiling goof that his fans would come to love. This seriousness was building him a very successful career, but the methods he used to fully immerse himself into his characters were seen by his co-stars as unnecessary and abusive, like when he destroyed his working relationship with Tyrese Gibson in the film Annapolis. The 2006 film was about a young man from the wrong side of the tracks, who realizes his dream is attending the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland. In an interview, both Tyrese and Franco appeared to approach the roles differently. Franco seemed unenthusiastic, bored, and detached, while Tyrese Gibson was more passionate about the officer's motivation.
His character sees a lot of himself in Jake, and so he focuses on Jake just because he knows it maybe sees his potential, but he sees that he's not completely fulfilling that.
You know, there's a much bigger picture, and the bigger picture is I won't be in my position forever. I have to go up, so someone has to fill my shoes, and I see that in him. I see that he can be the next Cole. He can be the next great company commander.
When preparing for a boxing scene, Franco would literally punch Gibson as hard as he could, which clearly bothered Tyrese. He said, "James Franco is a method actor. I respect method actors, but he never snapped out of character. Whenever we'd have to get in the ring for boxing scenes, and even during practice, the dude was full on hitting me. I was always like, James, lighten up, man. We're just practicing." It got so bad that Gibson couldn't even look at Franco when the filming ended. I never want to work with him again. Franco was aware that Tyrese was upset with his method and strangely told reporters that he had heard Tyrese wanted to blow up his hotel room, but he also tried to clarify why they didn't work so well together. "We've made up, or I've tried to make up with him. Maybe I was too into that role. I don't try to be mean to anybody on a movie. In the past, I've tended to isolate myself, and maybe people take that as me being rude or me not liking them, but it's really a way for me to stay in character. I really had nothing personal against Tyrese, but I guess there were a lot of misunderstandings." And while you might think that this is just two guys being over dramatic, the reality was that James Franco's behavior led to him burning a lot of bridges, making people just genuinely not want to work with him. And besides his now distant friendship with Seth Rogen on Freaks and Geeks, it looked like the young actor hadn't made any friendships at all. He said, "And then after like 10 years of that, at age 27, I realized, man, I'm so depressed. On the surface, my life seems pretty good. I have a career and everything, but I feel so isolated and lonely." But just as everything started getting dark for James, his old buddy Seth reached out and presented an opportunity that would change his career forever. Rogen was writing a movie with Freaks and Geeks producer Judd Apatow called Pineapple Express. Apatow told Franco that he should go back to comedy if he was so upset with his current career, and Franco accepted the offer. While they didn't know it yet, this would be the movie that made James Franco and Seth Rogen best friends in the eyes of Hollywood, only for that relationship to be put to the test when Franco would confront a near career-ending scandal. In 2008, the stoner action film Pineapple Express became the comedy of the year and stands as one of the most iconic comedy films of the early 2000s. It starred Seth Rogen as Dale Denton, a lazy process server who was constantly high, and James Franco as Saul Silver, a laid-back drug dealer who sees Denton as his best friend. The two get into a lot of trouble with the drug kingpin. And there are also a number of crazy side stories, like when Seth Rogen's character reveals he's been dating a girl from a local high school, which was just a joke, right? There's nothing weird going on there. The movie was a massive success for a comedy, earning over $100 million in the worldwide box office, which is almost 4 times the original budget. As far as fans were concerned, most of this had to do with the natural chemistry between Seth Rogen and James Franco. Seth was a real-life stoner. He couldn't go 5 seconds without making a joke and following up with his signature laugh. Franco was the more reserved, chill guy, like the guy who smokes and just sits there and smiles at everybody else's jokes. Their chemistry felt authentic, almost looked like they had been best friends growing up.
You know, I've been preparing for this role my whole life, I think, so I don't really need to method act. James takes his job a lot more
Because here's the thing, because you pretty much play you in a way, right?
You know,
and it's kind of an amplified you.
It's true. I limp in this movie. No, I don't even do that.
Versus this, you have to, you know, there's a large transformation from the you we see here versus the you we see on the screen.
It's a wig. It was a wig.
It's a wig. He wore a wig.
That was it. That's all it took?
That's pretty much it. I put on the wig and the character came alive.
After this film, fans started to see a version of James Franco they never saw before. You can see him try to open up a little bit, not be so dramatic or mysterious in interviews.
I'm happy with the movie. Seems like people like it, and it's actually like one of the first movies I've done in a while where I'm like, just like watching it with people. You know, the response is really good, and it's just fun to watch. So, just a fun kind of thing.
Why this one? Seth?
Why this comedy?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually. I've been offered, comedies before, but usually they're like kind of silly romantic comedies or whatever, and this was like the first one that felt like it was actually funny and be fun to do. So.
Seth, did you always know that James had it in him to be hilarious?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I met James, I was under, the guys we were all on a comedy together, I was surprised when he went off in kind of a more dramatic direction, if anything like that. I actually remember trying to convince you not to play James Dean. And I was wrong. I was wrong, dude. Yeah, that turned out well.
Pineapple Express didn't just bring James and Seth closer together, it also revived Franco's love for acting in a big way. In 2010, Franco's most notable project was the biographical survival drama film 127 Hours. In the film, avid mountaineer Aaron Ralston must find a way to escape after he gets trapped by a boulder in an isolated slot canyon in Blue John Canyon, southeastern Utah.
I'm pretty sure I watched this in school,
well
dude.
received by critics and audiences, and grossed $60 million worldwide.
I watched it somewhere,
the American
dude, in
Film
school,
Institute
like some,
selected
like,
the film
class or
as one of the
something,
top
dude.
10 films of 2010. It was nominated for 6 Academy Awards, including Best Actor for Franco and Best Picture. It was another film that cemented James Franco as a legitimate Hollywood star. He was celebrated for his willingness to take risks, as well as his range as an artist. And while not every movie they acted in was a big hit, both Franco and Rogen were in the middle of a career renaissance that made them household names. Franco's notable films during this time included a wide range of different roles, like Eat, Pray, Love, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Spring Breakers, Us the Great and Powerful. Seth Rogen kept making comedies while also branching out into dramas and romances like Observe and Report, Monsters vs. Aliens, 50-50, Paul, Take This Waltz, and The Guilt Trip. And all of this really culminated to the celebrity-packed comedy at the end.
For years we've been
this is the end. It's fucking sick, dude.
Doing supernatural.
It's the guy who does tons of cocaine at the start of it, dude.
There's always
like, it's fucking hilarious, dude.
Enthusiasm. There's been a lot of things where actors portray themselves, but we thought like adding in this element that's like totally
this is the end.
surreal would really bring that idea to a new level potentially. That's what we were excited about.
There were dozens of memorable celebrity cameos in this film, including Rihanna, Emma Watson, and Channing Tatum, who notably played Danny McBride's sexual gimp. When discussing his own role, James Franco seemed to act like a completely different person. He appeared to be much more confident. In an interview, he expressed his love for Seth Rogen as a close friend and how their growing relationship was one of the key reasons why he became so successful.
Now, I wouldn't say that I'm like obsessed with Seth, but I do love Seth. Really from like one of the very first things either of us did, Freaks and Geeks, to now. He's kind of been there and at important points in my career. The beginning, Pineapple Express, when I feel like my career really did change, and I started to do things that I really cared about. And
However, shortly after this, rumors began to circulate that James Franco tried to get involved with an underage fan, and the mounting evidence surrounding the event was pretty damning. Seth Rogen had a pretty crucial choice to make: dismiss James' actions or defend his friend in front of the world. In April of 2014, gossip sites published messages between the then 35-year-old James Franco and a 17-year-old Scottish girl named Lucy Claude, seemingly trying to lure her to his hotel room. The teenager was visiting New York City, where she saw Of Mice and Men on Broadway. It was here where she encountered Franco, who was performing on stage. At some point, Lucy and other fans swarmed the stage and recorded videos of the actor. Franco told Lucy to tag him in the video on Instagram. Soon after, she posted her interaction to her Instagram, and James began following her. Now, it's not inappropriate or even uncommon for public figures to follow their biggest fans as a show of gratitude for their support, but this seemingly innocent exchange escalated drastically. Shortly after following Lucy, Franco sent her several direct messages, asking how old she was, if she had a boyfriend, and for her number. It is particularly interesting how frantic the messages seem, asking multiple rapid-fire questions before she can even respond. The 17-year-old responded by telling Franco her age and that she was visiting New York City with her mom. At this point, Franco was clearly aware that she was not 18, and yet he still exchanged numbers with the teen. The two switched to texting, where he again spouted out rapid-fire questions. Can I see you? You're single? What's the hotel? Should I rent a room? Before continuing the conversation, Lucy wanted to make sure that it was really Franco, so he sent the teenager a photo of himself. He also held up a piece of paper with her name on it. The situation made headlines when Lucy later shared her conversation with the actor online. Franco responded to the criticism with a strange, now deleted tweet, writing, "I hope parents keep their teens away from me. Thank you." With Franco's looks, success, and friendly public personality, fans didn't really know what to make of this. Some people speculated that this fiasco was a publicity stunt for his upcoming film, Palo Alto. In the film, Franco plays Mr. B, a soccer coach who starts an affair with a teenage babysitter. The idea that James was role-playing borderline to promote a film is absurd, to say the least. He did have a history of method acting, so some people wondered if this was just a part of that process. Soon after, Franco appeared on the Kelly and Michael talk show to address the mounting allegations. It was incredibly awkward, and Franco uncomfortably tried to joke around and share a rant about the dangers of social media.
I just didn't, I was just feeling awkward. I didn't want to come on the show and just feel awkward. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, I'm embarrassed, and I guess I'm just a model of, how social media is tricky. It's a way people meet each other today. But what I've learned, I guess just because I'm new to it, it's like you don't know who's on the other end. You meet somebody in person and you get a feel for them, but you don't know who you're talking to. And, so I use bad judgment, and I learned my lesson. But unfortunately, in my position, I mean, I have a very good life, but not only do I have to go through the embarrassing kind of rituals of meeting someone, sometimes if I do that, then it gets, published for the world. So now, it's like doubly embarrassing. But
while this definitely was embarrassing and weird, this didn't necessarily address the full context of the scandal. Lucy was 17 and James was 35, and he was well aware of her age. To be fair, they never actually met up, and even if they did, technically the age of consent in New York City is 17. So in terms of the law, there was no crime committed. Seth Rogen did not distance himself from James Franco. Instead, he did what most people would expect of a comedian: make a joke about it. While Rogen was hosting Saturday Night Live, his monologue was built around this fake log documenting the events leading up to the show. For a punchline, he made a jab at Franco, telling the audience that he trolled him by sending texts as an underage girl.
Wednesday, 3 p.m. They read all the sketches out loud. I didn't feel like I did great, so to make myself feel better, I decided to prank James Franco. I posed as a girl on Instagram. Told him I was way young.
Yeah, but I guess 17 is the age you can say.
I have a date to meet him at the Ace Hotel.
Seth Rogen's joke helped make the incident seem like a silly mistake by a regular guy, but it was also an example of how the two had become best friends. It was like Rogen's way of standing up for Franco at a time when he needed it the most. The two of them were also in the process of releasing their most controversial comedy yet, The Interview. It was so controversial that the North Korean government threatened action against the United States if Sony released the film. Of course, this mostly had to do with its incorporation of the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, not to mention that it ends with his assassination. It seemed like no matter what, Seth stood by his friend and continued to work with him. James once said that he and Seth never had a fight in their entire career working together. It was always smooth. But Seth has a slightly different perspective, because James really tested Seth's patience on the set of The Disaster Artist. James Franco's The Disaster Artist was an adapted screenplay based on a film called The Room by Tommy Wiseau. Ironically, The Room is known as the absolute worst movie ever made. It was all about a director who makes such a perfectly bad movie that he ends up becoming a legend. Rogen said that Franco was perfect for the role, as he is often misunderstood for his artistic interests.
And Franco, as someone who has done a lot of weird art throughout his life, constantly being misunderstood, misinterpreted, people thinking that the thought was great was stupid and vice versa. It was incredibly personal to him.
But the tone was different behind the scenes, as Franco felt it was time to bring back the method to capture the eccentric personality of Tommy in a believable way. He said, "I'm directing a movie and acting in it, and playing a character who is directing a movie and acting in it. At no other time in my career am I going to do this again. Being Tommy off camera made everything flow easier in hindsight. It helped create an atmosphere on set. That being said, I didn't go so far overboard as Tommy. I didn't give bad direction. I gave what I hoped was good direction." However, Seth Rogen said he was getting irritated by Franco's refusal to break character. "I couldn't deal with it, straight up. For the first 2 days, people would come up and ask me, 'Where's James?' And I was always like, 'He's right effing there.' But regardless of how uncomfortable this made people feel, it was a lot different from Franco's fallout with Tyrese Gibson. The Disaster Artist ended up being a huge success during the premiere, and Rogen was also won over when his grandmother didn't recognize Franco in the film. He said, "My grandmother came out and she just did not get what the F was happening. She was walking around like, I thought James was in the movie. I never explained it to her." It finally looked like Franco had found the perfect balance in Hollywood, being able to portray serious, dramatic characters with depth and using method acting to be fully immersed, while also making silly comedies that have fans belly laughing, and doing all of this while still maintaining a close and unbreakable friendship with Seth Rogen. But just as Franco had achieved the perfect career and life in Hollywood, it was about to come crashing down, and we were about to finally see just how strong or weak his friendship with Seth Rogen truly was. James Franco ran his own acting and filmmaking school called Studio 4 since 2014. The idea was to bring talented entertainers together and embrace techniques that could make them Hollywood stars. But there was always a competitive angle, with the course ending in students getting together and making a short film to see who gets the chance to work with James Franco.
That was really good. We just saw some amazing work. We really did. In 1 week, these people, they wrote, shot, and edited these things. Some great acting, great everything. Very happy with all this work. Now remember, one actor is going to be chosen to work with James and Rabbit Bandini.
However, this institution gave James direct access to hundreds of young, aspiring female actors, ones who were eager for his approval and for a chance at achieving their Hollywood dream. This power dynamic needs to be respected and handled professionally, and James Franco having a history of pursuing teenagers made this a disaster waiting to happen. This all started to unravel on January 7th, 2018. James won and accepted a Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy Film at the 75th Annual Golden Globe Awards. During the event, James wore a pin for Time's Up, the initiative to combat workplace harassment. While wearing the Time's Up pin at such a sensitive time in Hollywood seemed like the right move from a PR standpoint to win over the public, Franco unintentionally ruined his career on the night of his greatest success, starting with these tweets from a woman named Ali Sheedy. "Why is a man hosting? Why is James Franco allowed in? Said too much. Okay, wait, bye. Christian Slater and James Franco at a table on Golden Globes? Hashtag me too. James Franco just won. Please never ask me why I left the film/TV business." The woman felt that she had said too much and decided to delete her tweets, but she inspired others to speak out. "Hey James Franco, nice Time's Up pin at the Golden Globes. Remember a few weeks ago when you told me the full nudity you had me do in 2 of your movies for $100 a day wasn't exploitative because I signed a contract to do it? Time's up on that. Now that you have a Golden Globe, why don't you give speaking roles that don't require nudity in your upcoming films to the dozens of women who have done ban full nudity and scenes in your indie films and art projects. Another woman named Violet said, "Cute time's up pin, James Franco. Remember the time you pushed my head down in a car towards your exposed and that other time you told my friend to come to your hotel when she was 17, after you had already been caught doing that to a different 17-year-old? To make matters worse, stories were now surfacing that Franco was using his acting school, Studio 4, as a way to groom aspiring actresses into having X. One of the women who tweeted, Sarah Tither Kaplan, told the LA Times that the Time's Up pin was like a slap in the face and he unfairly leveraged his influence as a teacher. I feel there was an abuse of power, and there was a culture of exploiting non-celebrity women, and a culture of women being replaceable. When Sarah got into more detail, the story just got worse and worse, particularly when she claimed that Franco coerced her into doing graphic X scenes.
It was a lot of nudity and sex scenes that I felt were not artistically justified and were added in after the fact.
In May of 2015, a company employee sent an email to Tither Kaplan and her fellow sceners, informing the class that he just wanted to let them know that the films are now up on Studio 4's Vimeo channel. Sarah later discovered images from the film on at least one X-rated website. According to Kaplan, there was also a nude scene she filmed with Franco and several women 3 years ago. He removed protective plastic guards covering other actresses' private areas while simulating oral on them. Kaplan continued saying, "I got it in my head pretty quickly that, okay, you don't say no to this guy." In response to the accusations, Franco made another appearance on TV. This time it was on Late Night with Stephen Colbert. During the show, Franco insisted that the accusations weren't accurate and that he truly wore the Time's Up pin as an honest show of support.
The things that I heard that were on Twitter are not accurate, but I completely support people coming out and being able to have a voice because they didn't have a voice for so long. So I don't want to shut them down in any way. It's I think a good thing, and I support it.
Franco's casting director, Cynthia Huffman, also came to his defense. James is all about giving up-and-comers, actors and actresses, and young filmmakers a break in this business. Huffman said, "I feel horrible that anyone was made to feel uncomfortable, but we went to great lengths to make sure all the actresses in the nude scenes felt comfortable and safe. From here, stories seemed to pour out of every part of the industry. One of them involved a woman named Hillary Dusum, who had taken a class with Franco in 2012 before he opened his school. For Dusum, the trouble started when she thought she would be a part of a short film, only to arrive at a strip club. According to Dusum, Franco dressed them up in lingerie and asked, 'So who wants to take your shirt off?' Apparently, when nobody volunteered, Franco stormed off angry. Dusum told the press, 'I felt like I was selected for something based on my hard work and my merit, and when I realized it was because I have nice breasts, it was pretty clear that was not the case.' Dusum said, 'I don't think he started teaching with bad intentions, but he went down a bad path and damaged a lot of people in the process. And one of those people he damaged was 23-year-old Violet Paley, which would end up being one of the biggest stories in the news. In 2016, Paley said she connected with James Franco in hopes that he would help her with a script she was working on. As they started working together, she admitted that they had started a romantic relationship. However, things allegedly took a non-consensual turn when Franco pressured her into oral. I was talking to him, all of a sudden his was out. I got really nervous and I said, 'Can we do this later?' He was kind of nudging my head down and I just didn't want him to hate me, so I did it."
Looking back, do you feel like you couldn't say no?
No, I could have said no, but because of the power dynamic, the situation was so surreal and I wanted him to like me.
While the relationship has ended, Paley admitted that she had a lot of trouble moving past the incident years later. In hindsight, she says she would have done things differently if given another chance. "I would say, no, stop, get out of my car." She said, "The power dynamic was really off." By 2019, James Franco went from being one of the hottest names in Hollywood to being one of the most infamous alleged predators in the Me Too movement. On October 3rd, 2019, Sarah Tither Kaplan and another woman named Toni Gao officially filed a lawsuit against Franco and his partners at Studio 4. According to the New York Times, the two women called Studio 4 a scheme to provide James Franco and his male collaborators with a pool of young female performers that they could take advantage of. In their lawsuit, they claimed Mr. Franco and his partners engaged in widespread, inappropriate, and charged behavior towards female students by their power as a teacher and employer by dangling the opportunity for roles in their projects. These actions led to an environment of harassment and exploitation both in and out of class. Franco's lawyer denied the accusations and called the lawsuit ill-informed. James will not only fully defend himself, but will also seek damages from the plaintiffs and their attorneys for filing this scurrilous publicity-seeking lawsuit. 5 months later, it was reported that the lawsuit was settled, and that Ms. Tither Kaplan and Ms. Gal had agreed to drop their individual claims. In June of 2021, the terms of the settlement were revealed, disclosing that Franco paid more than $2.23 million to resolve the two separate legal disputes. Although many cases are settled out of court and don't necessarily imply guilt, to some the massive payout implies that he didn't want to take this to trial because there may be things that are found out that would harm him even more. And just as the heat appeared to be dying down for Franco, another actor named Charlene Yee spoke out regarding another controversy with him. In an April 2021 Instagram post, Yee said, "When I tried to break legal contract and quit Disaster Artist because James Franco is a sexual predator, they tried to bribe me with a bigger acting role. I cried and told them that this was the exact opposite of what I wanted, that I didn't feel safe working with an effing predator. They minimized and said Franco being a predator was so last year and that he changed. When I literally heard of him abusing new women that week. Predators will perform empathy, gaslight, and say they will do better, all in order to protect themselves and continue to harm others." In another post, she said, "White men saying it's not their responsibility when holding Franco accountable or when holding Seth Rogen and enablers accountable. Then whose responsibility is it?" Yee also added in her caption that Seth Rogen definitely knew about the whole thing, insinuating that he was equally responsible. Seth Rogen was one of the producers on this film, so he definitely knows about the bribe and why I quit. Seth also did a sketch on SNL with Franco, enabling Franco preying on children right after Franco was caught. Franco has a long history of preying on children. This was a crucial point in James Franco and Seth Rogen's friendship, because before, Seth could have just easily ignored it and said, hey, that's his business. But now, he was being accused of essentially being guilty by association, or maybe even enabling James's behavior. And it was here where Rogen had a choice to make. If Seth was genuinely a good friend of James Franco's, at seemingly the worst moment of his life and career, defending James would make Seth a loyal friend by definition, but it would also put him in a position where he could be canceled next, or worse, guilty of some crimes. But this controversy was just too big, and saying nothing was not an option. So a month after this Instagram post, Seth Rogen finally accepted an interview with the Sunday Times. And while people were expecting him to disown or defend his buddy, he gave a neutral political answer that is open for interpretation. Rogen said, "What I can say is that I despise abuse and harassment, and I would never cover or conceal the actions of someone doing it or knowingly put someone in a situation where they were around someone like that." He also apologized for the joke he made on SNL, suggesting that it might have aided in sexual abuse. However, I do look back at a joke I made on Saturday Night Live in 2014, and I very much regret making that joke. It was a terrible joke, honestly. When asked about their relationship after the controversy, Rogen stayed pretty vague and admitted that they had become distant. To fans, it seemed like they probably stopped talking altogether. Rogen said, "I don't know if I can define that right now during this interview. I can say it has changed many things in our relationship and our dynamic." Now, logical people would not expect Rogen to take blame on James's behalf. If Seth truly didn't know what was happening behind the scenes, even Franco would probably understand if he chose to distance himself for a while. But Rogen gives this perfectly vague response. He refused to support Franco, but also refused to deny or outright condemn Franco. After several months out of the spotlight, Franco finally addressed all of the controversy on a SiriusXM interview. He looked absolutely exhausted and explained why it took so long for him to respond.
At that moment, I just thought, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pause. Did not seem like the right time to say anything.
He also opened up about his relationship with alcohol in a way he never had before.
Along the road, of trying to get success and, climb the top of that mountain, attention from women, success with women, also became a huge source of validation for me. The problem with that is, I'm sure you can guess, like any sort of drug or anything, like there's never enough. If I get this, then I'll be happy.
But through it all, Franco denies that the classes he taught were vehicles to exploit women. He even claims that the course he called Sex Scenes wasn't really about sex. It was just meant to be provocative and keep students engaged.
To be provocative and cool, but like they're reading Melville, in the class. That's basically what I was doing. It should have been called, contemporary romance or something like that. It was a class where they did scenes about whatever their romances and their, you know, what they go through as young people. So meeting people on, you know, dating apps or breakups or, you know, just a bad date, stuff like that. That's what was being done in that class. It was not sex scenes.
And despite Rogan seemingly distancing himself from Franco publicly, James had nothing but good things to say about Seth.
I love Seth Rogen. I worked with him for 20 years. We didn't have one fight. He was my absolute closest work friend, collaborator. What he said is true. You know, we aren't working together right now, and we don't have any plans to work together. Of course, it was hurtful, you know, in context, but I get it. You know, he had to answer for me because I was silent. He had to answer for me, and I don't want that.
Seth Rogen was basically forced to distance himself because it was affecting his career, not out of some moral outrage. They were literally acting together in the 90s. The only thing Seth Rogen did was distance himself once Franco got himself into controversies to save his own career. Now, multiple years have gone by since Franco settled his lawsuits and he had his falling out with Seth Rogen. He was recently asked about his present-day relationship with Seth, and he said, "I love Seth. We had 20 great years together, but I guess it's over, and not for lack of trying." When Rogen was asked how he felt about something so personal becoming so public, he said, "I absorbed so little media that it really wasn't on my radar." So now Rogen says that James's extremely public controversy that basically ended his career wasn't on Seth's radar. But if it wasn't on Seth...
That's a new Papa Meat video.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the TSA. We've all worked a job we didn't like.
The Toronto Service
Nothing compares, right?
Association.
We've all worked a job that we didn't like. All of us viewers and myself have we've had to lick the boot a time or two. And some jobs are extremely mentally and physically taxing. But while it's normal for people to dislike their job, there are certain occupations out there that are particularly despised.
I never
The
hate my
TSA,
job, I just hate my
aka the
bosses.
Transportation Security Administration, has long since been ridiculed by both passengers and workers alike. People dread the process of being groped at the airport and then claim that TSA workers are often rude.
So is there a reason you're recording? Is there a reason why you're chewing gum while you're talking to the public? That's rude.
And I will say,
Chewing
I
gum
agree
while
with
talking
that.
to the public.
Every time that I go to the airport, Nick, you can test this, they
What the
always stop
fuck?
me. I think it's a tiny penis radar.
Yeah,
I'm almost positive that if you have a tiny dick, because every time it's like, I don't even look at the monitor anymore. Because there's a little monitor that has like a body that's like that, and it's like, look at where it's at. It's always right where my dick's at. So that some guy has to like rub his knuckles over my tiny dick and balls. I am almost certain it's a tiny dick machine.
It's a little humiliation ritual.
It is. And they're like, do you want a private screening room? I'm like, no, dude. Just fucking rub your knuckles across my little baby nut and let's get done with it.
They're rude to you when you go through that thing.
I don't know why. They're always acting like I'm hiding something. They feel my fat, doughy thighs and then the tiniest penis head ever grazing across their knuckles. At a certain point, I'm just like, it is. I mean, what the fuck? What is this?
Maybe you have like some kind of piece of metal down there, man.
I legitimately believe that it's a tiny penis machine. If you're a guy and you have a tiny dick, go through. If you get caught, let me know. That's all I want to know. But the question is, are TSA agents justified in their anger? Are they allowed to be the biggest
sorry, my
assholes
dick's
of all
pierced.
time?
I can show you if you want to see.
Oh, okay. They are dickheads. They're dickheads, but do you not have any empathy towards them?
After a certain while, like when you're telling people scoot up every
Move
day.
forward! Move forward! Electronics out of your bag! Every time it's like, I know I have to get it out. Electronics out! This goes here! I hate when they slam my shit.
Oh my god.
When you slam my shit, that's when I'm like, you should actually go fuck yourself. Jump off a bridge.
You have too much stuff in your bin, so they take it out and put it somewhere
Yeah,
else.
and they don't say anything. They look at you. You're like, say it. Say it, dude. I mean, what the fuck? Now you got me heated up a bit. Right now, how about a meter? We'll do a meter. There's the sympathy meter and the go fuck yourself meter. And right now, I'm on the go fuck yourself meter. There's gonna be one TSA guy who's like, oh, okay. All right, dude. Whatever.
Have you seen the TSA video where it's just like a girl in front of an iPad that's pointing left and right? She just clicks it. It's just telling people to go left or right lane, and all she's doing is tapping.
People look at that job online and they'll be like, oh, I'd love that job, because they think that it's very simple. That has to be the most mentally, that 8-hour shift must feel like 46 hours. If that's all you did, fuck that, dude. No way. Are they truly just bad people? Or is their job so soul-crushing that it turns
Mhm.
even the nicest of bright-eyed college graduates into impatient, screaming banshees? So today, we're going to find out if the TSA is the worst job in the world. But first,
No,
what is
if
the
I
TSA?
pays at least
The
like
TSA
40
is a
bucks an
government
hour.
program that was created in the response
It's probably
to the
like
events of
120K
9/11 in an
a
effort
year.
to bolster our
At
transportation
least.
systems to prevent similar attacks from occurring.
It's not more
It's insane to
with
think about movies,
benefits
how new the TSA
and vacation
is
time. It's
still
probably really good pay.
You
It's
would
probably
think that
a
it's
good
been
career.
around since forever, right? You watch old movies and it's like, I want to go to Chicago. All right, there you go. It's insane to me, right?
I wouldn't even doubt if you have a
Too,
sick
could just
break
literally
room.
you used to be able to.
At the
hug your
airport, there's
parents
probably a
and
sick
family right
fucking
at the
break
gate.
room.
Bye. I'm heading out. Which, don't be wrong, I think you need to have a little something in order.
There's probably a sick fucking break room.
Right? John Candy's dead. Steve Martin's about to go too. We have got to have some kind of defense, right? Some of the daily duties of the TSA include scanning passenger luggage for potential threats and performing bag searches as well as hat downs, right? Like I said, Tiny Dick, Knuckles, and Allison always gets stops because she has like different face lotions. And they're always like, what is this? What the hell is this? And it'll say like clear of, like, I don't know, clear of era or whatever the fuck it is, whatever. It's just like it's a face lotion. They'll open it and be like,
taste it.
Okay, you're good.
Have you ever been tested for bombs? Like, I've gone on planes where they like say, sorry, random check, and they bring out like this fucking machine and they test you for gunpowder or like
Wow.
Yeah.
I always like how they say random check. I'm like, that was 100% calculated. Because also, the thing when you travel, you have a lot of like camera bags. So they're probably like, oh, that's suspicious.
Oh, yeah, that's the worst.
I've never seen that kind of camera. It's a Sony.
Yeah.
He has two Sony cameras. Why does he have two cameras?
Honestly, everyone that needs a CPAP machine, probably including myself, I should probably get it checked out. They are terrorists. Having to be like,
yeah.
That's how you wake up. I feel refreshed after all night. I remember I saw my grandpa had one, and it was like so archaic. I mean, this is like, you know, the fucking 90s, whatever. But he had his on. It was like the tube, and he would sleep with his eyes open.
I want to get an oxygen mask and sleep with that, dude. You have such good sleeps if you sleep with an oxygen mask on.
My grandma sound asleep, and his eyes, he just be like,
I want to get an oxygen mask.
This is with the
It's probably
CPAP
gonna cost a
machine?
couple $100
My
though.
dad did that without the CPAP.
I'm just going to use it when I sleep.
I think that's more common. Because I think that with the CPAP, it stops you from choking and gasping.
But I guess
Actually, no, I might use it after a workout.
Not as efficient.
I'm like, yeah.
They're
Also,
silent now. They're really quiet.
I heard that it's just like you can put it just in your nose, or I don't know.
A little tiny thing.
That's
Do
something
they not
really
even
bad
do
to
the
see here,
full
dude.
over the
An
mouth
oxygen
fucking
mask.
harness anymore? Looks like an Ichabod
It's
Crane.
really good for
fucking
when you're
invention
sleeping.
From Sleepy Hollow or something.
And for after workouts and shit.
Now. So it's
I just feel like that. I mean, you
I wouldn't
obviously
get one that
used to it or
fancy.
whatever, but I feel like that'd be such a hard adjustment knowing the things like on your face. I can't even have like a blanket on my face. I don't like it.
I wrap a blanket around my entire face, but leave my nose out, so I can
Yeah,
breathe.
sleep stream.
But aside from that, their goal is to keep the incoming passengers moving through the security check lanes as quickly and as
Yeah.
efficiently as possible, which, goddamn, they'll let you know. They'll scream at you, they'll do whatever. My favorite is like when a couple gets broken up.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever, and they'll try to cut in line. They'll be like, back! That's the only time where I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Some fucking, like, old bitch is taking too long. And her husband's just like, come over here. He's like, no! I'm always like, it's the rules.
It's the rules, huh?
I wouldn't mind, honestly, but it's sorry.
I love it when they yell to move up in line as you're moving.
Yeah. Come on! I'm like, I'm moving towards you. I'm like walking already. Here! Yeah. The TSA is notorious for treating its employees poorly. No. It's because of this that workers tend to hate the job. Many feel that the pay is far too low considering the never-ending high-stress work that goes into it.
Yeah, we're preventing terrorists.
The non-stop assault from the jihad definitely.
Wait, why is the pay
at the
low?
Kansas City airport must be pretty crazy. Can I have a break?
You should make at least like 120K a year or 100K American a year.
Keeping the country safe
I would
from
think, right?
mass catastrophes. Most positions in the TSA don't pay a comfortable salary. One TSA worker from Baltimore confirmed this, stating, quote, "Me and many of my co-workers really have always felt like we were bastard children of the federal government." I don't know why, but that seems very melodramatic to me.
Ask for more money and quit.
Child of the USA. It's like, okay, dude.
You
He's
could
the
do
one on that
private
too.
security
It's
if you're
like, "Dad doesn't
TSA.
love me."
You could do private security and make it at least 100K a year.
Online, there is endless
Right?
discussion about the TSA's terrible management.
If you're
and at some
TSA,
point,
someone
it
would
had gotten
hire you
so
for
bad
private
that
security.
internal investigations revealed numerous security failures at some of the most frequently visited airports. I mean, in 2015, during tests where Homeland Security agents would go undercover to sneak fake explosives through TSA,
Holy
there was
shit.
a 95% failure rate. 95! I could just sneak a bomb on a plane immediately. That's fine. What is it? Did Tom got? Okay, just go ahead.
Have you
Holy
seen the
shit.
X-rays with all like my
They
camera
actually
equipment?
do
There's
that
so
shit?
much wires in there. I'm like, I can hide a bomb. I can hide
Oh,
a bomb.
and also like I like how they have like a 73-year-old woman who's like always at the control station. They always have the worst posture, and they're just like first off,
They actually test
why are you looking
airports
back
like
and
that?
forth
That's crazy.
so much. It's one screen. They're like,
That'd be a fun job, dude.
so I always like to picture that they're actually
That'd
living
be a
in
fun
fruit
as
fly.
fuck job,
And
testing
so they're like,
airports.
But they'll get your toothpaste, but that's too big.
yeah, huh? Like whistle. It's Colgate. Okay, you're good to go. I love when they say, okay, you're good to go. Am I? By 2017, this improved to a 70% failure rate. That's still not good, which is still alarmingly bad given the importance of the job. Yeah. Management also seems
What
to
did
be
that
known
shit
for
say?
giving promotions
What
based
did
on
that shit say?
favoritism instead of not good, which is still 80%. Okay, you're good to go. Am I? By 2017, this improved to a 70% failure rate. That's still not good, which is still alarmingly bad given the importance.
It's not gay if it's USA. The guy's getting patted down. Oh, it's not gay if it's TSA. The guy's getting patted down. It's not gay if it's TSA.
Importance of the job. Yeah. Management also seems to be known for giving promotions
That's a
based on
sick shirt.
favoritism instead of just hard work. Yeah, welcome to the fucking free world, dude. That's happens everywhere. You ever wonder why a 75-year-old man, all right, Jessica with perfect tits and beautiful pussy and asshole, your CFO? No. No. What is she doing that I'm not?
The perfect tits and asshole.
The mix of working with chaotic and angry passengers, being screwed over by the higher-ups, and low earnings have resulted in the TSA having low morale and an incredibly high turnover rate. I mean, in 2016 alone, the rate of turnaround reached a range of 30 to 80%, which is a huge gap, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck?
30 to 80? How about we just meet in the middle at 50? Half of people that apply, 20 to 100% of people. It's like, word? Some have referred to the job as, quote, slow mental death. I can agree with that. One where you're always on the defense from potential threats and one mistake away from termination. You can't have one yawn. Ooh, that's when the guy slips in the bomb. Ooh, and that's where they... You know what I mean?
See, you know what? If I was a terrorist, I would detonate my explosive in the TSA line.
Why?
Because everyone's crowd. The LA airport, there's so many people. That's a whole plane of people right there.
That makes sense.
Sure.
It's less of a spectacle, though. No? I guess it's not true.
You're sending
the
a
fucking
message.
bomb going off in a building. I mean, that's still a very big spectacle.
Yeah.
What's the point of putting the bomb in the plane? I mean, that's true.
They're
You
trying
just
to
go
keep the
a grocery
bombs
store
out of
and just fucking
planes,
put a
not out
bomb
of the
behind
building.
A box of Wheaties? I'm not gonna. I guess I don't want to speculate
Yeah.
on terroristic theory here. What makes the best terrorist, actually? Many people insist that working with the TSA is not nearly as bad as people make it seem. They also believe it is meant to act as a stepping stone to other agency jobs,
Yep.
which I think is true as well. You can move up the ranks and be like, you move from the TSA to somewhere else, Could be a nice way if you want a nice cushy government job. Regardless, there is undoubtedly going to be parts of the job that are incredibly disheartening. Look no further than the TSA injury rate. TSA workers are at a high risk of injury, far higher than what is expected at a typical federal government job. Part of this has to do with the chaotic nature of the job, where thousands of people are pushed through the screening process every day. Passengers can often be unruly and unpredictable at the airport, and one TSA agent vents his frustrations to Business Insider saying, quote, "They're angry." I love that. They're angry. They're violent, and they want to fight. They want to throw things.
It's like they're fucking fucking gorillas.
That's the Atlanta airport. Have you ever been in
It's like they're
Atlanta
fucking
airport?
like beating gorillas
Atlanta
or something.
Airport, first off, is like one of the busiest airports in the country. If you've never been to the, oh my god, dude, it's huge. It's so busy. It's huge, but yeah, unruly is what it is.
Is it busier?
Kind of reminds you of like Dallas Fort Worth too.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, Dallas is fucking annoying because people fight to get on the train system to get into the terminals, and it's the worst. But Atlanta is just like, it feels too small for how much traffic they get. So it's like really claustrophobic and push through. Also, it smells like fucking Bojangles in there because they have like 6 Bojangles. Fried chicken in the airport. It smells horrible.
Oh, perfect, dude. Fried chicken. I'll take that.
That's the only fucking thing they sell. I was in the
Bojangles
Vegas airport.
fried chicken. I'll take
They
that.
were selling loafed garlic onion bread. Garlic onion bread.
Tasty.
First off, have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
You've heard of garlic onion bread?
Yeah. Garlic onion bagel.
Bro, okay. You're the problem. You're the problem. This has led to many strange physical confrontations among the TSA workers. In 2021, for example, a disgruntled passenger started biting TSA officers in a fit of rage. It always leads to biting, doesn't it? I would say we've read more people biting than we have someone throwing a punch. Is that weird?
That is weird. I think it's just...
No one knows how to approach a bite.
No.
Some guys like...
You do more damage with the bite.
I think so. Look at what Resident Evil has taught us. Do a lot of damage. Even last year, a man from Canada was arrested after going ballistic at the Miami International Airport. Cameron Dylan McDougall had already been causing chaos on his flight, forcing the plane to return to Miami after he struck a passenger. Holy shit. Once he got off the plane, he entered a TSA security checkpoint and immediately started punching an agent in the face out of nowhere. Like the person's just on the computer and he's just like, ugh! He was shoved to the ground and arrested after landing several more hits on the guard that was trying to hold him down. Good God. See, that's why also I think if you're a TSA agent, I mean, if you're a government employee of any kind, I don't care if you fucking work for the post office, you should have a taser.
Oh, gun.
Yeah.
I think post office people, you should have a gun.
Yeah, put a dog down that charges you.
Just a little shoot. You know the dog that's like, shouldn't have bit me. That's not fair, is it? Let me run around like a fucking idiot in these dumb shorts. If you have to wear the dumb shorts, you should be able to carry a shotgun. The worse your outfit is, the higher caliber of artillery you're gonna carry. A fucking guy has a grenade launcher. No good. Good. That would actually stop porch pirates too. Imagine a post office worker. A guy coming up and grabbing the gun. He's just.
Oh my god.
Conversations like this are more common than people think. A passenger of a Phoenix airport named Kia Shara Coleman lost her mind after being told that her bag needed to be checked. Which, I have a little bit of sympathy there. Don't you ever tell me I have to check my bag. Also, they lie about this shit. There's not enough room. I have to check it. And you like look back and there's still plenty of room. I'm like, you fucking, I'm gonna kill somebody. And then you're like looking out the window. You see the guy sitting there and they're like chugging the bags.
Have you seen Japanese airport workers? They treat the luggage with so much respect. They like bow to it and pick it up and put it down very gently.
That's obnoxious. She responded by jumping onto the search table and lunging for her bag. After failing to grab it, she started viciously assaulting TSA officers. All right, now I shouldn't have gotten on her side. I was with you at the beginning, but I'm like, actually. She grabbed one by the hair and began punching her multiple times, elbowing another worker in the head in the process. A third TSA officer tried to pry them away from each other, but Coleman started biting the woman's hair to keep her from doing so. I wonder if she means like she's like garden. She's like,
oh yeah.
I'm telling you, I feel like we're gonna get into biting in every story here. Biting once you go feral. You do go feral. She was eventually arrested by airport police and pleaded guilty to her crimes, ultimately being sentenced to 4 months in prison. Holy shit. Sometimes when I'm telling you, man, the justice system feels so fucking weird.
Yeah, someone kills someone.
A guy fucking hits someone over the head with a hammer and blinds him and then kills him. Like, all right, 2 years in prison. Bitch gets mad about some luggage being checked at the airport and throws some elbows and some fists, and she gets 4 months. At that point, I just kill him. I'm joking. It's a joke. Passengers are often unaware of the threats TSA agents face on a daily basis and just feel that they are incredibly rude and disrespectful. According to one disgruntled passenger, the TSA will aggressively scream directions at people in condescending tones, treating everyone like cattle. The sentiment is echoed by a young autistic passenger who vents about the endless bullying she receives every time she goes through TSA. She claims that even when actively doing whatever she can to not bother the TSA agents, they scream at her for every minor misunderstanding.
Okay, maybe she's just sensitive.
Yeah, but at the same time,
Just
I feel
walk
like
out,
also,
just
when
leave,
people
just be
yell,
like, fuck
it
this,
almost
and
makes
just
it harder
walk
to
out.
understand them. Inside! You're like, you say put my bag, put the bags on this. Like you're like, couldn't hear you the first time. That thing. So I understand that.
Excuse me, sir. Can you put the bag in this?
No. In one case, after being given conflicting instructions about whether or not she can wear her belt during the x-ray process, you can't, the TSA agent started mocking the clothes she was wearing right in front of her. That's awesome. That stupid fucking shirt. Look at her dumb fucking shirt. What do you think she was wearing?
Swifty outfit. She had like what I was wearing. She had like the dress with the belt.
Yeah, who even are you? Even know your own identity? What the fuck is this? One upset passenger includes a football player for the New York Giants. In 2018, AJ Francis was furious after finding out that the TSA had potentially destroyed his mother's ashes on his flight.
Holy shit.
How do you slip up that? Oh, what the hell is this? Is this cocoa mix? Throw it out. Her remains were enclosed in a container that was placed in a bag in the checked luggage. After his flight, he found that the bag contained a notice of inspection tag on it. Also, I just want to say, if it's your mom's ashes, do you check? You hold on to the ashes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you bring that. That's a carry-on item.
You're throwing your mama in the bottom of the plane? All right, dog. When he looked inside, the ashes were opened and spilled all over his clothing. Mama. After an angry Twitter rant, the TSA apologized but denied any wrongdoing. Listen, buddy, we're sorry, but you fucked up. I mentioned that's what the tweet was. Also, like it's a twit ranter, and the TSA is just like lol.
Yeah, it's a like
waffle copter. Yeah, they're just like, why would you check your dead mom, bro? That's kind of weird. Send, retweet. The fuck? Eventually, surveillance footage of AJ's bag was released. In it, the container holding the ashes is clearly unmarked, open, and loosely wrapped in tinfoil. I'm gonna go on a limb and say he did not have the best relationship with his mom. Honestly, though, to be fair, I'd do that to my mom too. She's gone. What's she gonna do? Stop it? Just put her in the deal. I'd probably just I'd go outside and I'd just bye, mom. Bye.
I'm gonna do the thing at Disney. I'm gonna spread it at the Star Wars.
I think that's kind of fucked up.
Why?
Spreading dead ashes on like in a fucking public like theme park. Doesn't that not seem weird?
My mom wants to be. She loves Disney.
Your mom? Are you serious? Some passengers are simply frustrated that they have to go through humiliating searches at the airport. In some cases, women have had their crotches flagged by airport security for what is deemed a swamp crotch. Dude, maybe that's what I have, dude. I have so much fat in my fucking grundle area that they're just like, that's a swamp pussy. These alarms can sometimes give false readings when someone is sweating a lot. Oh, dude, maybe that's what it is. I got swamp nuts. I got a baby swamp dick, and yeah, that's what it is. It has to be that. This leads to scanners mistaking the moisture in a woman's undercarriage for her prohibited item. Swampy pussy, dude. Little Elmer's glue down there. Sticky. Another woman who endured the same scenario also recalled a TSA agent referring to it as a swamp rod, which she found embarrassing.
Swamp rod.
We got swamp rod.
If he was not in Florida when he said that, I'm going to be so disappointed. Florida, it's just swamp rod. Go on, girl. Hits her ass. Get on out. That's just how they do it in Tampa. Sometimes even people working for TSA can get fed up with their attitude. In a rare act of TSA on TSA violence, one man was bullied so hard for the size of his penis that he beat down one of his own coworkers. God damn. See, I'll never have this problem. I wish this story's about me. It can't be. 44-year-old Rolando Negrin. Just believe it. Was doing a body scanner training exercise during which he walked through it only to reveal to his coworkers that he had a small penis. Preach. He became the subject of ridicule day after day until Rolando finally decided that he had enough. According to police, he claimed that it caused him to lose his mind. One of the co-workers, Hugo Osorno, was heading back to his car one night to find that Rolando had been waiting for him. He insisted that they resolve this problem. After some resistance, Rolando pulled out a police baton and told Hugo, "Get on your knees or I will kill you and you better apologize." And according to police, he allegedly threatened to blow his head off. Rolando began beating Hugo until he eventually apologized. The next day, he was arrested and charged with aggravated battery. Holy shit.
Don't make fun of small penises.
People don't treat it lightly,
small
man.
penis
Can you imagine
syndrome.
working at
You'll get
TSA
mad.
and being made fun for small cock.
Where is my mind? Where is my mind? That's what it must feel like. Especially sorry, you gotta pat down. Man, they hear the guy who has to pat down other guys. Yeah, sorry, it's a little big. Can I go? Yeah.
Maybe that's why the guy did that. He just wanted to make sure.
Hopefully that's not the guy patting down people.
You're smaller. I wonder how many times that saved my life.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a lot. Unlike you, Nick, with your big dick. While some TSA workers are simply out of line, others claim that they are simply giving passengers the same energy they bring onto them. Bullshit. For the ones that do treat people poorly, it seems to be because they've been broken down from the hellish work environment. Not my problem.
Go work at a fucking coal mine, dude.
Also, it's just like I'm like literally coming up and I'm putting my bag on the what energy am I reciprocating to you? I gotta treat you this way because my job doesn't treat me nicely. Fuck yeah. Is that weird?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
No.
I don't stand for that. So if anything, I should have been like, no, I won't do that. I have a gun in there, and if you take it out, I will kill you. Granted, I go to prison, but still. One TSA officer admits that while he started the job with the intention of being kind to every passenger, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Everything changed within a matter of months. Passengers who constantly get angry at him for telling them they can't bring certain things on the plane, and people would call him a disgusting pig for doing standard pat-downs on a woman who pinged the alarm. Don't get me wrong, there are terrible people that are gonna say nasty, mean things, but you have to rise above it. You are the TSA. Just because that stupid bitch says that doesn't mean you have to take it. You know, you'd be like, all right, well, guess what? Actually, I think
Just
we're
walk in there and volunteer if they want to search you. Just walk in there and volunteer for the strip down.
Oh, yeah. Put you in the waiting
Ooh,
room.
we gotta check all of your bags, too.
You gotta check
He also
my
admits that
nutsack.
passengers kept
That part of
misunderstanding
my bag.
directions to the point that his supervisors were screaming at him when one of them didn't take the laptop out of their bag for screening.
That'd be frustrating.
I would be frustrating. Are we growing sympathy towards him? Where's the meter at still?
Right in the middle.
Oh, so
For
all
real.
right, you gained some sympathy. All right. This results in some workers being more aggravated when instructing people, figuring that their job is on the line because passengers can't understand simple directions, which is true. I've been around people where they're clearly not listening, and you want to grab the back of their neck and be like, "I'll fucking kill this candle and its own burn." The mounting pressure of keeping things as streamlined as possible while being hounded by passengers and management leads to workers becoming less and less kind to the people around them. And it seems to be understated just how often TSA officers have to put up with strange or disrespectful passengers. In Indianapolis, a 38-year-old man was arrested after drunkenly harassing a TSO, George Stevens, who was heavily intoxicated at the time, triggered the alarm, and was sent for additional screening. While being pat down in the groin area, George started calling the agent a freak. When he was told to take off his belt, George decided to squat down and shake his ass in the officer's face. He kept doing this to different workers. And when he was told a police officer was on his way, he pulled his pants and underwear down and flashed everyone in the vicinity. Well, buddy, that's how you're going to jail.
You gotta get in the private room before
Took off
that.
his underwear and pressed it into an officer's face. Once completely naked, he started running towards the supervisor while he was detained by the police. George was sentenced to 33 months.
What the fuck?
Couldn't drink and fly. That's all I gotta say.
Jesus Christ.
Shit,
Don't
what
they ban you? I thought if you get drunk in an airport, they ban you.
I feel like with
I
something
think
like
that's
that,
2.5 years.
probably, at least for a period of time. I don't know. Many people succeed in bringing food through TSA, much to the passengers' dismay. According to one man, he sat next to a man that brought a pile of tuna pouches onto his flight. He was chowing down on the tuna packs for 5 hours straight, losing
Damn,
count
tuna
after he ate through
packs?
7 of them.
When I was
I
a
didn't
kid,
even know this was
I
thing.
thought this girl eating food next to me was literally eating shit from a diaper, because she had this little bag, and she'd like look around, and then she'd take it out, open it up, and go, and every time she opened it up, it smelled like shit. But I'm pretty sure it's. Have you ever heard of the durian fruit? I think it was that.
Nah.
But the entire flight, 3-hour flight.
Just smell this fruit.
God. It's not just food that is snuck through TSA. In a truly baffling story, a passenger heading to Haiti was caught with raw chicken. After opening up, TSA agents found that a wrapped firearm was shoved inside of it. They're
Holy
never
shit.
suspect this one.
Someone did that too, coming from
Inside a raw
to
fucking-
America. They like threw in a bunch of like raw food, and then like at the end of the flight, they noticed like maggots were crawling out.
Ugh. On many occasions, TSA agents have had to hold their laughter as they find and inspect countless sex toys. In one video, a man looks humiliated watching a female agent pull out a gigantic dildo from his bag as a group of people film themselves laughing at him. In one of the more humiliating examples, one man pinged the metal detector alarm multiple times, and eventually TSA agents discovered that he
A
had been
chastity
wearing a
belt?
chastity belt that his wife forced him to
Holy
wear
fuck,
due to him
dude.
having an affair during his last trip. He had to be pulled aside to have it removed.
His
She's
wife
like,
made him wear a
"No!"
chastity
What if
belt.
he all right, we have to take it off. He like unbuckles it and he's like,
Yeah.
Thank you for letting the demon free. You just let the monster
One of the more
free.
insane things that people attempt to sneak through TSA are live animals, whether it's pets or the passengers hope to bring with them on vacation, or rare animals stolen from the tropical locations they visit. Just this year, a woman from Florida had the bright idea of putting 2 turtles in her bra as she passed Miami
Super
International
going through the
Airport. She had
fucking
wrapped them up
airport with
using
a chastity
plastic and
belt
gauze,
on.
hoping it would keep
Holy
them safe for the
shit.
trip.
That's some
Did
gangster
she fucking
shit.
suffocate him? She was caught and forced to return the turtles, and it seemed that one of them had died along the way. Aww. Poor turtle. The remaining one was returned to the Florida Department of Fish and Wildlife without his brother.
Or his wife.
Or his wife.
Or his lover.
Okay. The TSA had to make a statement on social media begging people to stop hiding animals in weird places on your body and then trying to sneak them through airport security. It's not gonna work. In a similar story that also took place this year, a man from East Stroudsburg tried to sneak in a rare species of turtle through TSA. What's up with all these turtles? One sec, can we get a fucking
rare
cheetah in here? What's going on?
species?
After tripping the alarm, his groin was inspected, and after being asked if there was any suspicious activity they should know about, the man shoved his hands down his crotch and yanked out a 5-inch long turtle wrapped in a towel. The specific type of
Damn.
turtle was identified as a very invasive species and had to be confiscated by TSA and handled by animal controllers, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. About a shiny turtle. Oh, it's rare! Some passengers are far more bold in their efforts
It's
to
a
steal
rare
rare
turtle.
live animals. At LAX, a woman named Ji Jian Pan was heading to her
Ji
flight when
Jian
the TSA
Pan?
noticed that she was wearing particularly bulky clothing. Python revealed 2 birds wrapped tightly inside of her sock. One was taped to her chest,
Oh my
and the other was
god.
taped to her leg. It was discovered that she was attempting to smuggle the birds into China. One of them happened to be a golden parakeet, which was identified as an endangered tropical parrot, and they were taken away
Golden
from her,
parakeet?
and both seemed to still be in good shape. Thank God. Zia was arrested by U.S. Fish and Wildlife officers for the attempted smuggling of an endangered species.
Damn.
It's true that going through TSA is one of the most inconvenient things ever. It's one of the most
Smuggling an
excruciating things you
endangered
have to deal with when you just
species?
have to put your head
That's a
down
crazy
and barrel
charge.
through. But that being said, it's a little understandable that people working at TSA are a little irritable. On one hand, it's part of the job and you just have to deal with the shit that people give you. But on the other, could you say that you'd be endlessly kind if you had to deal with the most obnoxious people every single day you come to work? I'm not sure. I think I'm still in the middle on my meter.
I think, yeah.
If I had to, if I had to say it all, I still say go fuck yourself. In many cases,
I'm
it's a
friends with
matter
the
of will.
conspiracy
Do you have
theories.
the stomach to endure the terrible people that come through without it affecting your day?
Larry Longneck!
Yo, what is up, Larry Nation? So today, I know not many of you guys know this, but my friend Syke is actually a huge conspiracy theorist. And today he wanted to tell you guys a few of his conspiracy theories. They're a little crazy, but they're
I don't want to hear these. I don't want to hear any crazy ass conspiracy theories. U.S. will run Venezuela. We're gonna run the country. Holy shit, dude. USA is gonna fucking take over Venezuela. That's crazy, dude. USA is just like fucking expanded. They couldn't get Canada, so they took over Venezuela. Genius.
So hear me out. A typical microwave oven is about 1,000 watts. Well, I'm wondering what kind of fun could be had with an oven that's 20 times stronger. Now I'm sure many of you have wondered this as well. But if not, there are a few things that a 20,000 watt microwave would accomplish. Now the obvious one is cooking food faster.
Yeah.
I mean, in this day and age, I shouldn't have to wait minutes to cook a Hot Pocket. Oh no, this should take seconds. Microwave experiments should be 20 times more exciting as well. I mean,
You know, Hot Pockets. I need to get some food. One snacker. One snacker. One snacker for you and one snacker for me. All right. Noodles here. Spicy beef noodles. Um, right.
Even an oven like this is capable of some cool tricks. So I'm hoping that throwing obscene powers at these classic demos will give some fun surprises. And this brings up my last point. The plasmas that could be made would be hellish. Like seriously, if you thought plasmas in a normal oven were cool, imagine the kind of witchcraft that you could pull off at extreme power. Is there anything that it wouldn't melt? There's only one way to find out. Let's build a 20,000 watt microwave. So, how do you get 20,000 watts out of a microwave oven? Well, you only need to upgrade 2 components. Let me open one of these up and show you what I mean. Now I gotta say it, the power supply in a microwave oven is lethal. In fact, when science hobbyists get killed by their projects, more often than not, it's because they were screwing around with microwave parts like...
Oh, maybe the guy who invented the
Anyway,
microwave.
this right here is what generates the microwave radiation in an oven.
Probably a
called a
trillion.
magnet.
He would probably be a trillionaire, but probably killed himself. Forgot what I forgot to do. That's what I forgot to do. Oh, we're almost at 4,300 subscribers. Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, I didn't shave, dude. I didn't shave for 1 day, and I've already grown so much facial hair. I hate it. So, good option. I switched to an electric razor. Man, it sucks a lot worse. It sucks a lot worse.
Now, interestingly, this is actually a vacuum tube, which means unlike phones, TVs, and radios, the main technology in microwaves is the same as it was 70 years ago. Pretty cool, right? So can you just dump more power into this magnetron and get more power out? Well, you can, but only to a point. I've actually tried this, but I only got to a few thousand watts before it blew up, so this method won't get me to 20 kilowatts. I simply need a bigger magnetron. Now, unfortunately, even though oven magnetrons are a dime a dozen, big ones are really hard to come by. In fact, I've been waiting for years to make a video like this, but I simply couldn't find a big magnetron. However, my luck finally changed. Enter the Megatron. This water-cooled beast is rated for 16,000 watts of drive power, and I plan on pushing it to 20. It's actually kind of funny that I'm even allowed to own this. Now there's a bit of lore to how I obtained this beast. It was an eBay purchase, but it was not me that found the listing. It was the notorious Discord entity Charizard Wrecked that tipped me off to some monster magnetrons being sold as heat exchangers. I bought a few, and although one came DOA, 2 were still functional. I was salty about the dead unit, but then a scorpion jumped out of the package, which I thought was a pretty cool consolation prize. Anyway, what do I do with this now? So can I just jam this thing in there and call it a day? Well, there's one problem with that. It don't fit. I could have just built a bigger waveguide, but I thought back to some of the oldest microwaves that I took apart over the years. And I remembered that some of the oldest ones had big waveguides inside of them. So I picked up this old radar range microwave from the 70s, and I just love how it looks. But to be honest, it's also just built like a tank. Like, they don't make microwaves like they used to. Gosh, this thing weighs like 80 or 90 pounds, I think. So it's a real beast.
Damn.
The huge magnetron fits perfectly inside the oven, but it brings up another issue. How am I going to power it? I need 20 times more power than this thing can provide. So perhaps I can take apart 20 microwaves, chain together the transformers, and power it that way? Nope, that sounds horrible. I have a better solution in mind. I bought this cute distribution transformer that'll be perfect for the job. Now it is technically a bit undersized for the load, but for short runs, it'll be fine. Alright, it's all wired up now. Let's fire this beast up. Now before I stick anything crazy in there, I just want to try boiling some water to make sure it actually works. Now I will admit that running this thing isn't quite as straightforward as running a household oven, so let me show you the startup sequence. Now, you do have to close the door because there's no safety interlock to prevent you from cooking the room if you leave it open. So I'm going to start by firing up this water pump here. So next, I'm going to go here and fire up the magnetron filament. Next, I'm going to hit this switch here, which energizes that boosting auto transformer, which then feeds my Variac. And now, I'm going to take my Variac and crank it all the way to 100. And this switch right here is what finally powers it up. So, let's boil some water. A typical microwave oven takes nearly 2 minutes to bring a cup of water to its boiling point.
6 seconds.
This one goes beyond that in seconds. Yes, water actually explodes because it superheats faster than it can boil. If water explodes in there, imagine what'll happen to things you aren't supposed to microwave. I'm sure you're dying to see how fast food will cook in that thing, but the fact that it makes water explode means I gotta try some of the classic microwave experiments first. So, let's see what it does to a light bulb.
Oh shit.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh shit.
Alright. Here we go.
Okay, we need the blast shield. Damn. Damn. Instantly.
Wow. It's just instantaneous. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's hilarious. Look at that. It just turned it into dust. Oh, that is so funny. Jeez. By comparison, when I tried this in a normal oven, it took nearly 10 seconds to melt through, and it didn't even come close to exploding. Is it a good idea to microwave an egg? Let's find out. All right, here we go. Oh my goodness. I tried an egg in a normal oven as well, and it took over 30 seconds to pop and wasn't nearly as violent. I'm curious what'll happen to a plasma globe inside this thing. All right.
Don't blow up right
How do I
away.
even do this kind of stuff?
Oh! Holy shit, he even has a camera inside there.
That was so loud. Oh my gosh. Wow. That was crazy. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. It's just like powder. Oh, you gotta see this. That was reduced into dust. Into just dust. There's like, those pieces are so tiny. That's crazy. That actually exploded so violently that bits of glass shot holes in the Mica waveguide cover. Yikes. Now speaking of plasma, the metallic coating on this chip bag should be pretty interesting. Let's activate the shrink ray.
Uh-oh.
Instantly. A lit candle can be crazy in a normal oven, so I figured it'd be worth trying in this thing as well.
A lit candle? Oh, fuck. Holy shit.
A funny side effect of all that plasma is that it turns the air in there into deadly nitrogen dioxide gas, which gives it that brown color. Now, if you're wondering how I'm filming inside the oven, I just have a hole drilled in the cavity there.
Okay.
Then, over here, I just have a cell phone that's just taped to the walls.
Okay.
There. Now this works because the hole is pretty small relative to the microwave wavelength, so it doesn't let much radiation out. Now, I'm not the first YouTuber to use this technique. I think Cody's Lab was the first to do it on YouTube. But then Nile Red has a good video on microwave plasmas that uses this. And then Steve Mold actually has a whole video about, filming inside a microwave. Anyway, I think
Filming
it's time
inside
we
a
put some
microwave.
actual food in this thing. And it's funny because after years of doing everything with a microwave that you're not supposed to, I'm finally going to come full circle and use a microwave oven to simply heat some food.
Yes,
Let's
Hot
start with a
Pockies.
Hot Pocket.
Only a
The
2-pack?
instructions
That's
say it needs
it?
to
What the
cook for
fuck?
nearly 3 minutes in a puny home oven. I'm hoping this microwave will
You only
cook
get
it
2 Hot
faster.
Pockets in that big ass box? What the fuck?
Well, it didn't explode, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Very good now. It's good now. It's good now. Take it out, dude. Take it out. It's good now. Take it out.
Alright, let's take a look. Oh yeah, looks done. Oh yeah, it feels done too. Well, there's your 10-second Hot Pocket. Now the most surprising part about this is that it cooked evenly, because I know this oven has some hot spots. I wonder how quickly a hot dog will cook in this thing.
Oh, shit. Oh, no.
I was kinda hoping it would explode, but at least it was cooked in seconds. I actually left it in there way too long, judging by what it looks like afterwards. I chucked a potato in there without stabbing any holes in it, also with the hope that it would explode, but unfortunately, it simply flash cooked like it was supposed to. It did make some funny whistling sounds though. In fact, a lot of foods make that funny whistle, and pickles turned out to be one of the best noisemakers.
It's a pickle
Let's
crime.
test another microwave food.
Oh,
classic,
popcorn.
Popcorn. This one was actually kind of disappointing.
It's
because
gonna
it
burn
took 30
everything.
seconds to pop fully. Now this is several times faster than a normal oven, but I was hoping it'd be instantaneous. At least it didn't burn though.
Oh, it didn't.
Now it's time for everybody's favorite food to microwave, the grape.
What?
You know what?
People
Let me go
microwave
ahead
grapes?
and cut it almost in half, just to make sure, it heats nice and evenly,
People microwave grapes?
Like,
What the fuck?
like this. And yeet.
What? What the fuck?
Unfortunately, the fragrant smell of roasted grape is hidden by the suffocating nitrogen dioxide fumes, which is the deadly brown gas left in the beaker there. Instead of cutting a grape in half, I just tossed in some unmodified grapes to see if I get the same result. Yep,
Damn.
grapes are haunted. These grape plasmas are incredibly
Oh, the
bright,
grapes are
but
haunted.
of particular interest is their color. They glow white and even have bits of blue coming through. I'm wondering if they're being heated beyond white hot to blue hot. The big brain way to answer this question would be to take a UV visible spectrum, fit it to the Planck radiation law, and determine the temperature that way. But you know what? That doesn't sound nearly as fun as chucking a bunch of metal in there and seeing what kind of hell is unleashed. So yeah, let's do that. Let's see if the macrowave can melt magnesium ribbon, or at least see what kind of plasma it'll make. Not only did it melt and burn in there, but it also managed to show off some of its green spectral colors, which is in contrast to the white you get by simply burning it in air. Aluminum melts at only slightly higher temperatures than magnesium, but for the sake of curiosity, I'm going to toss some foil in there anyway.
Good, it doesn't say
Alright, here goes
aluminium.
nothing.
Fucking aluminium.
Now that is like an arc furnace. Oh my goodness. Now it's time for something more challenging. Copper needs to be very hot before it melts. So let's see how it holds up in the macrowave.
It's melting.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
It melted almost instantly. Now this also brings up an important point about the glass. It's actually astonishing how well these Pyrex beakers have held up to the plasma. The same cannot be said about this Pyrex bakeware. The difference is that the beakers are made from borosilicate glass, which has very low thermal expansion. Pyrex bakeware used to be made from this as well, but has since been changed to tempered float glass, and its internal stress patterns are easy to see in a polariscope. This change is unfortunate for home science, but it does make for less dangerous breaks in the kitchen, as it tends to explode into tiny bits as This video is sponsored by me. Hey guys, it's Drake here. So the ban on incandescent light bulbs was just lifted. This video is sponsored by me. Hey guys, it's Drake here.
Drake?
So the ban on incandescent
It's his
light
name,
bulbs
Drake.
was just lifted in the United States. So I figured I'd take advantage of the opportunity and buy the most powerful incandescent light bulb to ever be made for commercial production. So this bad boy is rated for 24,000 watts.
Damn.
And of course, I plan on pushing it even further than that. Now I have to say, I never would have expected to be so excited to play with an incandescent light bulb of all things, but at these powers, I think it's guaranteed to be a good time. So yeah, let's get started. And here's the monster in all of its glory. Gosh, it's hard to even get the whole thing in frame there. But as you can see, it is indeed a 24,000 watt light bulb. Of course, the real highlight are these filaments
Fucking
there.
bullshit
Look
ass
how
life,
thick
man.
they are.
I need a break from this shit, though. I
insane.
swear to fucking God.
And that's tungsten, so that's like a sizable chunk of tungsten in there. Just, I've never seen anything like it. I'm almost terrified to power it up. Now, I really need to give you a sense of scale and just how thick that filament is. So, I've got a 100 watt bulb right here. So, if you take a look at this filament, you can barely see this. And this is 100 watts, so it's like, that's a fairly powerful light bulb. And it's just hair thin. You can barely see it. And just in case you couldn't see it earlier, this is 100 watts, and this is 24,000. So quite a size difference.
Yeah.
These bulb pins fit into a G38 socket like I've mounted right here. But there's one problem. This bulb takes 100 amps, and this thing's only rated for 40. But I looked all over the internet, and I could not find a socket that was actually rated for the full current. So I guess I'm just going to have to yellow it and hope it doesn't explode.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's chuck her in there. Oh, jeez. Is it even going to fit? Are you serious? Oh my gosh, it like barely wants to go in. I want to break this. Oh yeah, there it goes. Oh, it's really tight. Wow, okay. I guess you don't want any wiggle room when you have all this current going through it. Want to keep that contact resistance down. But geez, really biting on that. Yep, okay, there it is. Wow. Yep, that's quite a socket there. You know, when I impulse bought this silly thing, I just kind of expected to slap 240 volts across it and call it a day. Because how hard can it be to drive an incandescent light bulb, right? Then I remembered that light bulbs do a funny thing where their starting current is a lot higher than their operating current. And that's just because as the filament gets hot, its resistance grows and then it draws less current. Now, for a reasonably sized light bulb, that's not that big of a deal. But for a light bulb like this, it's basically a dead short. In fact, its cold filament resistance is something like just a little over 1/10 of an ohm, which means it's going to draw more than 2,000 amps on startup. That's a 1/2 megawatt. I mean, my breakers can't handle that. They would explode. So that means I have to come up with some sort of like soft start circuit to like slowly bring it up to temperature just so I can turn this stupid thing on. I'm going to start by ramping this thing up on my Variac over here. Now, this thing isn't nearly big enough to run it at full power, but I at least want to see how far I can take it, so it's a start. All right, let's give her some juice there. Oh yeah, I can hear that hum. All right, let's slowly ramp it up here. Oh no, look at this. I'm barely turning it, it's already pulling 50 amps. It's not even glowing either. Oh, they're just barely starting to glow, and it's pulling. Okay, now the current's dropping, but still 30 amps. Barely any voltage on that, and it's just barely glowing. So I guess we'll crank it a little bit higher. Give her back to 50. Oh my gosh. I can already start feeling the heat there. It's...
Jesus.
Look at this. It's my meter, or my Variac is not rated for this kind of current, but I'm barely driving this thing. So now I'm at 5,000 watts, and it's, and oh my gosh, I feel so much heat from that. And look at that. It just pegged out. This thing's gonna melt. Oh no. Oh, it's making so much light. Oh my gosh. Oh, this thing's gonna explode. What is that?
Damn.
6,500 watts. It's so warm too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this thing's gonna melt. I gotta kill it. Wow. So now the power's off, and that's just the residual heat in the filament. That is insane. I'm clearly gonna have to do something else for driving this thing to full power though. But wow. I threw together this little dimmer circuit here. It's nothing fancy, just a little chopper circuit based on a couple SCRs. Now, I know this thing can handle the bulb when it's at full power. It's just the startup where things could get a bit spicy. So I guess I'll just slap 240 volts across it and hope it works. Oh, and I added a couple meters here. This is just a thermometer to make sure that these heat sinks don't get too hot, because they're probably too small, honestly. And I also have this ammeter here to measure the current, and it just picks it up via this current transformer with this wire going through it. And yes, it's a beautiful enclosure there, isn't it? All right, moment of truth. Oh, good. At least it holds back the voltage. Now let's try ramping this thing up. I know if I hit this too quickly, it's just going to explode, so I got to take it real slow. Oh, jeez, this is horrifying. Just waiting until there's the smallest bit. Oh, there it goes. Wow, I can hear it too. Get a little bit more. Oh. It's still not glowing yet. That is just insane. I've never put this amount of current through something without it glowing. Okay, there it goes. Just starting to turn red. There's 40 amps. It's so scary cranking this thing up. Now we're at 50. So this is about where I got with my Variac. Oh, it's getting bright. I'm just waiting for this thing to violently explode. Oh my gosh, look how much light that is. And there it is, 70 amps. It's pulling 70 amps. Look how much light there is. This is just ridiculous. It's so hot all the way back here even. Look at this. But the power, this isn't even half power. It's more than half current. It's not half power. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Now we're up to... Oh my gosh, it's... It's so bright.
Holy.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh, shoot. What happened? Did I kill it? Oh, of course. It's because I'm on a trip the breaker. Ah, well, this is annoying. This is getting more complicated than I wanted it to, but I guess my next move is to wire something directly into the panel. I think that sign means good times to be had in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is gonna be fun. There it goes. All right, I got that safely wired up there. However, I'd like to make a quick comment about these range outlets that I'm using. Now, I can already foresee comments from electricians going, "Oh, that's a 50 amp rated range cord. You can't put 100 amps to that." Yeah, well, watch me. So let me clarify. If you're the type of electrician that immediately recognizes that I'm exceeding the ratings of this cord, good eye. You are the type of person that I would want wiring my house. Seriously. However, if you think that some silly electrical code supersedes the laws of physics, well, you're mistaken. I can put 100 amps through this cord. I can put 1,000 through it. Although, of course, that would, quickly melt it and catch it on fire. But at 100 amps, I mean, yeah, it's going to get pretty toasty. But it's not like I'm sticking this thing behind a wall to run continuously and unsupervised. No, this is just for some relatively short runs under my supervision. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It explodes? Who cares? So yeah, don't wire your house this way, but I want to see you're complaining about this in the comment section, okay? And on a similar note, just because these disconnect switches are rated for 30 amps does not mean it actually limits the current to that. The amount of people that watched my microwave video, saw me boil a cup of water in 6 seconds, then have the audacity to call the 20 kilowatt number fake because of this switch right here was ridiculous. I mean, yes, it's rated for 30 amps. I simply put 80 amps through it. I don't know why it's so hard to understand that I'm simply abusing these ratings, because there is nothing physical that stops me from putting that kind of current through this switch. Of course, other than the risk of catastrophic failure, which is a risk that I'm willing to take. But I mean, I tend to build things in a hurry with stuff I already have on hand, and that's why there's all this underrated stuff in my lab. But I should point out that there's always something up the line that is rated to disconnect these kinds of currents. So if something explodes or fails catastrophically, it's no big deal for me to run up and kill a breaker. But yeah, stop calling my stuff fake because of some stupid electrical codes. Anyway, rant over. Let's burn our retinas out. Breaker on. Nothing's exploded yet. Good. Alrighty, let's see if we can make it to 100 amps this time. I got my silly little control panel here. Again, I got to be pretty slow with the initial startup just because it's, I got to be careful with my switch there. Okay. This is where it gets fun, right? And I'm still back up at 50 amps. Oh, this is gonna be crazy here. Keep pushing it further. Wow. So much light. Look at that. It's already illuminating everything. And we still have so much more to go. There's 70. There's 80. Oh my gosh, it's like I lit a nuke in here. It's hard to set the exposure on something like this. But wow. Look at the shadows in that. I can feel the heat so strongly back here too. All right, can we go to 100? Oh my gosh, there's so much light coming out of this. Oh, we're so close. Wow. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. I'm gonna have to set my ND filters just so you can see this. There it is. There's full power. Wow. Look, isn't that incredible? Look how much light. Look how much light that is. Way back there. Oh my gosh. There's a full 100 amps. My goodness. Oh, it's so bright. It feels like I'm staring at the sun. There's so much heat coming off of that. Look at that. It's incredible. There's so much light. And it's quiet now just because now the circuit's not chopping anything, so it just passes the current straight through, and now it's quiet. But wow, that's just wild. I'm gonna there's the full. That's what it really looks like, and I'm gonna turn it off. So there's no power going to it, and that's just the residual heat. Man, that is a lot of light. Wow. Now, don't get me wrong. I could stare at this light bulb all day. But at this point, I think it's worth trying some experiments with it. So the fact that this is an incandescent light bulb means that it's not very efficient at making visible light. However, it's really good at making infrared light. In fact, most of the electrical power that goes into this thing actually comes back out as invisible IR radiation, so it's probably really good at heating things up. And gosh, if I'm lucky, it may even be able to light some things on fire, which would really make it the ideal light bulb. The envelope on this bulb here is not normal glass. It's actually fused quartz. And while this allows it to operate at super high temperatures, it means that absolutely nothing can get on it when it's running. Even something like a fingerprint can cause it to shatter. So this means if I want to do any stupid experiments with it, I'm going to have to build an enclosure around it. I came up with this beautiful fixture here that should allow for some experimentation. So I have an aluminum reflector here, I have this mesh on top and bottom to keep the bugs out, as well as this pane of borosilicate glass to prevent stuff from splashing against the bulb. And then this will also have the function of blocking most of the UV that the bulb makes. So yeah, let's do some experiments. Now unfortunately, I had to add yet another feature to this driver here, because these SCRs were getting too hot. Now I have this relay short them out after it's at full power. Now I really hope this is the final edition because I am sick of adding things to this stupid driver. When I powered up the fixture, it started smoking from somewhere. I couldn't tell what was burning, but I figured it might be bugs, so I stuffed steel wool in the cracks and added more copper mesh around the base. However, this didn't stop the smoking. In fact, it turned out that the steel wool was actually burning in there and making it worse. I realized that even with the covering, the bugs that were landing on the outside were still being cooked and seemed to be the source of the smoke. I ended up sidelining this project for several months to work on other things. Alright, it's been something like 5 months since I've last powered up this bulb. The reason why is right there. Those 400 car batteries have taken up my entire life. But not to distract you, I have made more improvements to this fixture. So the big one is I replaced the steel wool with copper wool, so hopefully that doesn't catch on fire. Then also I realized that the rare earth magnets I had holding this together were probably gonna, exceed their Curie temperature, so I replaced them with ferrite. So yeah, hopefully the fixture doesn't burn this time. Guess we're about to find out whether it was really just bugs or something else in the fixture. Anything smoking yet? Oh no, there's smoke again. What's going on? No! Maybe they'll burn out. Maybe it's just remnant bugs, right? Okay, there's the full power. Okay, what's going on here? There's some smoke. Oh my gosh, it's so bright I can't see. I don't know how much smoke I need to be worried about. There's smoking more and more and more, isn't it? Well, there's smoke, so I don't know how I want to proceed here. So I want to rip off all those bug covers because I think that's what's actually smoking. So I was going to fire up this metal halide bulb to see if there's any bugs out because it's pretty cold. I just wanted to make sure. However, the dumb thing does not want to seem to turn on. If I could find this plug. So it's plugged in and it will not light. So this is, I'm going to try lighting it this way. Yep, look at that. Perfect. Oh, I love that. And yeah, as you can see from all the just disgusting coating on that bulb, it clearly does not mind having insects run into it. But yeah, that is one good way to light a stubborn light bulb there. So yeah, now I'm gonna see if any bugs come to this, and if not, then I will feel safe pulling off the cover of the light bulb over there. Oh, that's a vibe, isn't it? Oh yeah, I should point out that this is not a normal metal halide. That's a thallium lamp, and that is why it is so green. Yeah, so far it looks like there's not any bugs. If they don't come to that lamp, then they're probably not out. Yeah, there's nothing around the lamp. Okay. I think I'm good. Well, I don't know why copper would be smoking like that unless it has like some sort of coating on it, but either way, I'm gonna rip off this this like bug protector and see if this stupid lamp keeps smoking. Alright, now I'm gonna try it without this cover. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be very annoyed. There's so many weird noises that come from every part of this. My meter's making sounds, the light bulb's making sounds. Even like my light fixtures in my house make sound when this is running because of the how awful that circuit is for chopping the sine wave. Okay. There's 80. I don't see smoke yet. No, there's smoke again. Why is there smoke? What is smoking? Why? What is smoking in there? That is so stupid. This is infuriating. It's just billowing out smoke. Stupid. I'm realizing now that it might actually just be the galvanization on the steel, just the zinc plating that's burning off. I didn't think it would get that hot, but that might be the culprit. Might have to strip off all the zinc then. Have I mentioned that I'm annoyed yet? Because I am annoyed yet. So I think zinc is the culprit here, so I'm going to give it a quick bath in hydrochloric acid. Yummy. So funny story, I remember a time when I was 14 going through the checkout line at Walmart with airsoft BBs and a gallon of hydrochloric acid. Well, I put my stuff on the counter and the cashier scans the airsoft BBs and she's like, oh, well, you have to be 16 to buy these. Do you have your ID with you? I'm like, no. So she's like, oh, well, I can't sell these to you, and then sets them aside. But then she scans the acid, doesn't say anything, and I pay and walk out the door with a gallon of hydrochloric acid. You know, it's funny how corporations have to decide what is and isn't too dangerous for children. I guess hydrochloric acid is just A-okay. Yeah. So I pulled this thing out of the acid bath and
it burns your skin and
started rusting. So I'm going to say that's probably a good sign that I got rid of all the zinc there. I'm still going to torch it a little bit just to be totally sure it's all gone though. Well, I really hope this time is the top layer gives them like a cooler look. I'm sick of rebuilding this thing.
It's called etching.
Alrighty,
etching concrete
for another round of disappointment. Let's light her up, see what happens. No smoke yet? Okay. Why is it smoking? Why is it smoking? What on earth is smoking? What? I just... Is it this stupid reflector? What is going on? Just what is smoking on this piece of garbage? I torched the aluminum reflector on there just to get rid of any grease or whatever. I did that to the whole fixture actually before, you know, a few iterations ago. I just cannot figure this out. Guess I could remove the reflector and see what happens. It is the fixture. Why is the fixture smoking? There's probably still, even after the acid bath, probably didn't get into those tiny little crevices. Slowly but surely, it is winding down. Yeah, I think that's good. I see no more evidence of smoke. I think whatever was burning in there got cooked out. And I still think it actually was the zinc. Okay. Okay, so I think that's the best I'm gonna get. Now, let's see if it quits smoking. Alright, no smoke yet. It is at full power. There's smoke again. Now what is possibly smoking? So the reflector smokes too then. And it keeps getting worse. No! This is so infuriating. I ended up just letting it bake out for a while and decided to go ahead with the burning experiments after the smoke diminished. Okay, so it's so bright. It's so hot too. Oh my god. This video is sponsored by Opera. The legal power limit for a laser pointer is 5 milliwatts. Well, I think it would be funny to build one that's 50,000 times stronger than that. Now, I've showcased a lot of ridiculous portable lasers on this channel, but so far, none of them come close to that kind of power. Even my strongest laser, which was world record breaking when I built it, isn't even half of this level. Now, considering the advances in laser tech since I made this thing, I think it's time to build a laser pointer that just completely blows it out of the water. Now, I'll admit that more power isn't my only motivation here. This laser is horribly designed, and it is just plagued with issues. Not only do I want the next one to be stronger, but I want it to be good and packed with cool features. Like the last one, the heart of the new laser is going to be the best diode array that the Chinese black market has to offer. The kicker is that there have been 5 years of improvements on these things. The new arrays are stronger, brighter, and more efficient. They still carry the same dubiously legal charm as the last ones, though, as they still ship with scratched out part numbers, and the manufacturer still denies that they even exist. Now, as long as I can input money into eBay to acquire
Scratched
these,
out part
I'm not
numbers.
going to complain. I mean, honestly, the feeling that I'm not supposed to own these really adds to the appeal. I've hooked a new array up to a lab power supply as a
Oh,
test,
shit.
and although I can't push it to full power on this thing, it gives an idea of the insanity that I'll be working with here. The array is the same physical size as my first one, but with more emitters packed in the same area, and according to the sketchy datasheet, it's rated for 161 watts of output power. I'm actually going to attempt to push it far beyond that using some overclocking techniques, but that's going to take more careful design than this piece of trash I built 5 years ago. Now, if you think I'm exaggerating when I say this thing is poorly designed, well, it randomly quit working a few months ago, and I don't even know why. So let's open it up and see what's going on. Now, it definitely smells crispy under here, but I don't actually see anything that's like burnt up. Well, it looks like it's the batteries. They are completely fried. I wonder if the dead batteries has anything to do with how you have to like smash these batteries into the laser. Like seriously, they don't really fit in here. You have to like crush the batteries. And like, yeah, if there's one thing that lithium batteries love, it's to get crushed like this. And the worst part is that because I didn't build a charger inside of this thing, you have to, take it apart every time and then crush the batteries again in like a slightly different configuration.
Damn.
Oh man, I'm very happy that this thing never operated in pipe bomb mode. The cooling in this thing sucks too because it's just this giant chunk of aluminum that doesn't have any real connection to the case there, so heat just builds up without anywhere to go. And then these laser drivers kind of suck too. I mean, if I would have used chips from the Sentry, they would be a lot more efficient than they are here. But you know what really cursed this project from the beginning? The very first sentence of the video. Hey everybody, it's the year 2020 and I want to celebrate. Now typically on this channel, I like building crazy types. Yeah, that didn't age so well, did it? So this time, I'm not going to celebrate that it's 2025, but instead I'm going to celebrate the fact that my channel has now made it 18 years on this platform without getting banned. And yeah, it's not like I needed a reason to build a bigger laser, but if I'm going to correct the issues from the first video, I might as well be comprehensive. The one thing I did like about the first laser was the radar gun housing, so I bought another broken one on eBay. I took it apart and pulled out the cool old microwave circuitry, and then added my own control circuits, a charging port, and a bunch of switches. Next, I picked up some batteries, and assembled a pack using a battery management board. This should hopefully reduce the risk of catastrophic failure, or even a boring failure like over-discharge. I needed a circuit to carefully drive the ever-living daylights out of the array. Usually I use an IC from the 70s for this, but in the interest of efficiency and size, I dead-bugged some modern purpose-built ICs for this task. Now I took a risk here, since I built these to far exceed the array's ratings. This array is rated for 3.5 amps of drive power, so I decided that 4.7 would be a better number. Yes, this carries the risk of destroying it early. However, with proper cooling, I think it should hold up. This will give up to 255 watts of output power, which obliterates the last one at 100. I also added a PWM feature to the driver for audio-visual effects. I first tested this feature on a weaker array, and it worked better than I expected. That sound you hear is actually coming from the laser hitting the wood. Now this is where things got difficult. I still had cooling to deal with, and since I didn't want to machine an elaborate heatsink, I figured water cooling would be the better option. I picked up a water block designed for CPUs, along with a pump and radiator, and assembled a cooling loop. However, jamming all the plumbing into the case along with the electronics and batteries turned out to be very difficult. In fact, not long after finishing the laser, the control electronics burnt up randomly, and then when I rebuilt them, they all burnt up again. The circuitry isn't even complicated, but because it was all free-wired, it was incredibly time-consuming to redo. I never actually identified the problem, so when I finally decided to try building it once again, I added all sorts of fail-safes against shorts and voodoo voltage spikes. The third time was the charm, though, it seems, as this version survived past initial testing. I actually want to apologize to all my channel members and Patreon supporters that followed this project, because it took so much longer than I expected.
There's two
However,
cooling
as you're
fans,
about to
water
see,
cooling.
this is the craziest handheld laser on the planet, so I really hope it was worth the wait. With an output of 250 watts, this laser eclipses the threshold for the highest laser danger rating by a factor of 500. That means that just 0.2% of the laser's power is already considered an instant blindness hazard, as well as a fire hazard. The luminosity of this laser is especially impressive as well, having more than quadruple the brightness of my 100-watt laser, as this one is a brighter sky blue color. It's funny because, even though I built this thing, part of me still finds it hard to believe that a device like this is even possible.
Yeah.
Let me give you a quick rundown of the features of this laser. So this switch right here turns the whole thing on. Then you can see the readouts there for the battery voltage and temperature.
666.
And these switches right here are what turn on the water pump and the cooling fans, which are impressively quiet, I have to say. Then the safety switch is right here, which of course arms the laser. Then these knobs right here control the PWM frequency and duty cycle, but for the time being I'm just going to leave these maxed out. And then the trigger right here is what finally fires the laser. Pretty cool, right? I'm sure you're wondering, what can you burn with the world's strongest handheld laser? Well, a lot of things. Now, spoiler alert, the real crazy stuff happens when you stick a lens on front and focus the beam to a tiny point. But let me first show you what the unmodified beam is capable of. Let's start with a block of wood. The beam ignites the wood basically instantly, and you can even hear a little explosion as the pyrolyzed vapors catch fire as well. The small portion of the light that reflects off of the wood is able to illuminate my entire shop. That's a lot of light. Cutting electrical tape is a classic demo for a strong handheld laser. But of course, this laser is well over 1,000 times more powerful than what's needed to accomplish this. The tape is sliced as fast as I can wave the beam across it. The same goes for any sort of thin plastic I throw in front of it. A plastic cup is quite a bit thicker than the tape, but it doesn't seem to have much meaningful effect against the laser. The beam punches straight through it without issue. While we're doing classic experiments, let's pop some balloons. Pretty quick. While we're doing overkill, matches are unsurprisingly no match for the laser. Slow-mo shows that they make it about 2/100ths of a second before catching on fire. Newspaper falls in the instant ignition category as well. Just barely clipping the beam is enough to light it on fire. Any paper product is this way really, but paper bags make an especially satisfying sound from the flash pyrolysis.
Oof. Huh?
You might think that solder would be a challenge considering how reflective it is, but nope, it melts nearly instantly. A CD was the first real challenge for the laser. Of course, it still caught on fire instantly, but it took a while for the beam to punch all the way through. I think the sooty flame in front was attenuating the beam before it could hit the plastic. The end result was pretty neat though. I briefly talked about the PWM feature, and I want to show you what this does when it comes to burning. By switching the laser at audio frequencies, the target actually makes sound as it vibrates from thermal expansion and contraction. In fact, this effect went far beyond my expectations. Now I'm wondering about the possibility of building a musical laser. I'll just save that for a different video though.
A musical laser.
Alright, now it's time to actually test this laser's true destructive power. I'm going to stick a big f-theta lens on front in order to concentrate the output to a point and maximize power density. Everything I've shown so far can be accomplished by weaker lasers, so this is the point where I enter uncharted territory for a handheld laser. Let's start by trying something that the last record breaker couldn't accomplish, melting a penny. Alrighty, let's try melting through this penny. It's on fire! What? Oh, that's crazy. I wasn't expecting it to burn. It burned the zinc inside. That's nuts. Wow. It's hard to see the actual flame when there's so much blue light from the laser, but I did manage to repeat the effect and get a flame to sustain for a bit after turning it off. And as a bonus, it left a bizarre frozen smoke remnant of zinc oxide. The fact that the laser literally lit a penny on fire is an astonishing result to me. I've done all sorts of mad science experiments with pennies over the years. I've dissolved them in acid, treated them with cyanide, hit them with 1,000 amps, blasted them with other lasers, but none of those methods ever managed to light a penny on fire. Even torching a penny doesn't ignite it, it simply melts it. I think the reason the laser can ignite pennies is due to extreme local heating. The zinc that's being exposed to the laser is likely reaching its boiling point faster than it can transfer heat to the rest of the penny. Then the resultant jet of zinc vapor goes on to ignite on contact with air. At that point, the heat from combustion can sustain the flame for a bit even after the laser is removed. I think that explanation makes sense, at least. For the next experiment, let's see if the laser can make it all the way through an aluminum can. I'm pretty sure this thing will burn through one side of the can, but to go all the way through, that's what I'm not quite so sure about. But, let's give it a go. Oh, wow, it was just instantly. This thing keeps surprising me. That's insane. The last record breaker couldn't defeat an aluminum can either, so the increase in power is pretty obvious here. Let's see if the laser can open up this glass soda bottle. What could possibly go wrong?
Damn.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh, I'm so happy it exploded like that. Oh my gosh. It was like a glass balloon. That was fun. Let's pop another one for good measure. Well, it's not exactly an ideal bottle opener there, but that was pretty cool. Now my shop is going to smell like beer, or I mean soda.
Soda.
I wonder if the laser is strong enough to punch through drywall. You're kidding me. Wow.
Damn.
It's white. You'd think that it would like reflect off all the light. That's bonkers. I would have never thought that that would be possible with a handheld laser. That is ridiculous. In the early days of big pulse lasers, before there were precise methods of power measurement, lasers were measured in gillettes. Now, this literally meant how many Gillette razor blades the laser could shoot through in one shot.
Yeah.
Now, this kind of measurement doesn't translate to a laser that can operate continuously. But even so, I want to try shooting through some razor blades. I even found some Gillette blades from the time period of early lasers to try this with. All right, moment of truth. Is the laser at least one Gillette? Let's find out.
Oh yeah.
Not even a challenge. That was instantly.
Gillette.
In fact, I want to see if I can actually cut this thing in half. Wow. Yep. Now let's see how fast it can punch through 5 blades in a row. All right, here we go. Jeez. That is so wild. Wow, that's terrifying, honestly.
Yeah.
The way to make the Gillette measurement make sense with my laser is to convert it into a rate, essentially going from units of energy to power. Since the laser burned through 5 blades in 0.9 seconds, I can say the laser has a strength of about 5.5 Gillettes per second. Let's try a utility blade that's more than 6 times thicker than the Gillette. No problem there. Considering how fast the laser can melt holes in these razor blades, now I'm going to try welding them together. All right, time to test out if if this thing can weld. I can see it glowing and sparking.
Is it fusing?
That's gonna be a good sign. Well,
okay.
I melted through. I don't know if I actually welded it, but let's take a look there. Yes, it did. It actually welded it.
Yeah, you welded it and then melted to the top.
Look at that.
Okay.
It actually welded that. Now, if anything, I should have moved faster just because where I held it too long, It burned all the way through.
Yeah.
But it legitimately is holding that together. Let's see if the laser can melt through copper wire. All right, here we go. Oh, it's melting. I think it's gonna work. Yes! Well, there it is. Wow. What? This thing.
Oh, sick chat. Gonna make a call. Can I get the $100 special? Did you talk to Marley? Okay, good. Okay, okay. Oh, I don't want the light on. The brightness is so bad. I changed the camera brightness. I gotta fix that, dog. Color correction. Ah, jeez. We're stuck in the fucking 1970s, guys. We don't even got a color camera anymore. Sorry, guys, man. I'm too poor. I can't afford a color camera. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, we're stuck in black and white, man. Sorry, guys. We're stuck in black and white. Yeah, that's actually pretty dope, dude. The green screen won't work on it, but that's pretty fucking dope. Um, yeah, something like that looks about right. Going snow tonight, chance? What the fuck? Why is it going snow tonight, man? What the fuck? Why is it going snow tonight, chance? Are you fucking kidding me, mate? It's gonna fucking snow tonight, mate. Are you fucking kidding me? Smile. What's this one? Oh, I'm gonna take a break from streaming. Fuck it. I'll stream later.